makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you this little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the News Brief. Journalists and Nigerians are advocating for unity, discipline and responsible journalism to advance President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. House Committee on Customs and Excise Chairman Honorable Leke Abejide and FCT Command Commissioner Ajao Adewale are leading the call for the decisive leadership and responsible journalism to improve the country's prospects for both domestic and international citizens. This call is aimed at creating a safe environment for all citizens. The National President of the NUJ, Al-Hassan Abdullahi, and the Chairman of the NUJ Council, Comrade Grace Ike, organized an event to promote support and good relationships among journalists in FCT, emphasizing national interest. The event, focusing on renewal and hope, aims to promote unity and progress among journalists in the Federal Capital Territory before Easter celebrations. The House of Representatives has ordered Remita, also known as System Specs Limited, to refund 182.769 and 245,175.20 naira withheld from Treasury Single Account TSA since 2015 to the federal government. The directive was issued by the Public Accounts Committee of the House following a forensic audit that uncovered significant financial discrepancies in its operations. The committee recommended that System Specs be compelled to refund the total sum to the federal government asset recovery account. The committee called on other TSA value chain service providers to comply promptly. The forensic consultants were commended for their thorough and patriotic work.
We recall that in the last couple of weeks, by the activities of the Public Account Committee, a substantial sum of money, now it has run over 60 billion naira, has been recovered as outstanding payments by oil and gas companies under have been severed to the federal government account. Now, the investigation is still ongoing, but we need to report to the committee that 12 of these companies have proven to be recalcitrants. All efforts to get them to appear before the committee and defend the allegation of the Auditor General for the Federation as well as the NUPRC has proven abortive. A lot of letters, messages, notices had earlier been sent before now. So this should be the last resort, in the absence of which a full-blown legal position should be taken on them.
The House of Representatives is set to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the use of take-off grants, bailout funds and other special interventions provided to various institutions since 2015. The investigation will focus on transparency, fiscal discipline and accountability in public financial management. The committee's chairman aims to ensure the proper application of public funds for institutional take-off, economic stabilization, infrastructure development and emergency responses.
I must reiterate that the purpose of the special investigative hearing is to improve transparency in governance. as one of the fundamental tenets of democracy, enhance clarity on take-off grants, bailout funds, and interventions, and other allocations, as well as the utilization processes, strengthen accountability, promote efficient and optimal utilization of public resources for the benefit of all Nigerians, and ultimately identify areas for improvement and recommend corrective measures.
I would like to urge heads of agencies and organizations present today to provide truthful and accurate information to this committee in order to enable us carry our work. The hearing is not a routine exercise. Rather, it is an opportunity for all stakeholders to come together in the spirit.
So from there, by the time we get this document, we will now sit down and analyze them. By the time we analyze them, we will now fix a date for a particular NDA to come forward and make clarifications. Through that analysis, we will come up with questions that will be raised and documentation that could be submitted by the agencies being in question.
What we were asked was to submit individual intervention allocations to NDAs, departments and agencies, and other government-owned enterprises for the period 2015 to date. That's the request we were asked to, and we have compiled them in this report that we got here. So that's the
The committee has requested key accounting officers and agency heads to submit detailed reports, financial records, and implementation updates on interventions received, with the findings aiming to inform future budgetary appropriations. In the meantime, the Nigeria Union of Journalists, NUJ, Federal Capital Territory FCT Council, has dragged former official of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for refusing to hand over to the newly sworn-in executives. The officials include Emmanuel Ogbeche, Patrick Oseda Bamwen, and Ochiaka Ugu. The Congress has resolved to stop the impersonation of the current executive and hand off the council's signatory accounts. Comrade Tony Akowe, the chairman of the panel, provided an update on the committee's investigation into the financial activities of the council's past leadership. The committee promised that all due legal and constitutional processes will be engaged in ensuring that the council recovers every money stolen from the council's account by these past leaders. The former Labour Leaders Forum in Rivers State has criticized President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency and the suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara and the State House of Assembly, calling for urgent action and urging organized labor to defend the democratic rights of the people. Former Labour leaders criticized sole administrator for dismantling local government councils, dissolving boards and reconstituting governing bodies, calling on President Tinubu to reconsider actions for peace and democracy. They support Rivers residents facing daily hardships. The forum expressed solidarity with Rivers people and called on the media to remain vigilant as the watchdog of society. The Abuja School of Social and Political Thought has criticized the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and the judiciary for not following judicial procedures in the Edo State governorship election. Executive Director Professor Sam Amadi argues that a cut in proof burden could lead to democracy being comatose, allowing desperate politicians to undermine the Electoral Act and validate INEC's coup. Professor Amadi mentioned electoral sections designed to prevent loopholes and politicians and their parties could exploit to win elections at polling units and courts. Others expressed concerns about the Independent National Electoral Commission and the judiciary's actions in truncating Nigeria's democratic process. Professor Amadi states that the Abuja School is an academic think tank consisting of scholars and intellectual policy professionals dedicated to transforming African society and promoting quality livelihoods for the people. The All Progressives Congress, APC in Edo State, has The All Progressives Party, APC, in Edo State has gained a significant majority in the House of Assembly due to recent political events. Legislators from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are gaining influence, and the governor has reaffirmed his commitment to using resources for the state's development and making life comfortable for the people. The recent decamping of Honorable Nicholas Asonsere, a member representing Ipoba constituency, has further boosted the APC's presence in the Assembly. The National Patriotic Coalition wants President Tinubu to caution River State Sole Administrator Vice Admiral Ibawete Ibas, retired, over what it calls undemocratic actions. At a Lagos press briefing, the group said probing Governor Sim Fubara and his deputy goes beyond the powers of the state of emergency. They urged the administrator to work with the House committee, not act outside the law.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vonganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we have a recap of the winners at Hollywood's biggest night, the Oscars. We have an exclusive look at FESPACO, the Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou's extensive film library. We visit Izere Media Hub, a new creative space that is helping artists transform their artistic passions into sustainable careers in Rwanda. Those stories right here on the Red Carpet. Stay tuned. Hollywood's biggest night, the 97th Academy Awards ceremony, hosted by Conan O'Brien, aired live on ABC and Hulu on Sunday, March the 2nd from the Dolby Theater at Ovation Hollywood in Los Angeles. Anora was crowned Best Picture, one of the 5 Oscars won by the independent film. The comedy drama about an exotic dancer who marries the son of a Russian oligarch beat out 9 other contenders for the top prize, including major studio films Wicked, A Complete Unknown, and Dune Part 2. Director and producer Sean Becker won 3 individual Oscars, including Best Original Screenplay and Film Editing, as well as the Director Trophy. His 4 Oscars in one ceremony ties the record set by the legendary Walt Disney in 1954. Anora star Mickey Madison won Best Actress, while Adrian Brody won Best Actor for The Brutalist, more than 2 decades after winning his first Oscar for his portrayal of another Holocaust survivor in The Pianist. Kieran Culkin took home the Supporting Actor Oscar for his role in A Real Pain, while Zoe Saldana won Best Supporting Actress for Emilia Perez. Brazil's I'm Still Here won Best International Film. The film depicted the real-life story of Eunice Paiva, the wife of former leftist congressman Rubens Paiva, who was taken from his home in Rio de Janeiro at the height of the country's military dictatorship in 1971 and never returned. Carnival goers at Rio's Samba Drum broke out in shouts of joy when the film's Oscar win was announced over the public address system. The Best Documentary Oscar went to No Other Land, a look at the Israeli occupation of the West Bank made by a coalition of Palestinian and Israeli filmmakers. Flow, an ecological parable about a cat in a flooded world, won the Best Animated Feature Oscar, the first ever for a Latvian film. Burkinabe capital hosted the 29th Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou, FESPACO, last week. Burkinabe director Danny Kouyaté won the Golden Stallion of Yenanga for his feature film Katanga, The Dance of the Scorpions. Somalian filmmaker Mo Harawe won second prize for his film The Village Next to Paradise. And Rungano Nyoni from Zambia won their prize for the film On Becoming a Guinea Fowl. One of the films competing in the feature documentary category is Malian director Fusayeni Maiga. His film Fatou Olefu explores the importance of culture in Mali's development through the narratives of 4 madmen. From Ouagadougou, Kada Traoli reports.
The screening of FESPACO 2025's films kicked off Sunday, February 23rd and ended on March 1st, drawing eager moviegoers to theaters. At Canal Olympia Ouaga 2000, cinephiles watched Fatou Olefu, directed by Malian filmmaker Fuseni Maiga. The film follows 4 madmen whose daily wanderings offer a journey through various sectors of Malian culture.
We made this film to show that culture is not just about games or entertainment. Culture can drive a country's development. It can contribute to economic and financial well-being.
But what is the symbolism behind the madmen in this film?
Artists are often seen as madmen, but that doesn't mean all the actors in this film are insane. It is true that there are 4 real madmen, but they serve as advisors, guiding the country toward cultural progress. They awaken consciousness to the importance of cultural development in Mali.
The film also features perspectives from cultural figures who emphasize the significance of the arts. Among them is Malian Minister of Culture and Tourism, Mahmoud Daffé.
We all know that Mali is a country of cinema. We also know the legacy of Sheikh Omar Shenshenko. In other words, Mali's film culture is well recognized. This film highlights how culture can contribute to the country's development and shows that cinema is a powerful art form.
Through a blend of storytelling and expert insights, the film demonstrates that culture is the foundation of development.
This film is a cultural lesson. It has been screened in every corner of Mali so that young people can understand the true value of culture.
Fuseni Maiga spent 3 years making this film. He received his first FESPACO award, a UEMOA Special Award. Linor Moudou for Kader Traoré in Ouagadougou for VOA Africa.
On the sidelines of the 29th FESPACO, the Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou, We took a guided tour of the festival's film library. Accompanied by the center's director, our reporter explores FESPACO's archives, where all films that have been screened since 1969 are preserved and restored. From Ouagadougou, Kadatra Oli reports.
FESPACO's headquarters in Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso, lies one of Africa's largest film conservation galleries. This treasure trove of cinematic history is the festival's film library. Thousands of reels, spanning all genres and dating back to 1969, make up the festival's memory bank. Beyond archiving these invaluable records, the center is also dedicated to film restoration. Francois Tira, director of the FESPACO Film Library, takes us on a guided tour of this cinematic vault.
The films we receive here have reached the end of their theatrical run. However, we see the need to give them a second life. This revival is what we call restoration.
The Ouagadougou Film Library houses all types of films on various media, whether reels, Betacam tapes, DV cams, or CDs. Damaged materials are sent to restoration specialists for better preservation.
While filmmakers today are increasingly turning to digital formats, we must not forget that cinema originally relied on 16mm or 35mm film.
Does this mean we should focus on restoring old films rather than digitizing them?
Even if you digitize a film using the latest techniques, the digital version has its limits. A well-preserved film, kept at a low temperature and protected from humidity, can last over 500 years. Nothing can replace that longevity.
With support from the European Union, FESPACO's Film Library has launched a conservation and restoration project. Beyond its role in the Pan-African Festival, it aims to become the central archive for African film production. For Kader Traore in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, I'm Vincent Makori, VOA News.
In the suburb of Rwanda's capital, Kigali, a new creative space is redefining the artistic landscape of Rwanda. Founded by veteran producer and singer Ezra Kwizera, the Izere Art and Media Hub is an art center dedicated to nurturing talents and training entrepreneurs in the creative industry. Let's check it out. Ezra Kwizera, a seasoned artist and producer, moved back to Rwanda after years of living in North America. His vision is to equip the next generation of creative entrepreneurs with the business skills necessary for success in the industry.
Music is more than just songs, it's stories. So we opened up this the space for Rwandese to kind of share everything they have, their stories, because every story matters. That's what I believe. As you can see, this is Sumuninya. One of the things that you'll find in Izere, it's about anything about art. You look around, there's art. There's a podcast, which is about to happen in a few minutes. It's called Here's My Story, What's Your Story? We're going to kind of get a bigger space whereby everybody you'll find here, they're their own bosses.
Ezra draws inspiration from his own journey, having spent time abroad in cities like Los Angeles, where he gained first-hand experience in the global entertainment industry. His dream is to build, quote, a small Hollywood in Kigali, making it easier for artists to produce high-quality content without the high costs associated with Western markets.
So when I got the opportunity to go and learn and see the world, let's say like the experience I had in LA taught me a lot. You know, it's not easy to go on the streets, but I survived. So this is Arnold. He's our new producer. You know, he's a composer and also a student, a university student.
Beyond Rwanda, Izere Arts and Media Hub seeks to connect with the global market. The center offers music production services, film scoring, and other creative services to international clients.
You know, so we can make beats for you. Let's say you're in the US and you need an affordable.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, ah. So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, ah, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we had not eaten, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny, like. So I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I? He said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you, make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. Say, then go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana Constitution or Italy. And then the lady said she told her that no, the person. And then the lady said she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to. And now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They're calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days. We're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And we're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually say. So that night, they put us in a hillock. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was... So I remembered what the other guy said at the... where we were. That there's no flight, anything, they deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere, you're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not something, sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to maybe hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main hillocks box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold. 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like, I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like, there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they will serve like 20 plates down, and then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice, and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that, please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them. It's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell, and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like, we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time, we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like, when you're giving something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throat from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine. For good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears, you cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me. Because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing, what are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain, you are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody in. And we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I'd rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mache, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house, plus at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time, she was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me, all the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart, and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was a very, I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours, that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me, because several times in between I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about, when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions, because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28 in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Lights, camera, fashion. As you can see, today I brought all the identity to the building. It's a Melted Head conference, and of course, you are watching. In short, no, you're not even watching. You're tuned to. You can see the really on Plus TV Africa. Now, if you want to flip that channel because you've seen all my go, I'll try it. See, my face will haunt you. Your TV will blow, your remote will explode. And because you're in Nigeria, your generator will Africa. We don't want that to happen. Plus TV Africa, the brand that puts a full stop at the top spot and we under promise must over deliver. If you like, I put it at their mind for my head.
first child in 2007.
How many children do you have?
I'm a mother of 5, ma. 4 boys and a girl.
Great.
So, I left because of domestic violence, like I said before. And since I left, he has never called for once to know how the children were faring out till this morning. He does not know what they feed on. When school was about to resume, I called him and told him, I said, school is about to resume. Should I bring the children over so they can continue with their school? He said he never asked me to take them before I took them. I said, should I bring them? Please, when I bring them, don't distribute the children with the mind that every weekend I'll be coming to take the children. He dropped the call on me and later called and said, they are your children. I thought you said you are the one feeding me. Can't you feed your children? That is why I'm here.
Ayo, what do you have to say to this?
Your Honor, everything she said are lies. Yes, it's true that we have 5 children, 4 boys, and a girl. I'm not the one violating her. She has been a fighter. She's impulsive. We've been managing like that. We're based in Bayelsa State. Spent 16 years there. When things changed for me, I discussed with my mother that it's like I want to...
What do you mean by things change for you?
As in financial status.
Okay.
I'm a builder. So I said I want them to come back home. Why stay back? Then she said she won't go alone because she has not been friendly with the family. They term her me and my husband. He's mine. I will move on like that. We came back 2023. Since then, things has never been the same. She made a statement that she has been the one feeding me, that I don't work. He said that to my mom. My mom called me over there. You are not like this. What happened? What am I hearing? Why would a woman be feeding you and you be out? I said, I cannot answer that. Thank God your grandson is by my side. I gave the boy the phone. Ask him anything you want to ask him. And she said, who has been paying your school fees? The boy said, my daddy. What about the house rent? My daddy. What about the feeding?
When was this?
2023. So we came back. Because of that, she had that thing in mind. And she said, my mom lied against her. I decided to come back with them. That when they settle down, I will go back. Since she has not been friendly with the family. We came back to the family house. It's true that the families are not there, but I have a place to stay there. We were 2 males, but one is gone. He died August last year. So I'm the only surviving male. We were staying there. People don't know I'm around. When they saw my children, you look like, where is your father? But they now know because of the quarrels. We live at Chagari Estate, Ikpaja, Limosho, A Zone, AB Street. If anybody go there right now, ask of Mommy Ayo, they will tell you who she is. It's true, she wasn't like that before. I cannot see a lioness, and I will enter the den. She wasn't like that before. And between me and her, I prostrated several times to ask, what have I done wrong that you have decided to treat me like this? She refused to say anything. Each time I decide to call her father, call him now. Femi Ajakai is nearby. Even my father that is late, there are some things that he would tell me. He told me that I cannot cross the line. If I can respect your father, why can't you respect your father? If I even mention his name, that I will report you to him. It has been like that. She fought with a lady in front of us. I was at work. They called me. When I came back, what happened? She said, look at her, she threw a bottle at me. Then the elders that were there said, no, don't listen to her like that, come. And they explained. You are fighting with a lady and you call your first son to come outside and beat the lady up. A lady of 24 years, my son is 16 years. Now 17 years. It's going to 18 years. The boy beat that girl. We started talking. We stopped talking in the house since April last year. As a builder, when I came back, I didn't have much client here. We started complaining of finances. Our brother introduced a security company that I should join them to be working. So I'm not going to do that. Amandi. And if I'm going to take that, I would rather do that on my own. I went and secured the job from another company. I was able to get a client that accepted 1 day off and 1 day in. If I go for the security company's work, 24 hours, coming back the next day, I'll pick my tools, go back to the site. I've been doing that. Still, she did not appreciate it. She rather said, now my work is disgraceful.
When did you start work there?
In this state now? February last year. No. February last year. So I worked with the security company for 6 months. I combined my work and the security company work together. I will not sleep. I'll go to my own work in the morning and come back at night. Because we don't talk, I'd rather sleep outside at the balcony. Probably when due comes, I decide to go inside. See now on the bed, she will move away from the bed and calm down. It has been like that. Your Honor, a day came and I was by her side, a call came in. If I've offended you, I've pleaded several times. This is humiliation. She said, that was my ex. And if my help is going to come from him, you will not stop me. That he was the one that dislodged me, and I have a baby for him. I said, is that a response?
The plaintiff, Olajuwon, to which he strongly disagreed. Things eventually degenerated and they ended up at the police station. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
We started arguing. And this is her character. She always wants people to hear her voice. We have neighbors. I'm a very shy person, but I thank God today that she's making me, at least, to be on set for the first time. On the 18th of December, we had an argument. And I told her this has to stop. If you're tired of me, let's bow. I cannot be staying at home. I mean, with you, we don't talk. There are some things that will bother me. I'd rather call my children. How old are they? My first son is 17. The next one is 14, like that. Not seeing happiness anymore. What has come over you? This is not my wife. That's what I told her. She said, you haven't seen anything yet.
It's not true.
And in Yoruba, she said, ó rò pé mi ò mọ nǹkan tí mo ṣe. Mo máa gbé wá, wàá dẹ̀ rí, and it will not be Charles alone.
That's not true.
That was when my first son stood up. Mommy, stop this. We were Christian. And we are Redeemer. And I heard that Gio said, my wife fed the house for 5 good years when I didn't have anything. It has been good before, and I believe it will be good again. She hit the boy on the face. Never used to interrupt when me and your father talking. We are playing the game. That was our response to the boy. If you dare that again, I will bleed you. That was when I stood up. You rather bleed me first before you bleed my son. She took a rolling pin that they use for snacks. Meat pie, the raw meat pie, flour. She wanted to use it on the boy. I decided to rush her. She ran outside.
That's not true.
That was the first time.
She wanted to use it to do what?
On the song.
That is not true. I can never harm my own child.
Worry. Let him finish, he'll respond.
That was when the first time neighbors would see me running after her in the compound. We have a gate anyway. I went back inside. Without anger, I just dressed up and went to work. I went to the site. Around after 12, I came back. I was inside when she came with her brother. And he said, Toba want to see you outside.
Said what?
She said, Toba, that's her brother, want to see me outside. Toba want to see me. Have you gone to bring Toba to come and beat me? I don't know the boy. I went outside with her. In front of me, she was telling Toba, Oni molokpe wa ko wa lu mi, ko wa lu. And truly, they did it that day. Both of them beat me. In my father's house, neighbors are there. The rolling pin, she used it on my head, while the brother used it on my chest. I was almost collapsing. There was no adult in the compound. I didn't know a little girl of 9 was inside the house. It was that girl that explained everything to her father. On their way going outside, I rushed them, both of them. I was about to end it with both of them. Threw us inside the gutter. It was a woman that shouted, AY, don't do that. It was then I said, my brother is gone. They came to kill me. See what she has done.
Ah, bundle of lies.
They now took that thing after that injury. They took that thing to the station.
Oh.
She and her brother took that rolling pin to the station because I retaliated.
How did you retaliate?
With a punch. They were with the weapon. I was not holding anything.
It's not. That's not trauma.
They were capitalizing on you beat your in-law. I'm also an in-law to them. They went to the station. They brought the policemen to come and arrest me. People were outside. People stood up for me anyway. But my wife was happy that they locked me there till the next day. On the 23, his younger brother called. I thought that would have been a better chance for her. Sending the two children away. And we have the talk. Yes, he locked me up. If we start stressing on it, people will say, is she not your wife? And that would have ended. But she decided not to say even sorry. She has never said sorry for once. I would be the one to say sorry to take that sorry back.
And I've always kneeled before you with tears, begging you. I will kneel down, begging him, until the day he made a statement in Yoruba. It was that day I told him,
of this life.
On that day, on the 8th.
And she started misbehaving. My sister came around. I went out. I didn't know what happened. When I came back, I saw two of them fighting.
Your sister and her?
My sister and her. She was saying a lot of things that people are around were even saying, you give back, you give back, give back for these people. That you have a bastard in your home, that's why you cannot give back to it. That you have a bastard in your home, that's why you cannot give back to it. For 3 years now. How does she know all this? If I can accept mine, you have used your tongue, your mouth, to spoil the family.
But your younger sister pointed finger at my own mother, pushing my mother's head. Your own younger sister pushed my mother's head.
You seem to have a very toxic relationship. Domestic
For 2 weeks
violence. Now. Just a minute, right?
For 2 weeks now.
I say you should wait.
Okay, okay, ma.
Just wait. It's really pathetic. And it's rather unfortunate that it has affected the family, and it seems you've pushed it down even to the children now. Is that not so?
This is a man I ought to support. He will be at home for 2-3 months with no single contract.
You know what?
I ought to support him, ma. I'll put on my head to oak.
Olajumoke.
You know, ma.
There's nothing either of you could do or have done for each other as is that of place to support each other. Because you are a couple, you are supposed to support each other. Do you understand? That's the way relationships should be. But how you got to this level, I don't know. And when it comes to domestic violence, it's a criminal offense and it's a no-no. Honestly, I'm glad that you guys are separated. Honestly. If truly you've got into the state that you are bringing out ruling pin, you are bringing out seasons on each other,
He's the one
then
that
keep quiet.
Sorry, ma.
that means you've gotten to the stage you should not be living together.
This matter continues to unfold in the next episode as Judge Fumi cross-examines both parties.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
When you want more, you add. When you add, it's Plus. There's nothing better than Plus TV Africa. My name is Jimmy Black and I endorse this.
Hello and welcome to VOA's The Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari, for Jackson Mvunganyi. Here's what we have got lined up for you this week. We'll look at some African creatives who receives nomination for the 97th Oscars. In the midst of ongoing war in Sudan, a 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed uses her rap music to entertain families and loved ones. Plus, a Kenyan tech company has found the use of plastic waste to print 3D models to help students in their learning. Hosted by South African comedian Trevor Noah for the 5th year in a row, the Grammy festivities were revamped to be part awards show and part fundraiser for the people affected by the recent wildfires in Los Angeles area, which killed 29 people and displaced thousands, including many musicians. It was a big night for Beyonce, who became the first black woman to win Best Country Album for Cowboy Carter, fresh off announcing her upcoming tour for the album. She also won Album of the Year for the same record, the first time she's won in that category despite being the most decorated Grammy winner. It was also an exciting night for Nigerian singer Tems, who took home the Best African Music Performance Award for her hit Love Me JJ, being only the second year that the category highlighting African artists has been introduced. Kendrick Lamar took home Record of the Year and Song of the Year for Not Like Us, a diss track in his feud with Canadian rapper-singer Drake. Pink Pony Club singer Shapiro Rowan was named Best New Artist. Meanwhile, Sabrina Carpenter won Best Pop Vocal Album for Short and Sweet, while Doechii became the third woman in Grammy history to win Best Rap Album for Alligator Bites Never Heal. The 97th Academy Awards, also known as the Oscars, are scheduled for March 2nd, and African creatives are among hundreds from different parts of the world who are anxious to see if they will win one of the prestigious golden statuettes. VOA's Mike Hove has more.
Now this year's nominees for Best Live Action Short Film. Alien.
African cinema is being recognized at this year's Academy Awards. Included in the nominees is South Africa's The Last Ranger, which has been nominated in the Best Live Action Film category. The South African film explores the dangers of rhino poaching while highlighting conservation efforts in the nation's Eastern Cape province. Cindy Lee, the director of The Last Ranger, says she's happy that the movie is receiving international attention because it helps expose the threat that rhino poaching has on several South African industries, especially tourism.
We have this huge problem in South Africa, rhino poaching. One rhino is killed every 15 hours in South Africa, and we've already lost over 10,000 rangers, who put their life on the line to try and protect the rhinos. So my brother wrote this beautiful short film. This is based very loosely. It's inspired by a true story. It talks to a lot of things, It talks to so many socioeconomic issues as well facing South Africa.
Studies released by the World Wildlife Fund showed that the population of black rhinos declined dramatically to fewer than 2,500 worldwide between 1960 and 1995. The international group says persistent conservation efforts across Africa have helped increase the black rhino population to more than 6,000. However, the WWF warns that the wildlife crimes, especially rhino poaching, to sell the horns illegally on the international market continues to plague the species and threaten recovery efforts.
Rhinos are about to become extinct. I think the black rhino is like right on the cusp of extinction. So that is the emergency situation we have right now, because if we don't stop this, we won't have rhinos. And if there are no rhinos, that could affect tourism. And if tourism collapses, South Africa could collapse. I mean, you have to understand the importance. South Africa's biggest source of income is its tourism.
African cinematographers are excited about the international success of The Last Ranger. They say the film's a paving way for the world to learn more about Africa and the talent that the continent offers. Lee echoes those sentiments.
The Tunda Choir is a beautiful choir out of Khayelitsha, and they are the vocalists in our film. Now imagine it's a Tunda Choir, nobody knows who they are. Then this film gets onto a platform like the Oscars, and when people, all these Academy voters are going to go, there are 10,000, I think, Academy voters, they're going to go and watch this film. 10,000 people are going to see the actors, producers, writers, directors. 10,000 potential people who are into music hear the Tunda Choir, and they reach out to the Tunda Choir and offer them work, and their lives change, and more people want that to happen, and then the ball starts rolling. So it is, we can change lives one film at a time.
In the 95-year-old history of the Academy Awards, only 3 African movies have won an Oscar in the Best International Films category. The first was Z, an Algerian movie produced in 1969. The second was Black and White in Color, a movie from Ivory Coast produced in 1976. And the last time an African movie won the Golden Statuette was in 2005, after the South African movie Tsotsi received the accolade. Mike Ove, VOA News, Washington.
In a makeshift shelter carved out of a schoolyard in eastern Sudan, 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed is using her rap music to bring comfort to families displaced by the country's ongoing war. Mohammed's love for rap took root for years, but the outbreak of war really brought it home, pushing her to start writing her own lyrics.
At a UN-sponsored space in the shelter, the young rapper known as Nana commanded the stage with electrifying energy. Laughter and claps echoed through the air as women and children swayed and twirled to the beat, defying a war that has gripped the country since April 2023.
I started listening to rap 4 years ago, and a few months after the war erupted, I started composing songs. Most of the songs I composed were for the place I love the most and where I grew up, which is Omdurman. I composed 3 songs about it.
The conflict in Sudan has claimed the lives of tens of thousands, uprooted over 12 million people, and pushed Sudanese to the brink of famine. Nana's fans say her songs resonate deeply.
I like her songs very much. They're all very nice. They make me feel happy. Her songs are very good, and her performance is also really good.
What I like the most is when people start singing, clapping and dancing with me. This makes me very happy. Even when I play songs other than rap, everybody comes. Everybody, young and old, they all come and dance with me. It's something wonderful and it boosts my self-confidence.
When the war erupted, Mohammed fled her hometown of Omdurman, the twin city of the capital Khartoum, with her family. Now residing in a secondary school in Port Sudan, she uses rap to articulate her grief and preserve cherished memories of home.
What inspired me the most to compose songs is listening to Sudanese rappers. I liked it. When the war erupted, this gave me an even greater drive. So I started composing rap songs, and now I have 9 songs that I composed myself. Of course, the biggest wish I hope for is for the war to stop, for me to be able to complete my studies and become a skilled surgeon and a famous rapper, to have a balance between the two, to be a surgeon and a rapper. It is difficult, I know, but I think I'll be able to do both. It's not a problem. I like the challenge.
Plastic waste accounts for 10 to 12% of all solid waste in Kenya. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, a Kenyan tech company is using plastic waste to print 3D models that help college students with their learning while reducing damage to the environment. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
These 3D models are made from recycled plastic waste. A 3D image is designed and uploaded into a machine, which then prints the desired model. EcoPrints Generation, a company in Mombasa, produces the models. They start with plastic pellets, which are heated at a steady temperature to produce filaments. The filaments are then fed into the 3D printer to produce various models. The demand for these models is growing, especially in the education sector.
Most of the people who have needed the use of the filament and the 3D printing products use them to teach and educate learners. It's a visual aid which is better as compared to just drawing a diagram on a blackboard or a whiteboard. And another industry which I've seen is people who are doing manufacturing. They tend to test out their prototypes. So that is another use which we've been leveraging on as well.
Kenya generates nearly 1 million metric tons of plastic waste each year, according to the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which the UN Trade and Development Organization, UNCTAD, helps to implement. Less than 10% of the waste is recycled, with the rest ending in giant trash heaps in the ocean or burned up, releasing harmful emissions into the atmosphere. GEL Industries is one of the few companies in Kenya that recycle plastic. The company processes the waste by breaking it into small pieces, then cleaning and sorting it by color and quality. Some of that plastic is then melted and turned into the pellets used for 3D printing. One of the EcoPrints key customers is Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, a college in Mombasa. Architectural students there use 3D models made from recycled plastic to showcase house structures and surrounding features like trees, cars and people. These 3D models have made teaching easier for lecturers and improved students' understanding of their coursework.
The 3D models, it has really helped us, as every time it comes in exam, it is really easy for you to remember what to do and what you have been taught by the teacher.
For now, EcoPrint generation prints only small and medium-sized objects, but they have ambitions to print bigger ones, such as a house that architecture students can use for their studies. Mohammed Yusuf, VOA News, Mombasa, Kenya.
Japanese adventurer Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town at the end of a more than 6,000 kilometers journey across Africa while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki began his African odyssey last summer in Kenya and has a large following on social media where he has shared regular updates of his adventures.
34-year-old Japanese Yuji Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town to end a more than 6,000-kilometer journey from Kenya to South Africa on foot while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki said it was a very good experience, despite some hairy moments like seeing a lion and a truck hitting his rickshaw.
So the lion on the road, we just came back village. Yeah, and then, so yeah, we are running together, so with any children in Tanzania. And then, so I broke my rickshaw so by hitting truck. Yeah, 2 times, but I'm still alive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, so when I was crossing like Namibia, nothing everywhere. That's why it's very difficult to get the water, to get the food. Yeah. I sleep outside every time. Yeah, man, that's a very good experience for me.
Suzuki was emotional as he thanked his supporters for their backing during his latest quest, which started in the Kenyan capital in July and took him through Tanzania, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia.
I'm really happy, yeah, to see you guys and then running together until finish line. I just want to say thank you so much.
Among his other journeys, Suzuki has already pulled his 2-wheeled cart from China to India for 2,500 kilometers and 5,100 kilometers across the United States, according to his website.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host today, Sunday Shomari. For more entertainment news, visit voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari, in for Jackson Mvunganyi. Here's what's on tap this week. Somalia's first female questioned, Shuki Osman Muse, is turning heads on the streets of Mogadishu. Exploring Namibia's Herero tribe through fashion designer McBride Kavari's mission to preserve their traditional attire. The Niger Market in Calgary, Canada celebrates the culture of African immigrants. And finally, a Kenyan company is transforming waste into art. Let's get started. But first, the 97th Oscars are just a few months away and nominations are in. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences announced Emilia Perez, the Spanish language story of a Mexican drug lord who transitions to a woman and starts a new life, has earned 13 nominations. While The Brutalist, which is about a Holocaust survivor and architect chasing the American dream, and The Wizard of Oz, prequel Wicked, picked up 10 each. African cinema is also being recognized at this year's 2025 Academy Awards. South Africa's The Last Ranger has been nominated in the Best Live Action Short Film category. Directed by Cindy Lee, the film delves into the challenges of rhino poaching and conservation efforts within South Africa's Amakala Game Reserve. This year's Oscars take place on March 2nd in Los Angeles, California. Stay tuned for the winners. 25-year-old equestrian Shukri Osman Muse has been turning heads on the streets of Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. Since taking up riding just last year, she has now become, according to her trainer, the conservative East African country's first female equestrian.
A strange sight appears on the streets of Mogadishu. A figure dressed all in black, including a cowboy hat, riding a horse through the beeping traffic of tuk-tuks and motorbikes. Stranger still in conservative Somalia, the rider is a woman, Shukri Osman Muse.
I am delighted to be the first female equestrian in the country. It was a dream of mine for many years. During that time, I faced numerous difficulties and challenges. There were no women in Mogadishu who had dared to pursue this path. I didn't even know where to find horses in the city. But despite these obstacles, I persevered and overcame them.
She only rode a horse for the first time in 2024, but now aspires to join Somalia's Equestrian Federation.
In the capital is a testament to this newfound peace.
Muse said she persevered and overcame many obstacles to achieve her dream despite societal and gender barriers in the predominantly Muslim country.
The Niger market in Calgary, Canada, showcases the cultures of African immigrants and serves as a place for communities to connect. Azuma Compaore has more.
In Calgary, Canada, the culture of the African diaspora is seen at the Niger market. Here, Nigerian and other African cultures and cuisines make up this vibrant indoor market. Olaide Fashola is one of the vendors. She shares soul food from Nigeria.
I have fufu. This is fufu, fresh and frozen from Nigeria. So I have zobo. This is zobo tea. It is made. It has a lot of ingredients, 100% organic. You come here, you network with, and meet a lot of people, a lot of vendors. It gives you childhood memory. So that's why I came here, to make sales and to mingle with people.
But it's not just about business transactions. Niger market event organizer Abiodun Adetu says it's also about how immigrant communities can thrive in new lands.
It's about community. Our children are happy because most of them haven't even gone back home. So coming here, they see it is a whole new game to them. And they're like, oh, is this how a typical African or Nigerian market looks like?
In its 2023 annual report,
Namibian fashion designer McBride Kavari is on a mission preserving the traditional attire of his ethnic Herero tribe, a small group of less than 6% of the population, by combining its distinctive style with some modern twists, which he says also represents who they are and where they come from.
From his humble windhoek workshop, McBride Kavari, Namibia's leading fashion designer, is keeping alive the love for the Herero people's traditional dress. Kavari's sewing room is piled high with seemingly ordinary fabric that he transforms with labor and skill into elegant and voluminous dresses called ohorokova.
I feel they fell in love with the dress. They are more in love with the dress. I know for sure every young youth, Namibian youth, or a Herero young lady is owning one or two dresses in their closet.
Kavari's designs may introduce modern twists, but they maintain the distinctive and conservative character of a garment believed to have its roots in the arrival of German missionaries in this arid southwestern African land in the early 19th century.
I felt like, you know, in order to keep the dress alive, it's when I definitely have to think outside the box and modify it and make it lovable for the youth and the young generation. Yeah.
Kavari always includes one or two ohorokova outfits in his collections. His creations have walked runways in China, Ethiopia, Ghana, and even Germany.
Fashion is not static. Fashion is something that, you know, we play around with what we have, what we think, we come with imagination.
I would like for people to hold on that Herero traditional way, because it's our life and it's our tribe. We can't change it.
It is not certain how Herero women came to adopt the Ohorokova, replacing the long hide aprons that they wore before. But the dress has endured despite the passage of time and its links to German colonization.
Basically,
Nairobi National Park, Nairobi National Park, James Gashuki and other artisans are busy recycling glass waste into these colorful products using the traditional art of glass blowing.
We have wine glasses, we have tumblers, we have assorted vases, we have jugs, we have sculptures also. And for custard items, we have dolls, which we use in making the furnitures and the panels.
Glass constitutes 2% of the country's waste, according to Kenya's National Environment Management Authority. Kitengela Hot Glass owner Anselm Cruz says the company recycles about half a ton of glass per day and more than 4,200 tons since it was founded over 3 decades ago.
Our mission was to place glass on the craft map of Kenya, and now we're working on doing that further afield.
The process begins with the collection of scrap glass, which is then sorted by color, cleaned, and left to dry. The dried glass is fed into a furnace and left to melt overnight at nearly 1,200 degrees Celsius.
In the morning we have a big bath of molten glass that's like a bowl of soup, and from that we will gather and pull out the glass that we need, and the same, so honey principle, if you stick a spoon into honey and turn it and it pulls out a bit of honey, that's exactly what we're doing with the glass, except hotter and bigger. Then when you have that lump of stuff on the end of your blowpipe, that's when you start shaping and tooling and pulling and controlling it into whatever the object is that you want to make.
The results are these glittering glass products that attract local and international clients. South African-based Kenyan sculptor Stanislaw Trebinski has exhibited in the United States and elsewhere. He worked with Kitengela artisans on pieces for a new exhibition.
I mean, I think it allows people access to a very high-end product at a very affordable price. I mean, if you understand what goes into it. I certainly have benefited greatly from it.
And Kitengela Hot Glass says the environment benefits as they turn waste into something beautiful. Juma Majanga, VOA News, Kajiado, Kenya.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host for today, Sunday Shomari. For more entertainment news, visit voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next week, goodbye, everyone.
Said education is a cornerstone of the Themes Plus agenda.
The commissioning was greeted with a palpable excitement which swept through the community of Koshofe in Ikorodu. The event, which took place at the newly constructed facility within the Ikorodu Education District, drew a crowd of enthusiastic students, parents, educators, and community leaders. The highly anticipated ceremony aims to enhance the learning environment for students in the area. Governor Sanwo-Olu, during his keynote speech, emphasized the importance of education as a cornerstone for personal and national development. The newly commissioned facility includes 12 classrooms designed with modern amenities to foster a conducive learning atmosphere. This, he said, is in line with his administration's commitment to providing quality education for students in Lagos State.
To celebrate a transformative investment into the future of our children, the future of our community, the future of our state. The commissioning here, one of the 16 schools that will be handing over today, tomorrow. Here we are the Keme Balogun Senior and Junior College, which is meant to herald the commissioning of schools across different parts of Lagos. For the avoidance of doubts, the 16 schools that have been ready are in Awori Junior College, Ojo, Hubert Junior High School in Mushin, Ipara Junior College in Majiyegbe, Mainland Junior Secondary School in Fadeyi, St. Luke's Junior Secondary School in Bariga, State Junior High School in Iberekodo, Badagry, Tangli Community Grammar School, also in Badagry.
As part of the commissioning, the governor encouraged students to strive for academic excellence and take full advantage of the resources available to them.
In the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did wrote to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them. I want to make the promise that before the end of this year, We want to go back into that place and build for them a senior secondary school. That community deserves every support of government. I'm also happy that we're here at Ibeshe, another important community in Ikorodu division, where we're handing over a brand new edifice into your senior secondary school, reconstructed blocks into your junior secondary school, but more importantly, also sporting facility, which all of them will be handed over here today. We're happy that, as you've all said, we can keep all of our promises. The Introtech block that has to give way for the sporting grounds has also been rebuilt. We believe we're part of the world. And the only way you can keep to a 30-year development plan is ensuring that education is part of that cornerstone. Education is part of the fiber that will make that 30-year plan a reality for you. And so we're on that trajectory. We are on that irreversible commitment at ensuring that under our Teams Plus agenda, education continues to remain an important cardinal objective, a cardinal pillar that we'll continue to deliver on. We've seen and we've heard here today that our Ikorodu and Ibeshe people, they want a lot more. We are always encouraged when our people come forward and they thank us for what we have done, and they make requests for additional things for us. We say that they make those requests because they believe in our capacity to do it for them. And as they will say that as Oliver Twist, they always must ask for more. And that's why you have a forward-looking government. We will never be shy away from responsibility. We will not shy away from being challenged to do more for your people. Because that's the essence of why we're in government. For us to listen to our communities, for us to listen to our community leaders, and for us to take feedback that the things that we're doing that you are happy with, but the additional things you want us to do for life to be meaningful and to make the real social economic needs for our people. And so I've heard it very loud and clear, Honorable Aro, what you require. And all your idobales have been taken. I heard it loud and clear, Honorable Shesondaini and all the other chairmen, what you want us to do. We believe that you have challenged us because you believe you have the capacity and will not disappoint you. The roads that you are talking about, we are doing it, but it's just that you want us to fast track it. You want us to do more so that it becomes usable and habitable. The schools that you have mentioned, we're doing it, but you want us to fast track it. You want us to do more. That's okay. We will do it, and we will take the positive feedback back to Alausa. And some of the managers and the owners of resources are here. Thankfully, I can see the GM procurement is here. I don't even know that he's an indigent. So it's from Ikorodu. So when we give him assignment and procurement takes 3 months to bring it out, you've challenged one of your sons now. That procurement on the Jede Road, let it come out in 2 weeks so that the people, your people, can receive the full benefits of not delaying in procurement. Cabinet member, am I wrong? Thank you very much. So please, make sure that all of the procurement procedures, are attended to spontaneously and adequately. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all of our traditional fathers, community leaders that are here, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for believing in our government, for holding faith with us, for encouraging us, for showing us the encouragement that we require to continue to do the improvements in your community. Driving down to this place, I can see that the housing estate just down the road, the Bobby Benson, the BOB Benson, exactly, the phase 2 of it I didn't even know that we have roofed all of those houses there. That estate there is going to add almost 800 new flats into the stock of housing estate that we have. And I was impressed that we've done the roofing. We're just going to go into finishing and to hand over the project to the citizens, and several others that you know are happening around Ikorodu and its environs. We want to say to you that for us as a government, the challenge is that we want to do more. We want to do a lot more. But some of the issues that we have is adequate resources. We want to say to you that for as long as those resources come, we will implement our budget at 100% performance. And the benefit will be to you. We'll continue to remain accountable. We'll continue to remain dedicated to all of the promises that we have given to you. Today is about the education sector, and we want to thank you. We want to encourage you because it's not just for us to build infrastructure for you. We want that to be reflected on the percentage of passes that we see coming out from the schools that we're giving this infrastructure to. We have seen a positive trajectory. The pass on WAEC, on maths and English and 5 credit is going up. We want it up the more. We want it up the more to all our teachers. I know that I usually do a yearly award for you to show to you, to compensate you, to encourage you. We'll do one this year again to give you all of the encouragement that you require. But to whom much is given, much is also expected. I'm challenging Keme Balogun that in this year's WAEC exam and all these schools, I don't want anything less than 80–85%. And that is a challenge that I want. Oh, you are even giving me 90%. I'm saying that give me 80–85 minimum, and I am okay. So the recorders are recording it that you are committed to 100%. But 85% is good for me.
Chairman Special Committee on Repair of Public Schools, Hakeem Smith, while giving an overview of the construction of the school, said the deplorable condition of the school was brought to the attention of the governor, who immediately ordered repair work to be carried out.
When I assume officer, I will have 12 primary schools in Igbogbo Bayeko SCDA. As it stands now, I've given birth to three new ones, and I have 15 primary schools in Igbogbo now. Why I have to do that is because those rural areas don't have facility to come into public primary schools in the urban and the town. So we want to appeal to you, sir, that this secondary school was established in 1980. We have another primary school very close to us here that was established in 1922. The only secondary school that we are to substitute this in this ward is very big, it's Ward C4. It is our leader now, Ashipakali Olusonya, with the community effort that are building a new secondary school. The council has equally assisted in a little way, and we still want to appeal through scripts with your approval, sir, that we need your support, because the location, this is the only secondary school in this area, and the location is so far that if we did not give birth to another secondary school in that place, we'll be depriving the children of about 7,000 to 8,000 voters that equally voted for you and me, sir. Opportunity to public education. We want to thank you and want to appreciate you. I know you are a working governor, you are a listening governor. God bless you. God bless you, sir.
The buildings were dilapidated. They were in a state of despair. And I put on my thinking cap. I knew the workings of the Lagos state government. I know your capacity, Mr. Governor. I've seen your wonderful jobs.
Earlier in his welcome address, the Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Tolani Ali Balogun, said the simultaneous inauguration of new 16 blocks of classrooms across the state was a demonstration of the governor's commitment to providing top-notch education to Lagosians.
To be here today, in spite of busy schedule, this statement highlights your unwavering devotion to education.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a strong testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students. To our dear students, teachers and parents, I am proud to say that this is a new infrastructure. It's a direct result of our collective efforts to provide a conducive learning environment. This state-of-the-art facility will not only enhance academic excellence but also provide opportunities for our students to develop their physical and social skills. The ultra-modern blocks of classrooms are equipped with the latest technology and amenities designed to create impactful and interactive learning experience. The mini football pitch and multi-purpose sports courts will provide our students with a safe and healthy environment to engage in physical activities, promoting teamwork, discipline, and sportsmanship.
The commissioner said the structures would not only enhance academic excellence but also provide a conducive environment for students learning.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has charged the newly sworn-in permanent secretaries to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, accountability, and commitment to good governance. Sanwo-Olu, alongside the Lagos State Head of Service, Bode Agoro, made these remarks during the swearing-in of 8 new permanent secretaries at the Lagos House, Ikeja. The governor emphasized the need for excellent service delivery in line with his administration's theme's developmental agenda.
These appointments are vital at ensuring the efficiency and the continuity of our service, whilst also reflecting our ongoing commitment to fostering excellence and maintaining high standards within the public service. The rigorous selection process, which the head of service also has said, usually leads to what we have here today. But I must say that even outside of the process, some of them have been defining. They've had all sorts of divine interventions, and some have actually really earned it. Let me also remind you that governance is a collective effort. While you are leaders in your own right, your success depends on the collaboration of both your colleagues and the citizens of Lagos at large. Listen to feedback, engage stakeholders constructively, and always prioritize the common good above personal interest. Certainly want to congratulate you again. I want to assure you that this administration will continue to support your individual and collective aspiration. We'll give you wings to fly on. We'll give you space to soar higher. We'll give you room to navigate.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Oyedoku. Bye-bye now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed, and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're watching Sports Business with Olufo Ezaga, and the station, of course, is Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. Today, we have a very special guest in the studio, and if you're in the sports broadcast space, sports media, you don't want to miss the next 45 to 50 minutes because there's a lot you're going to hear, a lot of insightful things you're going to hear that could change the way we look at sports and probably even open up a business opportunity or two for you or your organization.
Today we're going to be talking about sports broadcast media. And in the studio with me is somebody who should know. Her experience in the contemporary lingo is pro max when it comes to sports broadcast media. I'm talking about Mrs. Chichi Nwoko. She is the founder of What Media Group, and she's the CEO of Team 33 Production. They do a lot of stuff, a lot of production work for sports properties in Nigeria, as well as, you know, in other sectors like entertainment and whatnot. She's going to be talking about all of that on the program today. Now, as is the nature of this program, I've told you what you're up against, and we're going to be taking a very, very short break, just about a minute or so, so that gives you time to get some water, invite a friend or two to join you on this watching this program. And when we return, the business begins. You're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufo Ezagan. You're watching Plus TV Africa. We're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos, right? So now I'm going to introduce our special guest in the studio today. She's the enigmatic entrepreneur behind What Media Group, and she's the CEO of Team 33 Production. Welcome to the studio, Chichi.
Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure, actually, that you're here. Thanks for honoring the invitation.
You.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you do a lot of work for sports in Nigeria, right? But before we get down to all of that, let's meet the story behind the person that we're seeing right now. You know, first and foremost, maybe we'll talk about what sports broadcast production is, and then we'll talk about the story of Chichi Nwoko.
Okay. So, I mean, sports production essentially runs the gamut from either live, right? So whether you're covering a football match, a boxing match, you can cover it live, you can cover it and play it back. But we know the essence of sports is having that live feel, right? It's like a reality show. You need to know the end, right? But there's a lot of things around sports that can be covered. I mean, there are documentaries, right?
Okay.
I think that there's a big gap in the market in terms of being able to, you know, we have news programs, for instance, that have news highlights every day. But, you know, I think that with news media, it's also then being able to identify young local talent, right? I remember as a young kid growing up in the States from high school, they were already looking at, okay, who had the potential to make it pro?
Yeah.
So by the time, let's say Kobe Bryant, right? You can go back to when Kobe was 16 because they were following that story since he graduated, you know, from high school to college to professional, right? So sports is encompassing, right? And more than the live sports itself, I think the stories behind the sports, the business of the sports. And so as a continent, as a country, we're still yet to even scratch the surface of everything that it can be. But at the core, you know, what I tell people is that sports essentially is entertainment, right? And in a world that is going to be disrupted by everything AI, sports might be that last thing, right?
Standing.
Because people, if you've ever been to a football match, a big stadium, 80,000 people, there's an energy, right, that is addictive, right? That no amount of technology, AI is going to fix that, right? So capitalizing on just even, you know, there's a live production aspect of it that goes on television, but there's everything that happens in the stadium, that whole experience, right? That working in this space, once again, huge opportunities, right? So people can look at it and say, well, you know what, our infrastructure is not where it needs to be. The stadiums aren't full. We don't have the concession stands and everything around them. One of the big opportunities is the fact that those are all areas for growth, areas for opportunity.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's basically the thing in media that, you know, I personally find a bit interesting. Like somebody said on this program, incidentally, that sports is only a business today when media gets in. That before media, it's all just social activity. Yes. But once media gets in, then the whole world is part of that experience, and your numbers just explode and all of that. You know, but what is your story? You know, how did you get into because, you know, why am I asking? First, you're a woman.
Okay.
And I mean that in a good way.
I couldn't tell. Okay, no, I'm kidding.
And I mean that in a good way. So yeah, you're a woman. This is a male-dominated field. But I heard something that you said, look.
One of 6 kids, one late, but 6 kids, all boys,
Wow.
right? So I'm the only girl. I'm also a parent of 2 boys, right? And, you know, I think my father was very intentional in terms of always pushing me to be better than my brothers. He never said, well, because they're a woman, do less. He was like, actually, because they're a woman, I expect more. Right? There was never, okay, yeah, a girl, do this, right? Everybody did chores. Everybody did what everybody was supposed to do. So I never actually saw sex, right? Like, okay, yes, I wanted a sister and everything else, but, you know, being around men, I don't think to myself, okay, they're all boys, because I'm very familiar in those settings, right? I mean, there are times that I would say, like, over the summer, my brother's friends would come over and it would just be all men around the house, right? And so thankfully to them, they also treated me like, once again, a boy. So if they roughed themselves up, I was liable to be thrown across the living room as well. So, you know, I think that foundation definitely helped, because I didn't grow up seeing who I was as something different, right? From a traditional standpoint also, because I was the only girl and the first girl, my parents always made it that, you know, you're the ada, you're the glue that holds the family together. So if there's any issues, we're coming to you, right? So if anything, I was always then the leader anyway, right? And so I'll talk about how that translates into
what you're doing,
what I do today. But, you know, I started my journey at about 16, 17. And initially I started in the entertainment space, working as an intern for the talent coordinator for the Apollo Theater in New York. And once again, I think that I'm grateful to her, because oftentimes, if you've been in this industry, right, there can be a situation, for instance, where you're not available, right, but you need to go live at 3. They might call the camera guy, sit down, let's go, right? And so that experience over 4 or 5 years gave me a lot of experience in terms of just saying, Chichi, we're going live on this day at this time. We need X amount of talent. Go and fill it. They didn't tell me how to do it. It was just results, right? And I knew I couldn't come back with excuses. So in terms of just being a problem solver, right? That was my first foray into the media space. I also had spent some time as an intern. So I tell a lot of young people, you don't go from 0 to 100, right? So it's very, very important. If this is something that you want to do, spend your time understudying people. It may not necessarily be a paycheck, but, you know, I think that the education and exposure is just incredible. And so my first main internship after working at the Apollo was at CBS in Washington, D.C. And tell me when you need to go on a break.
No problem.
So I started off as a consumer affairs intern, meaning I was logging tapes. If they needed me to go and do pickups, I would go and do that. However, you know, so at the time, this time I was probably between 17, 18. Across the hall from me was the sports department. And the main reporter was a former NFL player. And so when I would have downtime, I would go and be like, so what do you guys do? And they're like, don't worry, you can come with us, right? And so that was my first major exposure into live sports. Obviously, they were covering it from a highlights angle, because they were getting sound bites for the local news. So I would go with them. Sometimes I was pulling cables or whatever they needed, right? Maybe it's going and telling the next player, please, we need you for an interview, and getting them on standby. But I went to basketball games and soccer games and hockey games. And that was my first interest into sports. I'll fast forward. I spent about 8 months, right? But I think that for me, what was interesting were
the numbers of viewers, right, watching sports, and the money that was being commanded, right, from just one Super Bowl event, right, that would be sold out weeks or months in advance, right, and all the activities and planning that went into that, right. Fast forward to 2010, I moved back to Nigeria, and my first job, and the person responsible for bringing me back was a gentleman called Rotimi Pedro.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yes.
He's been here before.
Okay, so I initially came back to work on Idols, and that's what I did, right? Run his entertainment. He was launching the entertainment arm of his business called OMI. Okay. But I was sitting right next to sports again, right? So as you probably know, they had the World Cup rights at that time for free to air. They had EPL rights. They had all kinds of sports rights, right? And so it was kind of working with them, working and seeing how they commercialized it, but then even also creating activities and events around the sports franchise locally. So I did that, went back into entertainment, right, because that's my core. So I produced a few films and television shows until 2016, 17. Kwese Free TV, they had a sports arm, and I was called to run the TV channel. Now, given my experience in working in television and everything, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll help to kind of stand it up and what have you. But then when I got in there, right, Kwese had franchises like Matchroom Boxes, so we did a lot of activations around Anthony Joshua when he had his big matches back then, or big fights back then. We had Carabao Cup, we had, you know, free to air for Premier League as well, and NFL. So the sports offering was enormous. At that point, I was also very instrumental in working to get airline sponsorships for the bobsled team. I don't know if you remember the bobsled team. Yes, exactly. But you know what that opportunity exposed me to was the amount of people doing things in sports and the paucity of platforms. So they just had one platform to get it out, right? And so every day I would just be getting content owners and producers, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do, how to help you. But because most of our content was coming from South Africa, right? So I was still trying to fight for us to create openings within our schedule to support some of these local talents. As you know, back then, Kwese had also sponsored our local basketball team, even though, you know, there were some issues around that. Yes, around the league. So during that time, one of the things I got involved with was the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon, right? So Mr. Buki Olakwade, who is incredible, he has been a supporter, and you know, he came to our office and just said, hey, listen, you know, we want to do end-to-end live of the marathon, right? And before then, they'd always just done a little bit of the beginning and not really, you know, the whole thing. And he said, can you guys do it? And I said, absolutely, we can do it, you know. And luckily, one of our directors that we work with, we usually fly in, has incredible experience with Olympics and marathons. You know, so initially we had to bring, you know, a lot of that international talent to help. But I'm proud to say that, you know, we've been off and on covering the marathon between ourselves and Supersports. But as of this year, right, we did the whole thing with just local crew. Wow. Right? And so we've been doing things like the African Sports Festival, right? We've been doing the championship athletics. We're also going to be doing the Gateway Games, which is coming up very soon, with Anthony Joshua again as a host, not as a host, as an ambassador for the Gateway Games. So just even in terms of working with him and all the exciting things that he looks to do in the boxing space. We did the African Military Games in Abuja as well. And what you realize is that there is a lot happening, locally, and there's a gap.
Okay, so I'm going to take something that you said, you know, because it's why this program is in existence. Yeah, and it is that at Team 33 production, we believe that, you know, opportunity abounds in Nigeria's sports sector. Therefore, we're passionate about showcasing and celebrating local sports and homegrown talent. Now, we were talking earlier, and we said, look, sports business is local. You have to win the local game before you go international. All right. So the NBA, for instance, is local to
absolutely.
the US. The EPL is local to the British people and all of that. And here we still have, look, we're a nation, 230 million people, people who, with a very young population, all right? We're just, I thought, we're probably the world's last major sports business opportunity.
Absolutely,
all right?
yeah.
How are you guys, is this what you see? And what do you think, how do you think 33 Production can advance, this new call for sports as business, as opposed to sports as just social activity?
Yeah. I mean, we were talking earlier, there's something about getting sports on television. There's something about getting live coverage done. This is our third year of working with the MPFL.
Okay.
And I can say that year in, year out, you can feel it getting better, right? You can feel things getting smoother. The collaboration with both the league chairman and the NFL officials, they understand it now. They understand the importance of it. I think that, there's certain things that have obviously gone into place in terms of the management, but just people knowing that there are cameras around, that if you wanted to do anything dodgy, that there are all kinds of lenses that would look at you, right? So you have referees that don't want to be seen in a certain light. Players want to do their best. Coaches want to do their best. So it does change the game. There is this amazing documentary on Netflix, not Netflix, sorry, on Amazon Prime, called Fever Pitch. And it's quite interesting because it details the history of the Premier League starting almost 30 years ago. And it's not very far from what's happening here, right? It was Rupert Murdoch coming in, obviously back then putting, I think it was $30 million, right? That really changed the game and changed the narrative. Sometimes, I think we're also very hard on ourselves. Right? There are instances where we have done live coverages where, I know there was one match that we covered in Enugu. I think the capacity is about 25,000 and there were like 30,000 people there, right? The narrative sometimes is, our leagues, they're not serious, nobody comes to the stadiums, but a lot is changing, right? So even with the Premier League, they used to call them all these horrible things. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the footage of the league about 30 years ago. There was fighting, the stadiums were horrible, everything was bad, right? So there's nothing that is unique to Nigeria. I think that if it's properly funded, right, if the right private capital comes in, then it changes things, right? Media is a big deal. It took a Rupert Murdoch that owns Fox and Sky to come in, make that investment, put it on television, market it, change the narrative to get the league to where it is today, right? So it's just ourselves being intentional about that. Now, what we have to figure out is how we create a space in the sports sector for private equity to come in, or private companies to come in.
You think that's the future?
It has to be. It has to be, right? Government is great, right? And I think their support in the space has been as a social impact, right? How do we get people off the streets, right? How do we keep young people engaged with sports? But sports is business, right? And so when you're looking at sports as an impact initiative and a business initiative, they're at odds, right? So if you have people coming in and investing real money, then for them, it's not just making sure that, okay, the kids went out and they played. It's no, they won. Are we selling these players? How are we marketing these players? How are they eating? Exactly. And I can't even carry this conversation further without giving massive credit to our principal, who's our huge investor in Team 33, Mr. Kunle Shoname, and the Cooker Holding Family Office. He, as a private individual, has invested heavily in sports. Doesn't really speak about it because for him, it started off once again as a social initiative.
Yeah.
Let's get kids off the street. Let's get them engaged, right? He built a massive property that's kind of like an academy that has about 5-6 pitches. I know that they're building
in
Ikene, exactly.
Okay.
I don't know if you've been there.
Yeah.
And so not only do they have a team that's part of the MPFL, Remo Stars, they also have a young team. Right?
They're going to be champions.
Yes.
I'm hoping they're champions.
Yes, you know, beyond limits. They do trainings with all age groups, right? And these are people that he's paying for their school, they're feeding, they travel all across the world playing, and winning, right? So it's not just then the sports, it's also their health, their mental well-being, and making sure that they're educated, right? He's understood it. Right. I mean, I think that last year they sold one of their players to Inter Milan, and I think the club was waiting 2 years for the kid to turn 18. As the kid turned 18, they landed in Ikene to come and carry him. I want to say that they've probably sold about 14, 15 players.
These are things that I would like to. Would really like to have figures to these things so that people better understand. The value of sports business.
Absolutely.
Like, for instance, there's a story going around that says that in 2024, I think, 2024, he sold players to the tune of about 3.8 million euros. That's the story. And nobody has denied it. Do you get?
So I'm not here to confirm or deny, but I can tell you that players are being sold.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not only are they being sold, there are some that are, I know there are 2 that got admitted into a university in Ohio, just because of their skills, right? And once again, they have a system, and once again, Chairman doesn't really like to talk too much. He's more in terms of the work, right? He's passionate about it. If you talk to him, he'll tell you he has retired. He's there in the morning watching the kids play. He's there in the evening watching the kids play. It is something that it's a passion project, right? But what people will see is, okay, to the tune of 3.2, that's how much he sold. But he started this journey about 14 years ago, right? So sports investment is a long game, right? I'm sure during that course of time, they've made many mistakes. It's not everybody that they sell, right? And so it is a passion project that turned into, oh, wow, okay, we can actually make money off of this, right? He's now expanding into seeing what's available even in the boxing space. He's just signed
into projects like yours.
Exactly.
How did you get this 33 production off the ground? Because this is getting investors into a sports business idea, and it's not very easy in Nigeria. This is not something you founded with your money. What by that I mean, you're not the one who put up, like, say, 60-70% of the funds. How did you manage to get investors interested in a broadcast production company in an environment that is highly risky?
I think that, you asked about first my story, right? You have to crawl before you walk.
Okay.
And even when you look around, I think, especially in these spaces, it's very easy to say, well, we don't have this and we don't have that, we don't have this. When I did the marathon and most of the sports events, I didn't have anything, right? I thank the DG of NTA that was very charitable. Not charitable, but, we had to pay, right? But the fact that they allowed us use their trucks, that was a start, right? And sometimes people just have to see the traction, the quality, right? The fact that even with those resources, we'd covered FIFA matches as well and CAF matches, it was an easier conversation, because what happened, it was actually then people that I had done work for that now connected me, right? To now say, okay, how do we, with the Kuka family office looking to see how they could do more and invest more in the space. And the beautiful thing about Mr. Kunle Shoname and his family office is that they understand the power of media, right? I mean, we're talking about the owners of, Bet Naija, which I consider the #1 media platform. in Nigeria, right? I mean, they're either between number 1 or 3 in terms of most visited sites, right? So I think when you are in that space and you're seeing that people are actually just betting on sports, right? It's a no-brainer, right? And they're betting because they're seeing it, right? They're watching the matches or what have you. So having somebody that was already passionate and understands the power of media and the power of broadcast, and like you said, you know, the trajectory of sports only changes when you have the productions and when you have the live productions, right? And then we also have a second investor, Chapel Hill Denham as well, who understand the power and the need for distribution, right? So has it been an easy journey? Absolutely not, right? But I think that in everything, no matter how difficult a situation is, people are always looking for value, right? And if you're able to show what you can do with a little, then it's easy to say, you know what, if I had this and this and this and this in place, what more can we do? So we're still on the journey, you know. Thankful to the entire team, you know, over the years that I'd worked with, that make it possible every day, right? To go out and cover 4 live matches. I don't think that MPFL has ever been at that point where on one weekend we'll be covering matches in the north, we cover matches in the south. So we push ourselves to try to get.
Isn't that a logistical nightmare?
You know, like you said, you know, after you do something a few times, you know, you're like, okay, you just kind of get used to it, right? And what we realized is that training was very, very important, right? So if you don't have sports coverage every weekend or every week, then you realize that you don't have the operators, right? I mean, there are some times when, you know, you would be asking for a director and they would tell you we have 3 proper live sports director in this entire country, right? Proper replay, right? Maybe 4 people, right? So we then launched T33 Academy to start training people, right? And one of the things that we try to do is reach out to different schools, right? When we go to different states, we would try to get young people there. But, you know, we live in a very different time as well, right? But as much as possible, when we can find young people that are interested and passionate about getting into the industry, we create opportunities for them.
You know, it's been a brilliant half hour. And it's a good thing that you talked about the opportunities that are open to young people. Just recently, I was discussing, just today actually, a young guy who says the fact that we have proven that we can produce world-class talent in this country. And then there's the economy that we have that's sizable. And then finally, the global integration of Nigerians, all right? So this is, you know, stuff that you can turn to, you know, some crazy money. If there's 230 million, if we target, say, even 200, even 100 million people around the world, and you get $1 for each one of those people for a 1-year period, that's some serious money. You know, how do we make that possible? And I suspect that what you're doing now is fundamental to that. So,
yes, you know, I think looking at our population is one way, right? But I think that there are many ways to skin a cat.
Okay.
And sometimes just looking at our population can be a little bit deceptive. Netflix looked at our population and Amazon looked at our population. And when they came, they were like, the math is not mathing, right? So how we treat our how we treat our entry to the market in terms of sports has to be very different, and it's very possible. I think the first thing that we need to do is build a viable product, right? And the truth of the matter is that our audience goes beyond Nigeria, beyond Africa. We need to look at our sports as a global export, right? The same way that we're consuming Premier League and NBA and all these, you know, La Liga and everything else, right? So what they're looking, if they just looked at just their market, they would struggle, right? Even a FIFA, like you build a product that has a global audience and you're selling off of those numbers, right? So it's less than just your $1 from every person living in Nigeria. But given my experience, I would dial it back and ask key players, right, which are HNIs, right, and even the government to a certain degree, to really look at how we can create a product that one can export. And it starts from our stadiums, right? I often tell people, listen, we can use 12K cameras, right? If the stadium is the stadium, we'll just make it, we'll give you high quality patchy grass. We can't change those things, right? So just general infrastructure, general maintenance, just looking at, I mean, the fact that we only have one FIFA approved stadium in this whole country, which is the stadium in Uyo, says a lot about how seriously we're taking the sector, right? So we just need to look at first the general infrastructure, because I think that fixing that takes us 50-60% of where we need to be, right? So that means that your pitches are on par. That means that you have the proper lighting facilities so that we can have more matches covered, right? So whether you have lights, for proper working lights, proper power, right? To bring production costs down, do the stadiums have fiber, right? Which is where a lot of the international stadiums are going to, right? So you're collapsing your cost of satellite and everything else, and then you're able to then even do more broadcasts from one place, right? So not only are you doing the National League, but you're doing the lower leagues as well, right? And you're thinking about the entire value chain, right? And giving them, you know, the limelight required, right? So I think that's the first thing, is making that investment. And you can't go to, okay, how can we make billions if you haven't fixed these things, right? I think one thing that had to change, even, you know, just using the EPL that it was called then as a case study, was the experience, right? You know, then when it's safe, right? When you've created an environment and an ecosystem that families can come to, people can go and relax, right? Now they're saying, okay, you know what? I'm going to take 10% of my income and just, this is my time, right? But I think that for this market where FX and, you know, our currency is struggling, right? One of the key things that is being overlooked, right, is that once you have the correct infrastructure, you have the correct broadcast, right? You have the correct marketing and stories around the league, because that's also very critical, right? A big economy that is probably even bigger than, so the two things that really drive the sports business, right, are one, selling the players, right? And those are things that we can do even now, right? So first you have to be paying the players competitively, so you have the best people staying, so you have the best teams, like, so you're also giving good football, right? Imagine if we were at a space where, as I was saying earlier, Osimhen was playing, and I could go locally. I don't have to go and watch him.
Or the next Osimhen.
Or the next Osimhen, right? How do we use media and publicity to find that? You know, Lookman is playing. But in Europe, right, they can go to their stadium today and find their best players, right? So if they've had a chance to go and, you know, see Messi or Ronaldo, or there's one player that my kids are crazy about, or a few, right? And then even from that, you see the gaming aspect of it. And so there are many other verticals, all the merchandising. You know, if you go to a stadium and let's say Messi is playing, I'm just using an example, right? 40,000 people have gone and bought a jersey that's about $80,000, right? And that's just the ones that are there, not the ones that didn't make it, that just want to be in the bar watching, right? So the economy is a lot more than what we're even seeing. And I think that our local leagues have that power, right? They've done it before, right? So the likes of Daniel Amokachi, right, and so many of his era came from our local leagues, right? But somehow along the way, we kind of lost it, right? So right now what we're saying, we're not saying that this has never been done. We're saying we need to get back to first where it was and make it better.
Okay, there's a question I'd like to ask here. You talked about infrastructure.
Yes.
And the question I'll always ask people is, let's take football, for instance, the MPFL.
Yeah.
If somebody comes to you and says to you, let's invest in infrastructure for our matches.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What are you going to be looking at? Are you going to be looking at potential, or you're going to be looking at what's on ground, i.e., see, you guys can't even fill the 5,000 stadiums you have, capacity stadiums, and you want me to build 10,000, 20,000 and make it really, what's the guarantee that if we build these stadiums, the product itself becomes addressed? Isn't it that we should build the products, and then the investor says, okay, this Rickety Stadium still having full capacity, then let's build it.
I'll throw the question back at you. How do you build the product?
Sorry?
How do you build the product?
First, tell the stories. You talked about storytelling, yeah? And there's actually, I dubbed one of your stuff. If my producer can give me the thing that you said about storytelling. Okay. You know, you see, make the stories, tell your African stories, but make them, globally compelling.
Absolutely.
The thing is, when people watch football, this is just a personal opinion, when people watch sports, is it the sport that they watch or the stars that they follow? Do you understand? So, for instance, you talked about Messi. If he's playing, 40,000 shirts go off the shelves, right? But if you take out Messi from that equation, the 40,000 shirts stay where they are, all right? And I think the big problem we have in Nigeria is that's it. How do we tell this story in a way that is both authentically African and universally compelling? That's what you said. Yeah. So how do we tell our stories? Yeah, in such a way that, I think that the ordinary Nigerian fan knows that he's not going to walk into Onikon Stadium and see Emirates London quality. Yeah, but if he understands the players like you have said, if we see the next Osimhen is going to play, and we're all saying this guy is going to be the next big thing, this guy is going to be the next Rashidi Yekini and all of that, people follow these guys and then you follow them to these facilities, right? And I think that's where the real problem of Nigerian sports is. We have champions in Nigeria,
but we're not amplifying their stories.
We don't have stars.
Yeah.
The fact that you're a champion doesn't make you a star.
Yeah.
So between being a champion and being a star, we've got to now give you the trappings of stardom.
Exactly.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
And there.
Exactly.
There is where you have a really huge challenge. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, and infrastructure is very important. But like I said, I'd say to people, maybe we should tell the stories first, and that's what you're doing.
So I think that. I don't think they're mutually exclusive, right? And I'm not saying that we should go out and build a bunch of stadiums, right? I think, first of all, is the ones that we have, right? At the very least, for the respect of the game and the fans, just make those something that are presentable, right? Because it's still, as I'm telling your story, it still clips from you playing enough stadiums that I'm using to say, can you see how he scores? Can you see how he tackled? Can you see XYZ, right? And sometimes you can't downplay visual, right? Forgive me for going back to the music industry. A big movement for them was their music videos, right? So the artists were artists, but they started investing in their music videos, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, this stuff is nice, right? And then I'm listening to you because it's visually appealing, right? So you go to restaurants, they take the time to make the plate look a certain way, because first, if I can capture it with your eyes first, then I can get you to sit past, right? Especially since we have a reality, right? If this conversation was happening at a time when maybe Premier League wasn't available, people weren't looking at that standard, but their eyes are trained to see football a specific way, right? So for them to look at, and what we want to do is we want to build a product that is on par with global, right? And we're not saying that will happen today, but we're taking the steps, right? So yes, infrastructure so that we don't look like, okay, this footballer is just kind of there, right? So that as we're telling the story, it is visually appealing, right? I think that when people see that investment, right, the stadiums look better, right, the picture looks better, then a brand wants to associate with it, right? They want to, because telling those stories are not cheap, right? So you're saying if you're a media company that you need to go to Kano, you need to go to Abia, you need to go to Enugu, you need to follow people, right? So it's just not it's not a one-off where you just, okay, tell me about yourself. It's going in depth, right? And getting sound bites from their younger coaches, people that grew up with them, so that, you know, you're not also going one time and then you're leaving, right? You're following them consistently so that people maybe saw somebody, like I said earlier, from high school, right? And they've now seen them enter into the league, and then they've now seen them, you know, potentially about to sign, you know, in Europe somewhere, right? I think that that's very, very key. The other thing in terms of those stories, I think when we look at the audiences that will be consuming this product, they're young people. Right? Young people, okay, right? Especially as it relates to Nigerians. And you know what I say is, just looking at the other sectors, when you can be a star in Nigeria, right? You can be a star anywhere because we have the numbers. So we don't have the numbers to pay you, but we have the numbers to make the world realize, look at this person, right? Because we can make you trend so that everybody turns around to say, please, what did Chichi do this morning, right? And that's what we can monetize, right? And so those young people need to see aspirational players, right? So when we're looking at their stories, we also need to look at how much are we paying them, right? Because the viewers also want to be able to see, I mean, listen, it's entertainment, it's showbiz, right? Like you said, where do they live? Where are they driving? Why should I be interested, right? It's why I want to see Ashake and Berna, right? And all the stars, right? So how do you ensure that these guys also have a life that's aspirational, right? So that you enjoy their story, but you enjoy a story that shows progress. You show a story that football has actually rewarded them and their hard work has rewarded them. And I think there's still that gap, you know, today. But yes, we have a lot to do. It starts with story. The fact of the matter is that as we are right now, and you know, as I started, yes, we can identify so many problems, but to your point, how do we still work with what we have, even though it's not perfect? And so I completely agree with you.
Okay. So that makes me feel smart. Anyways, so the thing is, let's talk about your experiences. Okay. You know, with the NPFL. Okay. And even the marathon. Okay. Do you understand? But is there? Do you have two completely different experiences, for instance? And you know, so yes, that. And then again, something that I got. You know, I dug up on you. You know?
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, you said, you know, working overseas. Yeah. You know, you work. There's structure. In Africa, you learn to be
agile.
Yeah, to be agile, to be resilient, you know, and all of that. Is that a bit like what you're seeing with the NPFL, with the marathon, you know, stuff like that? What's the?
You know, I think when you make those comparisons, and when I make those comparisons, right, you're also looking at more mature markets, right, that have been doing this for a very long time, markets that are so much better funded, right, and they've gone through their teething pain, right. There are some instances where I have to quote a book. One of the people that I look up to completely is Bob Iger, who's the former CEO chairman of Disney. And he has this incredible book, if you can read it, called Ride of a Lifetime, where he talks about his story. Okay. And he talks about one time, I think it's in the early 80s or late 90s, or late 80s, sorry, early 90s, where they were covering the Olympics, right? And basically, an incident happened where the schedule they had all went up in smoke, right? Yeah. So they had hours of Olympics to fill, and they were just like, we don't know. There's nothing, right? This has been canceled, this has been canceled, this has been canceled. And they just kind of had to start. And for me, it was just like, okay, right? This is normal for live television, for live sports, right? You just have to be ready. Anything can happen, right? And even when we bring in the international directors, what have you, they all, I mean, anything that's live sports, right? You're giving it a chance, right? So we could be sitting on here right now and maybe something happens with the lights, everything goes black, right? So there's always a chance that anything can happen. I think what makes us different, right, and what makes the West, you know, maybe a little bit more sophisticated in those areas, is that they have the funding. They have the funding for redundancies, you know. So I remember when we were covering one of our Super Eagles matches, the FIFA guys were like, "You should have like 2 OB vans on standby." We're like, we can give you one, right? But for them, it was like, of course we'll have 3. Of course we'll have X, Y, Z, right? Because budget is not an issue, right? So I think that it's not because we don't have the capabilities. I think that we're just in a different time, right? Facing different circumstances. Will we be in this same place in the next 10, 15 years? I don't believe so.
Okay, so that's the program.
That's it? Yeah. I was just getting into it. Oh my goodness.
This happens to me every week, right? She's just been brilliant having you on this program. And the key question, can you just very quickly talk about, you know, opportunities for young women watching this program now, how they can get into the sports industry, and even young men and thrive? Just quickly, what opportunities there are for them?
Listen, opportunities abound. You just have to make yourself available, right? And know that in the beginning, depending on where you are in your journey, right, that you might have to just present yourself as, I would like to learn, right? But looking at television or sports or the media industry, I think everything that pertains to any other industry is available, right? So accountants, lawyers, so there's so much work behind the camera, right? There's so much work, whether you're producing, whether you're doing sports commentary, graphics, there's a whole world available, right? So now we've spent 1 hour just talking about football, right? But, you know, I want to plug the Gateway Games in Ogun State, starting in May. You know, there are 33 different events, right? So from gymnastics to golf, to you name it, right, polo. So there's so many things that are happening, right? And so we're talking about football on television, but there are all these different sports that you can look at companies like ours, whether it's Team 33 Production or the Academy. And listen, there's so many people using YouTube as a tool to learn, or just watching, right? Watching sports. There's different media houses, broadcast houses that you can kind of reach out to as well.
Okay.
So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It's been brilliant having you on the program. And that's been the program today. If you're watching the program and you're looking for an opportunity, she has said, look, they're looking for skilled hands in Nigeria. We're still really in the embryonic stage of developing the sports industry, business industry. And, you know, you can always reach out. The Academy, you send your CV, you could be lucky. You know, you could work somewhere else. You could also, you know, train yourself. There are many ways you can do that because of technology today. All right. So that's been our program. We're going to come back to you again next week with another exciting package. Make sure you make it a date. All right. Until we meet again next week. This is me, Rufo Izaga, saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
From a very young age, we're asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely curious about so many things around them, and to choose just one thing out of their many curiosities and interests is unsettling. They soon discover that they are bored and want to pursue more things. Some people may refer to these people as confused, However, the term used to refer to such people is multi-potentialites or polymaths or the Renaissance man.
A multi-potentialite is someone with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, art, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and arts.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like, I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up, you know, I have my stylus pen here and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So this is always by my bedside table. And I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, philosopher, and cryptographer. Benjamin Franklin, who was an American polymath, was active as a writer, scientist, inventor, statesman, diplomat, printer, publisher, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the 3rd President of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialites faces.
I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church and, you know, they were talking about career. You know, some people knew what they wanted to do, you know, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell me, oh, you're such a good singer. Oh, you can draw. Oh, you can write beautifully. I was writing
Potentialite superpowers in her TED Talk.
Fast Company magazine identified adaptability as the single most important skill to develop in order to thrive in the 21st century. The economic world is changing so quickly and unpredictably that it is the individuals and organizations that can pivot in order to meet the needs of the market that are really going to thrive.
A broken government coalition, heated debates over immigration, and an economy that has been struggling for some time. Much is at stake for Germany as voters head to the polls on February 23rd. Which parties, what coalition can get Europe's former economic powerhouse back on track? That remains to be seen. Yet for many Germans, the problems are clear. What are they? And how should Germany's next leaders fix them? Welcome to a new edition of Made, DW's business magazine. Also on Made today, Germany's business owners.
This is the biggest economic crisis since World War II, and businesses are in distress. The economy is at risk, and we need better economic policies and cost reductions so companies can generate growth on their own again.
The German economy has contracted for 2 consecutive years. The demonstrators place the blame squarely on politics. We face excessive bureaucracy in general, and especially in the real estate industry. We've had it up to here.
I work 50% for the tax office.
During production.
The challenge is that as a medium-sized company with 200 employees, I can't verify 20,000 products worldwide to ensure all environmental and social standards are met, in Indonesia or Brazil, for example. After all, I'm not on site to see for myself. It's simply not feasible with 200 employees.
She supports the goals of the Supply Chain Act, but if it remains unchanged, she risks losing customers. To increase political pressure, Ostermann mobilized for the so-called Economic Warning Day.
We'll have a warning strike on January 29th.
The urgency for change in Germany has only grown since the new U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to impose tariffs and lure businesses with tax cuts.
This is why bureaucracy has to be reduced. Taxes must come down, social security costs must fall, and energy prices must become competitive again.
She and the other demonstrators are pinning their hopes on the German election in February, and that the next government can bring about a turnaround.
Finding an apartment, making ends meet, and raising children all at the same time, it's not always easy for many in Germany. Because in their view, much is going wrong in this country. Even families who manage to do it all have a long list of demands for the next government.
What do a single father in Thuringia and a family from Munich have in common? Where do they differ? What are their concerns ahead of the German election? It turns out they're worlds apart. Sunday afternoon at the Schönbachs in Zeulenroda, a small town in central Germany's Thuringia region. Uwe Schönbach is raising his 15-year-old son alone. Balancing work and parenting as a mechanical engineer isn't easy. When kids are younger, you have to handle everything by yourself. When they get sick, you're fully responsible. You constantly have to figure out how to juggle it all with a full-time job. Jan-Peter Schönbach, a 10th grader, has learned to work independently. But school isn't always smooth sailing, and he has clear demands on the next government. I remember days when we had no school because there were no teachers, because they were sick. I want us to be more involved. Over to Munich, just a few hundred kilometers away. Of the 3 Leopold children, only 18-year-old Tomek still lives at home. His siblings have already left for university or work. The family is financially secure and bought their apartment a few years ago. Dirk Leopold is an engineer and his wife Anna an accountant. Since the pandemic, both have worked from home. They don't worry about money, but they still have political concerns.
The housing market, absolutely, especially for young people. Finding an affordable apartment is nearly impossible. And in the last few years, youth unemployment has also risen. It's not easy to find a job after graduation.
I'm tired of hearing politicians talking about cutting bureaucracy. They keep saying it's necessary, but nothing ever changes. Back in Thuringia, the economy is struggling, and Uwe Schönbach is feeling it. His company doesn't have enough orders, so he's working reduced hours. He designs industrial machinery, but many companies are now cutting jobs. I'm extremely worried. When I talk to customers and suppliers, they all say the same thing. Things have never been this bad. The decline continues. The automotive and mechanical engineering industries are in crisis. Everyone is struggling. In Munich, Germany's wealthiest city, there are few visible signs of the economic downturn. But even Tomek, the youngest Leopold, is concerned. He just started an apprenticeship and hopes to move out one day.
I
don't know if I'll stay in Munich. Housing is so expensive. I'm not sure how I'll manage on my salary, if I can afford it at all. Back in Seulenroda. This region in the former East is considered structurally weak. Many lost their jobs after reunification and moved away. Uwe Schönbach tries to spend as much time as possible with his son. Their Sunday walks have become a ritual. What concerns me the most is that something needs to be done for single parents, that legislation needs to consider them too, and especially that people think about what happens in old age. This affects me deeply because I can't set aside much for retirement. What will happen to me when I'm old? The Leopolds in Munich enjoy regular cafe visits. Their children are grown, employed, and independent. They take vacations abroad several times a year. But they also have big expectations for the next government.
Invest, invest, invest. In everything that's been neglected for the last 15 years. In infrastructure, education, the internet, new ideas, new technologies, everything.
And of course, becoming independent from China, establishing a stable, self-sufficient Europe, especially in relation to the US and Trump. That would be a very important point for me. The Schönbachs might be less well off than the Leopolds, but both families know exactly what they want from the next government.
Empty desks in offices, long waits in hospitals, struggling to get expert advice or a handyman. The reason? It's often a shortage of workers. Many businesses in Germany are now looking abroad to fill positions, sometimes with success. But can they retain these migrant workers? And how do the foreigners adjust to their new lives?
How will Germany's struggling economy fare after the national election on February 23rd? The key issues are the recession and the skilled labor shortage.
The shortage of skilled labour in Germany is still very, very acute. We aren't only in an economic downturn, we have structural problems as well. Migration is a key factor in attracting more skilled labour to fill this need.
The figures are alarming. Germany has a shortage of over 500,000 skilled workers. The economy could perform better, but the lack of workers is holding it back. The German economy could have grown by around 49 billion euros in 2024 had the vacancies been filled.
To this day, Germany is not known as a mecca for international skilled workers. People leave at a relatively high rate, which is of course really unfortunate.
The Skilled Labor Immigration Act was reformed last year to ease entry for skilled workers. It aims to speed up qualification recognition and to make it easier for families to join them in Germany. We have good laws in Germany, but the implementation is the issue. That's why I believe processes must be digitalized as much as possible. It would help companies here, many of which are desperately waiting for skilled workers they've already interviewed and approved. Germany is now also an attractive country for higher education, with almost 470,000 international students. But many leave the country after graduating. Could Germany do more to retain talent? We have many international students, but about half leave. If we offer them jobs early and improve language support so that they learn German quickly, we certainly can still attract people here. Not only graduates, but also skilled workers are leaving, including those in sectors hit hardest by shortages, like trades, care, and IT. Every year, about 10% of migrants leave Germany. They go back to their countries of origin. The key is better integration, offering good jobs, keeping families together, and tackling discrimination. Many don't feel welcome, but improving this is crucial for Germany's reputation as an open, cosmopolitan country. The migration issue is hugely divisive. Right-wing populist parties that want to stop migration are gaining popularity.
Right now is the time to stand up for these values, such as multiculturalism, both economically and culturally. Even if we utilize our potential domestically, we still need immigration, qualified immigration, and we can't get around that.
When it comes to skilled labor, almost all economic experts agree that the German economy will not work without immigration from abroad.
Long a fixture in large factories, robots are becoming more common in everyday life. But small and medium-sized businesses still struggle with automation. That's something a robotics company from Germany's Black Forest aims to change.
This is Horst. He works 24/7, never takes a vacation, never calls in sick, and doesn't even ask to be paid. Most robots are built in Asia, but Horst is proudly made in Germany. Can Germans produce competitive robots? And is there a market for them? This is Horst's inventor, Jens Rieger. He built his first industrial robots with the help of some college friends. Back then, my parents lent us 10,000 euros for a software license because we had nothing to design it with. That was our start, and we fought our way through. Today, his company, Fruitcore Robotics, employs around 100 people. The robots are assembled in the Black Forest in southern Germany at a factory that formerly made TVs. When it comes to production, the company is careful not to reveal too many details. Developing the robotic joints took a particularly long time. Fruitcore's innovation allows the robotic arm to absorb forces evenly, even during continuous operation. Engineers say this makes the machine more durable. They guarantee it for 6 years. Horst is controlled by software developed in-house. To continue improving their products, the company needed multiple rounds of investment, often exceeding 15 million euros. Despite China's strong presence in the robotics industry, the company has deliberately done without Chinese investors. China is an ever-present player, competitor, supplier, and global contender. You can look at it from different angles. As a competitor, you never know what's coming. There's a lot of talk, but not much is actually visible. On the other hand, production, especially for circuit boards and electronic components, has ramped up in China. You simply can't avoid dealing with that. Despite strong competition from Asia, these robots from the Black Forest are selling mainly to small and mid-sized businesses like this firm, which manufactures specialized forceps.
Clerks or taxi drivers. Will AI be workers' enemy or their friend?
How is artificial intelligence, known as AI, changing the world of work? AI is as revolutionary as the steam engine once was. It can perform repetitive tasks more efficiently. According to one study, AI could replace up to 30% of the hours currently being worked by 2030. It is expected to reduce the demand for more traditional jobs like office and factory work, and even customer service. But some professions involving controlling and repairing machines will be in even greater demand. Jobs requiring academic degrees like lawyers, journalists, and mathematicians are also at risk. People have long had fears of groundbreaking inventions like steam engines and airplanes. But AI could provide relief from dangerous or monotonous tasks. New professional fields will also emerge. In the future, using AI will make it crucial for employees to continue to improve their skills. This will soon already be the case for up to 12 million people in Europe. Clearly, artificial intelligence will dramatically transform today's working world, leaving only a few professions untouched.
In Mexico, people celebrate their deceased loved ones on Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. Parades, music, picnics on graves, costumes, and skeletons in all forms. There's little fear of death here. In many other countries, however, death and funerals are seen as something unsettling. Burials often take place privately or in secret, but that is slowly starting to change.
Laid out for all to see, an urn containing human ashes glides through the streets of Berlin. On a cargo bike, Undertaker Eric Wrede wants to encourage a more open approach to death and mourning. Transporting a person's ashes by bike might be unusual, but it could also help people to become more comfortable with the reality of death. At some point, they realize what it is, and I'm always amazed that we've only received positive feedback so far. When a person dies in Germany, their remains are mainly handled behind closed doors until the funeral. Regulations vary, but with a few exceptions, such as Muslim funerals, the deceased must be cremated or buried in a coffin. The burial process in Germany takes place largely out of public view, with corpses transported to the cemetery in a hearse. If I bring the urn in a car, it goes unnoticed. When I transport it by bike, it's tangible. People can actually see what's happening. And I think that's important because it's completely disappeared from public view. The custom-made cargo bike is designed to make transportation faster and more sustainable. Cycling enthusiasts in particular would like to be transported to the cemetery by bike instead of by car. With a coffin, I need at least 1 to 3 people to help carry it and follow in a car. It's absurd if I cycle ahead while they follow in a smelly diesel vehicle. So we choose the cleaner option, an electric vehicle for coffins and bikes for urns when requested. And this is how the cargo bike is built. The wooden box lets you transport everything you need for a small funeral service. Flowers, a sound system, and the urn. An opening in the case holds the urn securely so that nothing wobbles. The 3-wheeled bike even has a kickstand to prevent it from tipping over. I can't imagine anything worse than a bike tipping over while carrying an urn. A funeral is coming up, but it's raining. At the last minute, Eric Wrede has to switch to using the car. The family opted for a biodegradable urn that dissolves on contact with water. In the future, he plans to cover the urn on his bike. Once in the chapel, the urn is on display for the bereaved to view before it's placed in the ground. The wake is prepared, and it's time to say goodbye. Funeral culture is changing. Ceremonies are becoming more individual. Modes of transportation are becoming more diverse, as is the place of burial. For example, many people are opting to be buried in forest cemeteries. The costs are also lower. A headstone alone costs between 2,000 and 5,000 euros. Forest burials also eliminate additional costs like grave maintenance. Erik Vrede does things differently. We've developed a price model where it doesn't matter which form of burial you choose. The price is the same. And interestingly, we have a relatively large proportion of ground burials as a result. Customizing funerals is not only a trend, but also a way of dealing with death and grief. We're creating more of a space where people can and should participate, and I think that's the complete opposite approach to the traditional funeral business.
That's it for another edition of Made, where we explored some of Germany's most pressing economic issues, met a robot named Horst, and took a look at funerals. See you next time, and take care.
On my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things. A lot of things that inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something but draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones, and it's just every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, and then all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you doing? I hope great. So there's something amazing about April. Maybe it's the return of the rains enriching the earth, so flora and fauna flourish. But it is also the season of hope and renewal of faith for Christians the world over as they mark the end of Lent and celebrate the resurrection of Christ at Easter. My guest today is a member of the Literary Bar family. He will educate us on the significance of the season, and he has a special poem he wrote specifically for this episode. I feel so honored that we'll get the first reading at the Literary Bar. See you after the break. Welcome back. First of all, I want to give a special shout out to my friend pharmacist Babatunde Shokoya, who is also a friend of this show. Tunde turned 60 on the 8th of April. Tunde, I wish you the very best things, especially good health and happiness, you know I mean that, and many more exciting adventures. So it's Easter week, that's the Holy Week, and is one of the most important events in Christianity. People often say that without Easter, there will be no Christianity. My incredibly brilliant guest, who is a pastor, theologian, lawyer, researcher, should I go on, will shed more light on that statement. He has written several books and articles, and he is also a PhD on this matter, theology. He will read his brand new poem, Resurrection, the Sound of Freedom, to us. If you haven't met him before, Dr. Ode Eyoyibo is also the founder of Ezra House, a place dedicated to transformational growth and training phenomenal leaders with Christian values. He runs Ezra House with his lovely wife, Pastor Mrs. Fumi Lola Eyoyibo. Yeah. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm such a regular here now. I should be welcoming you.
All join. That's why I said that you're a family member. So I'm going to leave a lot of this episode handling to you. Well, so should we go with the poem first?
Well, let's go with the poem as well. Let's enter into that.
Okay, you have the floor.
Right. So the poem is titled Resurrection, the Sound of Freedom. Now, even the title of the poem is going to be my first lesson. Let me just read the poem, then we'll discuss that. Resurrection, the Sound of Freedom. A trumpet sounds from the silent tomb. A voice breaks the torn-up skies. The stone is rolled back. The binding chains are undone. Darkness flees as light arises from the east. Daylight. But the true light arises from Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the place from which all promotion comes. Temple curtains are ripped. The Shekinah incubates the earth again. Echoes rise from the land and sea, the real songs of liberation, songs of redemption, songs of resurrection, even the songs that we know of Ochoa, of Malaya, and Prisoner by Okapi Bitek. You can even throw in the lamentations of Sodom by our own Terracotta. The resurrection song that subsumes the dirges and wakes the dead, delivering the living and inviting them to a rest of faith, a rest in faith. The freeing sound that proves our Lord to be God.
Hallelujah. Do you know, I was already getting to the mood for church.
Yes.
So the sound of freedom. Resurrection. So Christ is going to celebrated his resurrection.
Yes.
Will be his resurrection at the end of this Holy Week.
Yes.
So what does it mean to a Christian? Because like I said earlier, a lot of people believe that the basis of Christianity is in Easter. Okay. Is that true or what?
So the first thing, like I said, the poem is titled Resurrection, the Sound of Freedom, because I do not use the word Easter.
Okay.
Then describe as Easter, because remember, Easter was originally a pagan festival. was a pagan festival celebrated at the same time, the springtime, right, in Rome. And
so Christians appropriated.
Exactly. This is a classic case of is a cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation. The church appropriated that ceremony, as they appropriated so many things actually, in order to have an inroad into the culture.
Okay.
But any kind of appropriation like that ends up weakening the church and weakening the doctrine. That's what it does every time. From 300 AD, when the church began to appropriate all sorts of things, the temples, the statues, the practices, to appropriate those things and to, in a sense, sanctify and sanitize them. Every time that happens, there's a declension of the church.
The look on my face is confusion.
I know.
So we're here to talk about Easter. Yeah. Now you're telling me that Easter really does not exist?
No. Resurrection exists.
Okay.
Right? Resurrection is, but Easter, I'm just talking about the term itself.
Okay.
I'm just talking about the fact that historically, this was, again, it was an appropriation of a pagan festival.
Right.
Right? In order to have an inroad to preach the gospel. That was the motive behind it.
Okay, so what about Lent leading up to?
Well, these are all the practices we built up to all of those things. Because, see, the truth, a lot of the things that we practice, a lot of our practices are actually cultural.
Okay, let me ask you this other one. Easter versus Passover.
That's the point.
Okay.
It's actually Passover.
Right. But the Jews still hold on to Passover.
The Jews still hold on to Passover. It's the same season that we have resurrection, right? But so that's the thing. But instead of saying it was Passover, for instance, we chose
Easter.
Yes, and then of course, because you're choosing all those pagan things, then all the traditions built around it. The Easter bunny. There's nothing in the Bible about the bunny.
Yeah, well,
that's a tradition. Again, because I remember, this period is a period of fertility and growth and all of that.
Yeah.
And rabbits. I know to buy a rabbit in the production. All of that. So
that's how they used to kill people.
That's how they kill people. It's not big deal. But what the difference, and this is what Romans chapter 1 verse 4 or verse 6 says, it says Christ is proved to be the Son of God by his resurrection from the dead.
Okay.
Right? So that is the evidence. The evidence, that's the differentiating evidence between him and everybody else. Everybody else claims to be some kind of religious for understanding by his resurrection from the dead.
Yes, because people are nailed to the cross. That's the way they get rid of. That's like their firing squad and all that. The difference between that for Christians is the resurrection.
The resurrection
of
the Lord
Christ.
Yes, and the empty tomb, of course, which is signal of that resurrection too. And it's interesting because historically, again, with the Christians, the early Christians, the sign that they used was not the sign of the cross.
Okay, what
they could not have used the sign of the cross. The sign of the cross, the sign of Toucher and Torment. They used the sign of the fish.
Fish.
Yes. Fish.
Fish.
Aja, fish.
Okay.
They used the sign of the fish.
Why? Because Christ
turned because in Greek,
the
fish is I-X-O-Y-E, Ixoye. When the shipping the word Ixoye, which means Jesus Christ, Master, Lord, something like that. That's actually the sign that they used.
Pastor.
Right? So if they met each other, it was like a password. If they were in a tavern or somewhere, I could draw the sign of a fish on the table. If you responded, I know you're a Christian.
So how did that morph into the cross?
Well, again, this developed. Some church leaders now, the focus now moved from resurrection, as it were, to the cross. I mean, if you want to think of a volume of books written, theology book written, put on the cross compared to resurrection, I mean, you can't compare.
Yeah, you have your PhD in theology, right?
Yes.
So, don't you think that we as Christians should be getting better educated about this than just, this
we should
manufactured symbols and
we should be. I mean,
this is a step towards that education.
For instance, a young lady went to a shop. This in England. Went to a shop to purchase. She wanted a necklace, Then it says, I want the one with the little man. Yes. Okay. And she didn't know what that was. And this is British teenager, didn't know what that was. I want the little man. Even that one by itself, that's what some of us call a crucifix.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, a crucifix is actually a misrepresentation. It's a misrepresentation because we're still indicating that Christ is on the cross. He's not.
His reason.
His reason.
Yeah.
So even that is a misrepresentation. His reason is not on the cross. But I'm saying that even beyond that, right, it is the resurrection as the heart of Christianity. That's what makes us different from everybody else. And Paul spoke somewhere about the offense of the cross. Now going back to the cross again. Why is the cross offensive? Why is the offense of the cross is when I say, for instance, that this is what makes Christianity different, unique, separate, and apart. And so what are you saying? Are you saying the rest of us are? I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I'm different and apart because of this singular event of resurrection.
Okay, we're going to take a short break so I can digest all these things that you're saying. So please join us after the break because this is getting intense.
Yes.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we're talking about the meaning of Easter to Christians by our family member, Pastor Ode, who has a PhD in theology. So everything he's saying here is quite academic. Academic and spiritual. Yes, because you're a theologian. So to get a PhD, a lot of academic
what goes into it, yeah.
Yes. So you were talking to us about the offense of the cross.
The offense of the cross.
Yes, and how does that pertain to Easter or the resurrection?
Yeah, now, so it says, Paul talking about the offense of the cross. Why is the cross offensive? Why is Christianity offensive? Why is resurrection offensive? It's offensive because it's unique. So I say, for instance, that Jesus says, there is no other name under heaven whereby a man shall come to God except the name of Jesus. Oh, that's offensive. It says, Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by me. That's offensive. So, because of its offensive nature, here's what some of us have tried to do. Let's ameliorate it. So now read that scripture, now reads, I'm the way, but I'm the way shower.
Oh, where did they write that?
No, I'm talking about different people interpret this thing now to just make it more comfortable. Because I'm the way is exclusive.
Yes.
Right? So I'm the way shower, I'm the life bearer, I'm the truth giver, whatever it is. Now that opens up for everybody. Because you see, the Buddhist and the Hindu actually has no problem with you as a Christian.
Yes.
They'll accept you until you get to the cross and resurrection. Now you have a problem.
Yeah, because if Christians claim exclusive rights to God,
yes,
and hereafter,
yes,
it becomes difficult for other people.
Now you understand that the whole essence of our life in Christ. There's a scripture in Romans 8, verse 28, verse 29. Now, we like verse 28 a lot. 28 says, for we know that all things work together for good, for those who love God and are called according to his purpose, right? Yeah. So when we pray, that's how we pray. We forget those who love God and work on this purpose. That sounds conditional. We leave that aside and pray that, Lord, you know, you said in your word that you cause all things to work together for my good. We never sang about it. Everything is working together for my good, I think that's done. Everything turn around for my good, right? We have a song about that. But now, here's what we've not done. Because in verse 29, it tells us the reason why things work together for our good.
And that is?
Things work together for our good, not for our comfort, but for our conformableness to the image of Christ.
Okay.
So you ask the question, so how does this...
What will be the image of Christ?
The image of Christ. Now, so the image of Christ now, you now come to Galatians 5. It tells you, this is the way a person ruled by the Spirit, a person who has the Holy Spirit, a person who has Christ. This is the way that person behaves.
How should that person behave?
Love, joy, peace, long-suffering, temperance, goodness, kindness, meekness, gentleness.
You know, you're a pastor, and you agree with me and a lot of other people that the pastors we have today at the helm of the shepherds, you know, they are not exactly telling Christians about some of these things. They are only interested in you bring your offering and then you will multiply. So it's more a preaching of luxury, prosperity. So the long-sufferingness as Christians and what Christians should do, it's missing.
Now, I mean, okay, now that's a very blanket statement.
I know,
but
I
okay,
know, but you know how I feel.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. Right, sadly.
Yes.
Right, sadly. But the fact is, of course, yeah, I have to agree with you. It's a blanket statement. Because I know there are many thousands of good men and women across the land teaching these things.
Oh, yes.
But the thing is, again, and we were having this conversation yesterday, the other part of this thing is what do people want to hear?
Prosperity.
That's the point.
Yeah.
And in any case, the Bible again speaks to that subject. So in the last days, what's going to happen? People are going to have itching ears, gathering to themselves preachers that will say what they want to hear.
Yeah, making God in man's image.
Yes. So you're right in that. But there's a huge remnant that's doing all this stuff. Yeah. And so answering the question, that is the purpose of resurrection. Christ's reason.
Hope.
So that speaks freedom from sin, from sickness, from my bad character, that gives me the grace now to work out in love, joy, peace, long-suffering, temperance, and live my character like that. Because the heart of it is not, again, some of my brothers, we that's where I think we get it wrong. The heart of the gospel is not power, it's character.
Character.
The transmission of character.
Like Ezra House.
Which is that's why we call it a word of love church. Now I'm a word of faith person in terms of my upbringing. I learned a word of faith, but I understood that the heart of this thing is love. By this shall all men know that you're my disciples. Not because you have a big car, or a big house, or you have a influential position in society, but because you have love one for another. Paul says the goal of our instruction is love. So what makes that possible, actually, is the power of resurrection. So there's a prayer in Ephesians chapter 1 about resurrection. This is Ephesians chapter 1. It says, Paul is praying, it says, I pray that God will grant to you a spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of God.
Amen.
That the eyes of your understanding will be flooded with the light of illumination, so that you will know why God called you, and you know what God put inside of you, and you know the power that you have inside of you. So it is the same power that God used when he exercised the force of his mighty spiritual muscles to raise Christ from the dead. Amen. That same power, resurrection power, is inside of you as a believer. But then that same power is inside of you in chapter 3 now to do all that we're talking about. So that is the essence of resurrection, the power of transformation. Right?
So as hard as things are for people today, financially, emotionally, because of all the mental health issues people are having, I think it's somehow related. I mean, if somebody is homeless, doesn't have a job and all that, it's bound to affect them. And then when you were talking to them about hope in resurrection and all that, being that this is an annual event anyway, this Easter celebration, you know, somebody who didn't, who believed all of that and they didn't get their redemption last year, and this year is another Easter, I want you to just give them a word of encouragement, or just speak to them as we come to the end of the program, because like I said, now you get today's show.
You know, it's so these are hard questions, because it's the questions as a pastor I deal with every day.
Yeah.
You deal with lack and shortage and joblessness and homelessness and unemployment. You're doing your best in your small circle, right, to answer those questions with the people within your circle. You're praying that the circle gets wider and wider and wider as God gives you more ability. And then that other people are picking up the slack. And let's go on and on and on. Right. But the issue is now, straight. On Sunday, we did a service. We were singing the song by, I think it was Master Chimbo, one of those people. There are too many reasons, so many reasons to give you praise, oh God, my helper, something like that. And we were having a good time dancing away, you know, so many reasons, you know, really bopping away and all that. It was great fun. But after we finished singing, I said, okay, guys, you know, that's a lovely song. However, I do not have too many reasons to give God praise. I only one. So God can get all this, so because God is good. This is no. My only reason to give God praise is that God is God. I say, here's why. Every other thing I add to that is an existential reality. So here's what I'm saying when I sing a song like that. If those things don't exist, I can't praise God.
Yeah.
Okay. I praise God because that's the reason I'm praising God, because of all these things, right? I says, no, I'm putting those things aside. I explicitly mentioned that my wife here that I love so desperately, love so much, I'm putting her aside also. Because what if she's not there? What if something happens? What happens? So the only reason why I praise God is because God is God. Is God. Now that's the first way I give to everybody. I'm not here for breakthrough or for any kind. No, that's all we're here for. I'm here for breakthrough. I'm here for deliverance. I'm here for you to understand. The only breakthrough you need to have now is this understanding that regardless of what's going on around you, God is God. And do you know, in my experience, in my life, that is actually for me, that understanding. I'm coming to God not because it's going to solve my homelessness problem or my worker problem. Now that is actually what gives birth to miracles.
Loving God for God.
Yes.
So I think it's maybe about teaching people how to fall in love with God for just...
You got it in one. Because that's what Jesus said, isn't it? Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness and all these other things.
Padre, give your message.
Sorry. I was talking to you. Yes. It's, I mean, this is it, isn't it? Jesus in Matthew 6:33, which I think is one of the most powerful scriptures in the Bible. It's all powerful. Says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness and all these other things. Because remember when it says in Matthew 6, it says, your Father knows that you have need of these things. Now that's the truth. Your Father knows you need this house, and you need this car, you need this money, you need this job, you need this business. And this isn't about greedy, grasping, covetousness. This is about your need. Your Father knows.
Amen. Wouldn't you say Happy Easter?
Happy Resurrection. Happy Resurrection.
Yes.
Happy Resurrection. Resurrection.
Amen.
Christ is proved to be the Son of God by his resurrection from the dead. Amen. Happy Resurrection.
Okay, I will be saying Happy Easter to all of you because I'm still in the Easter mood. So it's Holy Week, Happy Resurrection, but Happy Easter.
There's that.
Give me the Easter eggs. Padre doesn't want, I want. So I just want to say thank you, Padre. I love calling him Padre.
Padre.
Thank you, Padre, for being here with us today. Literary Bar family really appreciates your time, also known as love. And to you out there, I pray that the true meaning of Easter, or the resurrection of Christ, will resonate with you. May love, unity, peace resurrect in our hearts as Nigerians to heal our motherland. Remember that the Literary Bar is always open. Thank you for watching. For more, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also watch us on DSTV channel 408 and on YouTube. Make your life a great story. My name is Chinedu. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Textiles and tourists instead of drugs.
These cars are still rolling towards the U.S. At BLG Logistics, a port in Bremerhaven, a major German shipping hub, Mercedes, VWs, and BMWs are loaded onto the Platinum Ray Glovis, a cargo ship headed for Brunswick in the U.S. state of Georgia. 84% of the cars waiting here for export are from German manufacturers. According to industry group VDA, another 450,000 German-made vehicles were exported there last year. Supervisor Lisa Zegelken wants to stay optimistic for now.
Of course, all our employees are worried, but we've already lived through a few crises, so we're all still assuming that nothing major will change for us.
However, BLG Logistics could be severely affected by these new U.S. car tariffs of 25%. 1.5 million vehicles make their way abroad through Bremerhaven annually. A third are destined for the U.S. The head of the logistics company is therefore not so optimistic.
We estimate the number of cars will drop by half, so we're preparing for that. With lower sales, lower profits, and fewer jobs to be expected.
And it could get even worse.
The Trump administration has announced yet another weapon, and it's already in the works. The idea is to impose penalties on every ship call by a Chinese shipping company or any ship built in China, even if it's not operated by one. These penalties would be $1.5 million per ship call. That would be the next blow, cutting into trade routes like a chainsaw.
To avoid these penalties, they could only use U.S. ships in Bremerhaven. However, there are too few of them available to meet the demand. Those in the import business could be affected too. Jörg Boyle, for example, imports vehicles, like this former police car, from the U.S. to Germany. He converts them to European standards for his customers. His company, Auto Kalkofen, also repairs American models with spare parts from the U.S. Many of these goods come from countries like Mexico and Canada, but now face higher U.S. tariffs. That drives up costs for companies buying from the U.S. and eventually for consumers too. The same applies to other products, such as retro signs, which Jörg Boyle also sells. If the EU imposes counter tariffs on U.S. imports, it could become more expensive for him.
If they say, I'll add 20% now because Trump wants 20, and we'll add another 20, then it gets really expensive.
In the port, you can already feel that there could be counter tariffs.
We know of an American motorcycle manufacturer that, anticipating European tariffs, has already chartered 25 cargo planes to ship its motorcycles to Europe early.
At the port, they're considering expanding trade with other regions and sectors, like renewable energy, to reduce dependence on the U.S. and on car imports and exports.
One way for the EU to escape the tariff dilemma is to
in Asia instead of exporting. Many industries have done this for years, especially since the COVID crisis.
In order to reduce our CO2 emissions, if you think about the logistics of our product, we have a strategy local for local, and we develop our products locally also now in India. We produce them more and more in India, and of course then we sell them in India.
Why? One example from rural Germany. EBM Pabst, a southern German fan manufacturer, has been in China since 1996 and recently opened a new headquarters there.
We want to be close to our customers, as we want to reduce transportation costs and provide good customer support. So we are usually where our customers are, which today is primarily China, India.
Technological developments.
China has long been the EU's top Asian trading partner, but that could soon change. India is catching up. Why? India's economy has been growing steadily at 6% for years, something most European countries can only dream of.
India is now the most populous country with a rapidly growing middle class, so there are many market opportunities.
In the last 20 years, Asia meant China, but that has changed quite a bit in recent years, partly because China has become different as a competitor and partner, especially since the coronavirus pandemic. This means that more companies are now looking to other countries in Asia. And the number one alternative or complement to China is clearly India.
India is a democratic system, and therefore it's highly attractive, and we will see more and more companies moving into this.
I'm a big fan of India. This is a great culture. This is a very young country, and it's full of energy, it's full of innovation, it's vivid, it's digital. This is really amazing.
You can already feel that enthusiasm, especially in the electronics and digital industries, which got an early start. For years, German electronics exports to the Asia-Pacific region have been well above average.
India has an incredible smart population. I would say I have not seen the smartness of people in other places of the world as I have them met in India.
In India, what will be the biggest growth rate? It's hard to say because it's booming everywhere.
There are already 6,000 European companies in India, providing 1.7 million jobs. A free trade agreement could make things even easier. EU representatives have recently renegotiated one with India. Free trade agreements have become more important in view of President Trump's punitive tariff debate.
The EU has already signed free trade agreements in Asia with Japan, South Korea, Vietnam and Singapore. Such agreements are becoming increasingly important because the multilateral trade order around the World Trade Organization has come to a standstill, partly due to Donald Trump.
So what's the takeaway from all this? That Trump's tariff debate ultimately affects everyone, and Asia's trading partners are becoming more important. Is India the rising star? Yes and no.
India has a lot of advantages, but it does have a few obstacles. I always say, just buying a piece of land in India is still a bit of an adventure. We really do need a free trade agreement, because India still has some of the highest customs duties in mechanical engineering in the world today.
If I compare it to China, doing business in China is much easier. In India, I feel also sometimes some bureaucracy, let me put it this way. And things are developing much slower in India compared to China, for example. This could be improved, so then India would develop much faster.
India is already developing at breakneck speed, and more companies are choosing to develop and produce there. The old trade order has been thrown into disarray, not least by Trump's announcement of punitive tariffs. Asia could benefit.
The real estate sector is also facing a crisis. Major cities around the world are in growing need of more affordable housing. At the same time, construction and material costs are soaring. On top of that, conventional building methods are extremely harmful to the climate. We visited startups in India and Germany that are developing climate-friendly building materials.
Brickmaking in India is tough manual work and far from environmentally friendly. Entire families often earn their living in these kilns. India's population is growing by 13 million a year. All those people need homes, and construction is booming in the cities. But this isn't sustainable, and it clashes with India's climate goals. The country aims to be climate neutral by 2070. Yet construction is one of the biggest CO2 offenders. One man wants to change that. Tarun Jami and his brother founded Green Jams, a startup producing Agrocrete, a carbon-negative alternative to concrete.
Construction is one of the largest contributors to climate change, which means that there is a direct correlation between construction and the billion-dollar climate disasters that we're seeing every year. So there's definitely an urgent need to decarbonize the construction industry.
They use recycled materials like straw, rice, and cotton waste from fields, mixing them with water and a binder made from industrial waste. Their goal, to replace conventional concrete. The first plant is in Visakhapatnam, Goa.
We've invented our own alternative cement, which essentially is compatible with crop residues, because of which Agrocrete, the world's first verified carbon-negative bioconcrete, can also be applied for structural applications which directly replace conventional cement concrete.
Recycling materials to build anew, an idea gaining traction beyond India. In Berlin, researchers Christian Gate and Michael Kretschmann are making building blocks from recycled waste. Earth has been used as a building material for centuries, one of the first humans used for their homes. Now, thanks to technology, it's possible to produce earth-based blocks with much better performance than in the past. It took the architecture students years of experimenting to develop their first prototype. How do you keep the material from cracking? How do you make it waterproof? Now they have the answers and have been nominated for the German Environmental Award. What's unique is that their earth-based blocks are made entirely from recycled material, excavated soil that would otherwise be discarded during construction. The soil is processed and delivered in the right condition. We check the moisture and make sure there's enough water for it to stick. This earth-moist state is just wet enough for the material to bond. Earth as an alternative to concrete, a model for the world, says Eike Roswag-Klinge, one of Germany's leading experts in sustainable building. In Germany, earth-based construction still makes up only a tiny share, less than 1% of total building volume. We have to get concrete out of construction. Right now, the world builds with concrete, and that's disastrous. We need to completely rethink how we build. Investors in India backed Green Jams. It was the only way the small company could get off the ground. And even though Agrocrete is 10% more expensive than conventional concrete, the benefits are huge, says the inventor.
It is 3.5 times more thermally insulating, which means that some of the homes that we have built with Agrocrete do not need any air conditioning.
The founders in Germany want to move beyond the lab and launch a company with their prototypes. They've done initial tests and are now looking for building partners. Pressing will be done by machine. But the blocks are still more expensive than conventional ones. We also have to rely on customers who say the environmental premium is worth it, that they're willing to accept 20% higher material costs for the sake of sustainability. The first houses in India have already been built. The founder sees huge potential and plans to expand across the country.
India is the second largest construction industry right now, and it is on track to becoming the world's largest construction industry. This is definitely a growing market, and it is growing slightly higher than conventional construction industry.
Housing is in high demand worldwide, and the founders in both countries hope future construction will rely more on sustainable materials.
Pablo Escobar, Colombian drug lord and terrorist, shaped the city of Medellin like no one else. He was the first to organize the drug trade on a large scale. Gang violence remained common long after his death in 1993. But that's history now. Medellin has undergone a dramatic transformation. The key? Tourism and textiles instead of drugs.
Medellin, a bustling city of millions. Pablo Escobar is now just a fridge magnet. Comuna 13, once a violent neighborhood, has become a major draw for tourists. And to keep it that way, the city backs young artists like rapper Raices. Art in this neighborhood and community has made a difference, offering people an alternative to war and violence and a new way of seeing their world. Enrique Gomez also had to shift his perspective. A victim of decades of violence, he once planned to become a lawyer. My father had a farm. During the conflict, they gave him 24 hours to leave or die. I moved to Medellin to get my family out, and since I knew no one, I started selling on the street. It's not just Enrique Gomez. The whole city is changing. Medellin is now the heart of Colombia's textile industry. He once sold pants and t-shirts on the street. Today, 600 employees produce clothes for him, and thousands of Colombians have also found a future in the industry. The textile industry is strategically important for the country. It creates over 1.5 million jobs. 90% are held by women, many of whom support their families and are victims of armed conflict. Enrique Gomez and other textile entrepreneurs are supporting small businesses in and around Medellin to help create more jobs. One of them had 8 female workers. We brought him here, supported him. Now he has over 90. Other women who have fled conflict regions have also found work here.
I was displaced from Cordoba because of the terrible guerrilla violence there. I came here, took a sewing machine course, and now I can make a living.
But Colombia's textile industry, with 1.5 million workers, is under pressure as cheap competition from China keeps growing. Shein, Temu, AliExpress, they're like biblical locusts, destroying national industry. And that's not just true for Colombia, but for Europe and the US too. If the government doesn't act fast, the sector will disappear. Social stability in Medellin would quickly collapse without it. The textile industry still plays a key role. After the peace deal with the FARC, many fighters and victims looked for new opportunities, like Guillermina Valencia, who now works in the Clothing for Peace project alongside a former FARC member.
You know, appreciation for everyone, both for them as perpetrators and for us as victims, is pretty complicated in this country. To help them and us, we came up with the idea of organizing ourselves.
Guillermina's husband was abducted 41 years ago, her brother later. Sewing helped her survive. She earns little in the Clothing for Peace project. Sales are just too low.
The money, yes. There was some international aid for certain workshops. But here in Medellin, we haven't received much support yet.
So far, the initiative has only sold online, but now it has its first store in Medellin. The project's leader, a former FARC rebel, knows how vital economic success is. These clothes are made by farmers who, thanks to the peace agreement, now run village workshops in places like Anori and Ituango. Peace is also about the economy. It's about social justice and about ending inequality in Colombia. Things are expected to improve as the project opens a second, better location downtown. A former drug cartel property will be used for training and sales, a symbol of change. It's a testament to the current government's commitment to driving productive projects forward. Why? Because in Colombia, there are many drug-related assets, many like this one that they still have. And no other government has ever used these funds for productive projects, for peace agreement signatories, communities, or the marginalized. The initiative might also benefit from the city's tourists, another driver of Medellin's growth. Tourism is an important part of our economy. Today it provides around 110,000 jobs and accounts for almost 7% of our city's gross domestic product. Tourism, culture, and textiles. It's this mix that's driving the city's transformation into a safer place. But the government must nurture this change, otherwise stability will disappear, and with it, the exuberant atmosphere and the music projects in the districts. The memory of Pablo Escobar is slowly fading, and only a few tourists come to this memorial. But the cartels are still active in the areas surrounding the city. Medellin seems like an oasis.
That's it for another edition of Made. From the impact of Trump's tariffs on the global economy, to climate-neutral construction, to the transformation of Medellin. See you next time, and take care.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right-of-way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right-of-way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right-of-way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right-of-way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right-of-way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right-of-way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right-of-way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
For a lot of people, the Nigerian dream is to leave the country onto greener pastures. But the irony is the treacherous experiences they have to face to get to these so-called greener pastures. Just like the stories of Azu and many who were tricked into what they thought was a better life, in fact, turns out to be the worst experience they never dreamt of.
Before I left Nigeria, I was doing a business. I was selling food with my mom in a particular oil company, and also I was a teacher. So I was doing the two together, assisting mom in the shop and also teaching in a school. So when school closes, in the morning before leaving, I help her with cooking, putting things together, buying the drinks, arranging everywhere. Then I go to work, and then when I come back, I continue. But before then, I was in school. I was supposed to graduate. I studied architecture in Enugu State University of Science and Technology. So in my finals, that was 2014, I found out that I had a lot of issues. It actually started when I got into school. I got into school 2010. It was 29-10 set. So when we got into school, school fee was increased from 72,000 to 102. So from that 102, it was very difficult for me to get my school fee the way I was supposed to get it. Like, the first school fee was easy, but then subsequently, it became really hard for my dad to put it together. So I paid my fees late. Now, ESUT had this policy that if you pay your school fee, you get exam number. So almost all my exams from the second year till final year was written without exam numbers. So during the time they were publishing, because what they do is in the final exams, they will write out all your outstanding results. You look for them, either go to the lecturers and look for them, and then at the end of the day, the ones you can't find, you will write. So I saw about 29. I started moving around, going to lecturers. It was as if they would say signing in and out, no recording. Signing in and out, no recording. So the whole thing got so complicated. It was just something I couldn't take. Well, I wasn't patient enough to go to as many lecturers as I could, but getting from my HOD, the head of department as at then, he just told me, this is the much we can do searching for all of this, because even his own course then, he was taking construction methods, even his own course then was not recorded. So he just told me, if my own course is not recorded, it means every other one you've written wasn't also recorded. So I assumed that was it. Getting home that day, I cried a lot. I called home. I told my dad. He was like, be patient. Just try and see if you can look for them. I just quietly packed my bags. Without deferring the admission, without doing anything, I just packed my bags and I left. After everything, then I've started this teaching, and then I joined MOM. I met someone who was really interested in me, and he told me he wants to get married. I just felt like, okay, you can handle this, you can get married and all of that. So in the long run, I got pregnant, and I think that was what ended the relationship, because he insisted get rid of the pregnancy. I was pretty sick. I was very sick, so I think he couldn't handle the stress and all of that. He said, get rid of the pregnancy. In my family, you don't do that. And that was my very first pregnancy, so everyone was like, you were not there. I gave birth to this baby. So 4 months down the line, that was 2017. I gave birth 2017 March. 4 months down the line, family got a call that the people abroad will need 4 people. So they are like extended family relations. They are not really very close to us. I don't even know them. Like, I've never met them, but some of my cousins have. So those ones that have are the ones that were contacted. And then I didn't even have an idea, because my baby was just very tender about 4 months after, you know, so they started talking about it. I was hearing Mom on calls constantly. They were talking about they need someone, or she should see if I can agree. My younger sister was still in school. She was in her, I think, in her 2nd year or so. So since I was the only one who is out of school, they can't talk to my younger brother about that, because he also is in school. So since I was the only one who was out of school, every eye was on me, despite the fact that I just had a baby. So my mom talked to me. I said no. And then the idea was, my baby is still tender. I can't travel with my baby and walk. So she said, my mom is very young. So she said she will take care of the baby for me to travel. Mom said, this is more like an opportunity for you to do everything you want to do. You want to go to school, you can walk there, go to school and do everything. So that was everyone's idea, except my dad, my younger sister, and I. No one talked to my younger brother about it, because he was not around. He was in Auchi then. So I think we were standing alone. All my aunties were with my mom. So one of them invited me over that night. She sat me down, you know, you're working really hard, you go to farm, because when I gave birth to my baby, I was now trying very hard to see that there's no lapses in the family. We all hands on deck, kind of. Let everyone work hard to make sure that everything is going on well. So you work really hard. So for me, this is like an opportunity. And then she had her son that just left to Ghana. I don't know what was going on with the guy as at then. So I didn't really ask if he was doing well. But for me, everyone believes he's doing well. So these opportunities too, for me, you have to. So when she explained everything, told me you need to you need to really try this out because this is like an option that will help you to stop the suffering. You're going to farm, you're doing a lot of things. Just try this option. That night was the night I now decided, okay, since everyone is saying they will take care of my son, I'll go. They told us France, the three of us, 3 ladies, and then the guy, Italy. They are my cousins as well. So 2 ladies plus me, that's 3. Then the guy, because they said 3 ladies and the guy. Then the guy was to stop at Italy. It's not like the guy is joining us to France. So that was it. We left. Okay, there was no plan, no process. That's the truth. There was no process. They just told me, pack your bags, meet us in Benin. So I packed my bags. And then while packing your bags, make sure you have like 2-3 trousers. Make sure you have like a sweater, a thick one, because it's really cold over there in Europe. Make sure you have, they just told us a few things that they felt was necessary that we should have with us. So those were the things I put together. And then I got myself a backpack. I made sure I bought enough food for my son. Someone I initially planned I was going to do exclusive breastfeeding for. I had to cut short at 4 months just to join them. So we got to Benin, spent about 2 days there preparing. No serious preparation. They were just telling us they are preparing the documents, everything will be, we'll get all of them in Abuja. When we get to Abuja, that the people over there, they are the ones who would give us the necessary requirements. So it was just like, we just came there for brief information and then we left. We got to Kano, we passed the night in Kano. But before Kano was when I started suspecting that something is not really going on right. We're trying to enter the north then. Some of these NDLEA, these drug enforcement agency, they saw us and the man was like, everyone in this bus calm down, walk him down. I even felt maybe they wanted to search the guys. But funny enough, they took all bags. It was more like they took the young people's bags and then they kept it in one place. They will open it, not them. I don't tell you, it's not them. I'm like, I don't have anything in my bag. So I was getting really scared. But the guy with us was like, calm down, nothing is going on. They just want to check. And he already had an idea of what was going on. So when they checked, they asked every one of us to pay 2,000. So the other girl, I don't know her, we just met in the bus, was putting on this long dress. Is it Jalamia they call it? Something like that. That was what she was putting on. And then she was just saying a lot of things. Not be travel, they travel. Not be travel, they travel. And not commit any crime. Or now, you know, she was saying a lot of things. And she wasn't even using any polite language, like you're talking to officers. I beg you, make nobody disturb her. Now travel, she they travel, you know, Benin accent. So I was like, travel, they travel. Is it like we are going to the same direction or something? So I started suspecting as at then that I don't really know what these guys are talking about. But at the end of the day, the guy paid. He paid for all of us, and the 4 of us, 8,000, and then we left. So they took 2,000 from each person, and then they allowed us leave. We moved on till we got to Abuja. We passed the night there. There was no response. Nobody brought documents. They said the documents, the person said we should keep coming. When we get to Kano, we'll get it. So we got to Kano actually. Someone came to pick us. The guy that came to pick us was driving with one hand. He doesn't have one hand. I was scared. Like, but before he started driving, as soon as he just said, quick, 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 enter. Every one of us jumped inside the car. The next thing, he started giving us this stuff. Is it hijab? Yeah, that jab for everyone. So I didn't know how to wear it. So everybody was like, okay. So it was funny, kind of. I was like, is this like what they do in the north? Is it compulsory? Even Christians will have to wear this. So then my boss was like, you asked a lot of questions. Just wear it. We had to. So we moved on till we got somewhere. It was kind of bushy environment. The guy stopped. They brought another car. that took us to a particular enclosed area. And then that was where we were for a while. And then after a while, bike came, bike carried us from there to one place. I can't even tell. The people on the streets were doing, I don't know what was going on, but it was funny, but not funny. Because the bike guys were not even riding normal. They were riding and jumping. In fact, these things that we see in movies, that like James Bond something, it happens in Nigeria. Like I'm like, what's going on here? The guys were not careful. I had to hold the bike man so that I don't fall off. And someone was behind me, but I was still not comfortable to tell you how rough those guys were. So we got to another place. Then I saw a lot of Nigerians. I saw a lot of people who were traveling actually. So they were saying different things, everyone with their own idea about where they are going to. And then I met this lady. She wasn't looking very okay, but she said the person who asked her to come is her sister, and that's because I think she's educated, but she has this health issues that the person said as soon as she gets to Italy, they will come pick her up and then she will get her treatments. So people had different reasons why they were traveling. The ones I met there actually, everyone had different reasons, some for medical attention, some for money, some who were promised jobs. So I felt kind of, I felt unhappy at first. And then I was saying some things, and then one guy came to me and said, see, if you talk too much, most of these people that are around here, they will lock you up here and then everybody will go, you will not go because you're asking a lot of questions. So that calmed me kind of. I had to like stop asking questions. After a while, they came, took passports, as in passport photograph of everyone. And then it was that guy, that guy's idea of not talking that made me not to ask anything. Few hours later, they came with passports. The passport that got to me had my picture, not my name, and every other detail on it wasn't me. So when they gave me the passport, okay, I had to memorize everything on the passport. Like, you are compelled to, you don't have a choice because that's like your gateway to wherever you're supposed to go to. So we took these things. Few minutes later, the bike guys came back. They took all of us again. You know the bike the person you entered with before, just enter with the person and then we moved on. So we continued till we got to the border between, I don't know if it's Niger and Nigeria though. So the immigration officers there, they'll take your passport, ask you, what's your name? You tell them your name. How old are you? You tell them. They just check. They give it back to you. So it wasn't like they were doing any critical check. They just, that question was the only thing they asked me. I don't know if they asked others any other thing, but that was what they asked me. And that was a pass for me because as soon as I said my name, and then I skipped a part where I had to teach one of my sisters because she is not learned. She got married when she was in primary 6, so she didn't go to school, and she has been in the village all her life. So I had to like teach her her name, the name on the distance. So I was helping her memorize her own name as well as memorizing mine. So it was something very silly that, of course, if I had a clue about irregular migration or human trafficking, I would have at least known that I was getting into something stupid, something that wouldn't be good for me. And then we left. The bike guys took us to a certain place where they had buses. They put a lot of us in one bus. I had to sit in the booth. So in that booth, it was raining that evening. It was, let's say, around 8 before the bus left. So it was raining. The raindrop was on my body. Despite the fact I didn't have enough clothes on, I was cold. I was shivering. And it's not like when you're shivering, somebody else would help you because everyone is actually trying to save themselves. So no one is actually looking out for you. So you have to do something to help yourself. So I had to like draw. There is something they used to cover the bus. I had to like draw that thing to cover myself. So we moved on. After a while, I think they heard police. The next thing, the drivers drove to a certain place, parked the car, zoomed off. We didn't know where they went to. After a while, other cars came. If they call your connection, you join another vehicle. If they call your connection, you join another vehicle. Just like that, they just shared us into different groups. We left. Spent about a day plus on the road. So we got to Agadez. Now, when we got to Agadez, someone just told us that this is Agadez. Though. I say, yeah, Agadez. I met some people, and then the first room where they took us to everywhere was filled with flies. I couldn't take it, so I was like, oh God, what is this? Those girls there, they started laughing. They were laughing. I was like, how are you guys comfortable in this kind of environment? They said, you never see anything, you know. They stood up, left the room, came back, they were still laughing. I was like, no. So my sisters told me that you should just try and keep quiet and just observe rather than say your feelings. It's as if you're just showing them who you are. I just kept quiet. I was not enduring the whole thing. They fly everywhere. I sat in a corner. I was just reflecting over the journey from Nigeria to that point. A few days, about 4 days later. So that should be like, okay, that's like 4 days, 4 to 5 days now to get to that place, because it was from Benin to Kano itself was a day till the next morning. So from that Kano to that Agadez in Niger was about, okay, let's just say 3 days. Okay, so from that point to that night, they didn't actually move us. We're still there till about 4 days. And then on the 4th day, they came, they told us, okay, to get ready. Everybody get ready, you'll be leaving this night. People were excited. Me, I wasn't really excited because I didn't really understand we are leaving. Like, we are leaving to where? So my bros was like, they said we are going to buy gallon. Buy gallon? We don't have money. We didn't even, they gave us just 10,000 naira when we were leaving each. So we don't have money. How much is the gallon? He said they are selling in Sefa. It's not Naira, so because we are not in Nigeria. So I said, okay, find out how much it is. At the end of the day, what we had left with us was unable to buy us the gallon because we were buying small ones, big ones, small ones for each person. So at the end of the day, we sold the only phone that was with us. And the phone was not in our possession. It wasn't in my possession or in the girl's possession. It was only the guy that was authorized to use the phone to update them. So it was more like they were working with the guy. These people carrying us were working with the guy. I've never met the guy before. He's not really my cousin. He's married to one of our cousins, so I don't even know him. Now, it's more like they've already had this whole thing planned out before calling on us to come and join the guy. So the guy said he's going to sell the phone. When we get to Libya, he will get another phone. Me, I wasn't worried initially. Just get us water, since they said everybody would need water. We didn't bother to ask, what do we need the water for? Since they said buy, just buy. He bought the gallon, they filled it with water, so we had to carry it to the place where they were loading that night. So in the night, they started loading. I noticed each Hilux was carrying about 29 people. For my Hilux, they had about 29 people. So now the guys, the ladies will sit in, the guys will sit around the Hilux. So they have this wood that the guys will use to sit. And then they were arranging it like that till it got to our own turn. Now for the girls, you sit, you open your legs, someone else sits, just like that. That was the arrangement. Then for me, I had to sit around the, what's it called, where you can rest your back. But I was sitting on a keg of fuel. That's another story. I was sitting on a keg of fuel. So for me, I felt that was a comfortable place, right? I put my bag on the keg of fuel, and then I sat on it. So I was feeling like that's more comfortable. I was even saying the other people sitting inside the Hilux will be feeling hot and they will be having a lot of challenges, so I don't want to stay there. I prefer where I was. Now, within one day from that place, because all the Hilux moved at the same time, like all the vehicles moved at once, they started going. It was as if the more we went in, if they drive from one, would I even say up to a pole, the vehicle will sink. All the guys will come down. The lighter ladies will stay inside. If you're heavy, you come down. The guys will have to remove the sand. The Hilux will move to the front. We'll jump in again. The Hilux will move. Get just one pole again. This thing continued for the whole day. It was tiring. And to worsen it, they were beating the guys. Like, when it's time to pack this sand, if they don't see your hand doing it, the drivers have this whip, this pipe that you use to put fuel in their vehicle was what they were using to whip the guys. Like, at some point I started crying because there was this guy that looked really soft. I don't think he's from Edo State. I can't remember where he's from. Well, at some point he broke down, like, he was like, which kind of suffer be this? Which kind of suffer be this? Now travel, they travel, I no keep person, you know. They were beating them in such a way that ordinarily it was heartbreaking. That after that whole day, in the night, they packed us somewhere. And then I met someone from my place, from another Hilux. The guy started telling me stories, we were just gisting. And then it was more like a few hours, let's say it was getting to like midnight. This kind of breeze just started blowing towards us and then bringing sand. It was then it dawned on me that most of the sand heaping was actually done by that breeze. It was like rain. So very scary. I just told the guy, is this thing going to bury us? He smiled and said, if you bury us now, it's just like we are trying to make it in life and then we did not survive. I was like, God, don't allow me to die here. That was the first fear. So the guy said, just lie down and use something to cover yourself. If you cover yourself, probably you'll sleep off. Because I didn't see sleep. Most people were already sleeping, but I could not imagine myself sleeping in that kind of environment. I didn't know there was more waiting for us ahead. So after that night, the next morning, the drivers came. I took my brush. I want to brush my teeth. They said, wait, I want to brush. One guy said, with which water? This water that we are reserving, we want to drink. I said, I'm not going to brush. The guy said, even buy brush. They were laughing, you know. Some kind of weird behavior from some of the guys and the ladies. They were laughing. I better go reserve the water. I said, hey, God, so I'm not going to brush my mouth. I can't even wash my face. The guy said, you don't even brush, you wash face, you know. They were just saying a lot of things. And then the driver didn't even wait for anyone to brush, so we had to jump in. That was the first heartbreak for me. Like, okay, now I'm going to just be smelling and dirty till we get to our destination, and who knows how long this journey is.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
My name is Demola Bakri. To the new entrants to my world, I am Honorable Justice Demola Bakri, a prince from the Jibosho ruling house of the Bagura nation. I was born in Ibadan, then the capital of Old Western State, now the capital of Oyo State. Those were lovely days of peace and tranquility. I attended UMC demonstration school at Okeado, Ibadan, and I remember after school work with my sister and other students from school compound through Imale Falafia College Crescent area. Then, we all never knew what life had in stock for us. It was a life of que sera, sera. We had fun, just sleeping and waking up for school the next day. I remember the midday meal, sometimes yam, porridge, and vegetables. I remember fan milk. The dream was to be an electronic engineer, to understand how a voice from the box could reach so many homes. I remember Rediffusion, also my neighbor's television in the early 70s, and my father's struggle to buy one. I remember later my mother's struggle to buy a radio cassette player for the family. It was a compensation for our hard work at cleaning the compound. I remember the creation of State in 1976 and our usual weekend trips from Abeokuta to Ibadan. I remember the Ibadan-Abeokuta road and the Odeda sharp bend with inscription, "Sharp bend ahead, many have gone, be careful." It was indeed an era to behold. I remember the good old days of common entrance into secondary schools and the right to choose based on your ability when it was only 5 kobo per term as allowances. Today, in reflection, I wonder why we cannot have a brighter future. Yes, our children deserve more. Let each of us rise to contribute our quota to see to a bright and wonderful future for Nigeria. We still have an opportunity to print our foot boldly on the positive sides of sands of time. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow. Not just the good old days. Let's change the narrative. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mr. Steve Shodia. I want to do a shout out to Plus TV Africa. Keep watching.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, program their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news brief. Journalists and Nigerians are advocating for unity, discipline, and responsible journalism to advance President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. House Committee on Customs and Excise Chairman Honorable Lekia Abejide and FCT Command Commissioner Ajao Adewale are leading the call for decisive leadership and responsible journalism to improve the country's prospects for both domestic and international citizens. This call is aimed at creating a safe environment for all citizens.
At the dispensation of this administration, the societal expectation for development and good standard of living was damped by lack of good leadership in the past, not starting to be. And this hampered our development, it hampered our progress. A situation of this nature produces a state of despondence that requires the courage of a courageous leader to step on toes and do things that may produce some bitter experience at the beginning, but the eventual and ultimate result will be a glorious end and light at the end of the tunnel.
Request from you is that we see the nation as our home. And we see security as everybody's responsibility. We only need to identify the fact that you have a role to play. Information is power, and it can be used negatively or positively.
The National President of the NUJ, Al-Hassan Abdullahi, and the Chairman of the NUJ Council, Comrade Gracie K, organized an event to promote support and good relationships among journalists in FCT, emphasizing national interests.
I wanted this opportunity to appeal to all of us as journalists. Let's find a place in our heart to imbibe the spirit of forgiveness.
As journalists, we have a unique role in promoting unity by sharing stories that inspire, educate, and unite our communities. The transformative power of journalism. Journalism has the power to transform societies by highlighting truth, promoting understanding, and advocating for justice. Let us continue to uphold the highest standard of unity, integrity, and journalism, using our platform to foster a culture of peace, tolerance, and mutual respect.
The event, focusing on renewal and hope, aims to promote unity and progress among journalists in the Federal Capital Territory before Easter celebration. The House of Representatives has ordered Remita, also known as System Specs Limited, to refund 182.7 billion naira withheld from Treasury's single account since 2015 to the federal government. The directive was issued by the Public Accounts Committee of the House following a forensic audit and that uncovered significant financial discrepancies in its operations. The committee recommended that System Specs be compelled to refund the total sum to the federal government asset recovery account. The committee called on other TSA value chain service providers to comply promptly. The forensic consultants were commended for their thorough and patriotic work.
We recall that in the last couple of weeks, by the activities of the Public Account Committee, a substantial sum of money, now it has run over 60 billion naira, has been recovered as outstanding payments by oil and gas companies under civil have been several head
to the federal government account. Now, the investigation is still ongoing, but we need to report to the committee that 12 of these companies have proven to be recalcitrant. All efforts to get them to appear before the committee and defend the allegation of the Auditor General for the Federation as well as the NUPRC has proven abortive. A lot of letters, messages, notices had earlier been sent before now. So this should be the last resort, in the absence of which a full-blown legal position should be taken on.
The House of Representatives is set to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the use of takeoff grants, bailout funds, and other special interventions provided various institutions since 2015. The investigation will focus on transparency, fiscal discipline, and accountability in public financial management. The committee's chairman aims to ensure the proper application of public funds for institutional takeoff, economic stabilization, infrastructure development, and emergency responses.
I must reiterate that the purpose of the special investigative hearing is to improve transparency in governance as one of the fundamental tenets of democracy, enhance clarity on take-off grants, bailout funds, and interventions, and other allocations, as well as the utilization processes, strengthen accountability, promote efficient and optimal utilization of public resources for the benefit of all Nigerians, and ultimately identify areas for improvement and recommend corrective measures.
I would like to urge heads of agencies and organizations present today to provide truthful and accurate information to this committee in order to enable us carry our work. The hearing is not a witch-hunting exercise. Rather, it is an opportunity for all stakeholders to come together in the spirit of cooperation. I assure all participants that we are committed to a fair hearing and respectful dialogue through this process. Therefore, I want to emphasize that going forward, anyone considered relevant in our inquiries, whether retired, still in service, may be invited to appear before this committee to offer clarification.
The probe, despite public concern over mismanagement of interventions, is seen as a crucial step towards institutional reforms and the fight against corruption.
But particularly as per the Secretariat, the format of presentation simplifies the analysis of the presentation. What we have here, we have like three issues. We have bailout, we have take-off grant, we have intervention funds. So if the Office of the Accountant General can get a formal reporting from the Secretariat, the amount, each segmented, take-off grant separate, bailout separate, intervention fund separate, and then it should come in 2015, 16 to the end. And it should have serial number one, the purpose, the amount. So that's how the format should emanate from the Secretariat. So from there, by the time we get this document, we will now sit down and analyze them. By the time we analyze them, we will now fix a date for a particular MDA to come forward and make clarifications. Through that analysis, we will come up with questions that will be raised and documentation that could be submitted by the agencies being in question.
What we were asked was to submit intervention allocations to NDAs, departments and agencies, and other government-owned enterprises for the period 2015 to date. That's the request we were asked to, and we have compiled them in this report that we got here. So that is it. Okay.
The committee has requested key accounting officers and agency heads to submit detailed reports, financial records, and implementation updates on interventions received, with the findings aiming to inform future budgetary appropriations. The Nigeria Union of Journalists NUJ Federal Capital Territory FCT Council has dragged former official to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for refusing to hand over to the newly sworn-in executives. The officials include Emmanuel Ogbeche, Patrick Osedabamwe, and Ochiaka Ugu. The Congress has resolved to stop the impersonation of the current executive and hand off the Council's signatory accounts.
Mr. Pat, an editor of Abuja Inquirer newspaper, is also the editor of Abuja Inquirer newspaper. But Mr. Pat
is not documented in any part of this audit record. And knowing how audit records should go, we have compared to believe that there may have been some little compromises, because anybody who does not have any accounting record will not be able to understand the details of this thing.
Some prominent Christian leaders have raised concerns over the continued killings of Christians in northern Nigeria. They said Christians in the north need the empathy of their counterparts in the south to keep faith in God. Speaking at a concert to raise funds for victims of insurgency in northern Nigeria, organized by the Foundation of Truth Assembly Church in Lagos, the leaders said awareness needed to be created on the plight of victims of insurgency in the northern region. In his opening remark, Kasali said politicians' polarization of the body of Christ in the country after the 2015 general elections contributed to some of the country's insecurity crisis. Orisa Jafo regretted the bloodshed in the north and urged the people to defend themselves if nobody is ready to defend them.
We've got to wake up as a people. We don't have guns. We can't fight back with bullets. What we can do is to fight back through our own humanitarian interventions, which is cross charity, to go out there and especially educate the people that are out of school, the out of school children, most important, to defend these people. Then whatever they can find, wherever they can find whatever they can find, they should defend themselves. Plateau State is full of warriors. Who were those who fought the Civil War? Plateau State, Benue State, Taraba State. And I'm talking to you raw. Many people will be uncomfortable with it. So this is the issue. This is my answer to you. Defend yourself. If nobody will defend you, what are you going to do? You just sit down and die?
On his part, the former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who spoke in a video message, urged Christians across Nigeria to increase awareness about the killings and all to raise funds for the well-being of the children and widows of the fallen heroes. The concert also had in attendance some widows from the northern region who narrated how they lost their husbands to attacks and the harsh reality they face taking care of the children alone.
This cross charity is more relevant now than ever before, especially as we witness killings in north-central Nigeria, in Plateau, in Benue, a menace that has gone on almost annually for over 30 years. I urge all present today, whether you represent a ministry or not, to become financial partners with the cross charity. This is the kind of religion that God expects us to practice.
If the federal government will defend us anymore, we will defend ourselves. We cannot be married. Our brothers and sisters continue. Just within the past few weeks, we have lost over 200. Killed and slaughtered. And for this woman, we don't need the past. We will reclaim our territory. Because this gospel of the kingdom is the gospel of the kingdom. Jesus did not tell us to fall our hands. We are empowered to pray. We are empowered to protect.
The former Labour Leaders Forum in Rivers State has criticized President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency and the suspension of Governor Siminalayi Fubara and the State House of Assembly, calling for urgent action and urging organized labor to defend the democratic rights of the people.
Our strongest opinion of the former Liberal leaders in Rivers State to call on the NLC to live up to its mandate of the Nigerian workers and the masses, or immediately put the towel, because we cannot continue to see the NLC that is the voice of the common man, that stands for equity, fairness, and justice, to fold our hands for 1 week now, and nothing has been said in order to move this issue and nip it to the bud before it gets out of hand. If NLC is not ready to pursue this democracy that we're enjoying today and to sustain it, they should be ready to put in their towel and leave the office.
Former Labour leaders criticized sole administrator for dismantling local government councils, dissolving boards and reconstituting governing bodies, calling on President Tinubu to reconsider actions for peace and democracy. They support Rivers residents facing daily hardship.
I want to believe that this 21-man committee that has been constituted should come with a clean heart in trying to make sure that democracy is restored back in Rivers State. That is the key fundamental thing here. And that's why we're compelling, we're also appealing to His Excellency.
Amagbane has raised concerns regarding alleged plans to assault military personnel in the Bayelsa Creeks, which he claims are being orchestrated to implicate him. In a statement released by his media aide, Mr. Mighty Wind Dudafa, Amagbane revealed that intelligence reports suggest that certain individuals are determined to undermine him by staging attacks on military forces. He attributed this conspiracy to pipeline surveillance contractors in Bayelsa State who are dissatisfied with the results of the recent 2023 governorship elections. Amagbane warned that these contractors intend to disguise the federal government or military leadership. The Abuja School of Social and Political Thought has criticized the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and the judiciary for not following judicial procedures in the Edo State governorship election. Executive Director Professor Sam Amadi argues that a cut in proof burden could lead to democracy being comatose, allowing desperate politicians to undermine the Electoral Act and validate INEC's coup.
Abuja School feels that the judicial attitude towards elections nullifies the purpose of electoral adjudication. You cannot prescribe standards to be used, and the regulator violates those standards, and you transfer an impossible burden on petitioners. But as long as politicians will win in courts over these very strangulating technicalities and sometimes very false technicalities, they will have incentive to keep on manipulating the electoral system.
Professor Amadi mentioned electoral sections designed to prevent loopholes that politicians and their parties could exploit to win elections at polling units and courts.
To overcome that loophole, the Electoral Act says before you vote, the real result you use, the real result sheets and the beavers and all the sitting materials, you have to first write down the serial numbers so that this agent sign off, so that it's with that number serial number you use. Now, failure to do this renders election in that polling unit automatically void. The Supreme Court says that the prescribed form is from EC 25P, as specified by INEC itself. Second, the Supreme Court said that it's a strict liability provision.
Others expressed concerns about the Independent National Electoral Commission and the judiciary's actions in truncating Nigeria's democratic process.
It does look like we are losing the democracy dream in this country. We have defects, very obvious defects, and we've been playing around. INEC as an institution is an extension of the villa. The courts to begin to embrace judicial activism. Judicial activism in the sense that our judges should find the nerve to really move away from the technicalities, move away from the bare words that are in our constitution, in our electoral laws and all of that, and ensure that justice is done and seen to have been done.
INEC is now the electorate why the court chooses who wins the election, which is a very dangerous precedent that they are trying to bring to the country. The electoral system is going down.
From 1 Billion Rising Global Call to Rise for Freedom and allowing freedom be the new, create a new world through the Rise for Freedom. So from last year, we have made Rising for Freedom an annual thing. Lagos Freedom Festival is a celebration of the diversity of Lagos through art, culture, entertainment, sport, music, and it's a way of bringing people from diverse cultures, beliefs.
In 1929, about Ikonabasi Women's Revolt, written by Charles Ubang and directed by Oluwafemi Adegbola in collaboration with Deity Films. The performance paid tribute to the resistance and resilience of Nigerian women.
And Lagos Freedom Festival has been an event we used to, speak about what is art, culture, and activism. We speak about activism, culture, art. A lot of ways we've passed the message to the people across.
Yeah, today's program, wow, so beautiful. Big ups to all the organizers, DJ Zim. This is Lagos Freedom Festival. It's so beautiful. It's nice coming here.
All right, the I-Rise 1 Billion Nigeria. I think they are helping hands, like empowering women in the society and in our own this community to be self-reliant in whatever they are doing. So I think they are doing a great job.
From cultural dance and live painting to conversations around climate justice and equality, the festival delivered a multi-sensory experience grounded in advocacy and awareness. As the music faded and the lights dimmed, one thing remained clear: freedom, when expressed through art, has the power to unite, transform, and inspire. Justin Nakadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
Hello and welcome to VOA's The Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari, for Jackson Mvunganyi. Here's what we have got lined up for you this week. We'll look at some African creatives who receives nomination for the 97th Oscars. In the midst of ongoing war in Sudan, a 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed uses her rap music to entertain families and loved ones. Plus, a Kenyan tech company has found the use of plastic waste to print 3D models to help students in their learning. Hosted by South African comedian Trevor Noah for the 5th year in a row, the Grammy festivities were revamped to be part awards show and part fundraiser for the people affected by the recent wildfires in Los Angeles area, which killed 29 people and displaced thousands, including many musicians. It was a big night for Beyonce, who became the first black woman to win Best Country Album for Cowboy Carter, fresh off announcing her upcoming tour for the album. She also won Album of the Year for the same record, the first time she's won in that category despite being the most decorated Grammy winner. It was also an exciting night for Nigerian singer Tems, who took home the Best African Music Performance Award for her hit Love Me JJ, being only the second year that the category highlighting African artists has been introduced. Kendrick Lamar took home Record of the Year and Song of the Year for Not Like Us, a diss track in his feud with Canadian rapper-singer Drake. Pink Pony Club singer Shepa Rowan was named Best New Artist. Meanwhile, Sabrina Carpenter won Best Pop Vocal Album for Short and Sweet, while Doechii became the third woman in Grammy history to win Best Rap Album for Alligator Bites Never Heal. The 97th Academy Awards, also known as the Oscars, are scheduled for March 2nd, and African creatives are among hundreds from different parts of the world who are anxious to see if they will win one of the prestigious golden statuettes. VOA's Mike Hovey has more.
Now this year's nominees for Best Live Action Short Film. Alien.
African cinema is being recognized at this year's Academy Awards. Included in the nominees is South Africa's The Last Ranger, which has been nominated in the Best Live Action Film category. The South African film explores the dangers of rhino poaching while highlighting conservation efforts in the nation's Eastern Cape province. Cindy Lee, the director of The Last Ranger, says she's happy that the movie is receiving international attention because it helps expose the threat that rhino poaching has on several South African industries, especially tourism.
We have this huge problem in South Africa, rhino poaching. One rhino is killed every 15 hours in South Africa, and we've already lost over 10,000 rangers, who put their life on the line to try and protect the rhinos. So my brother wrote this beautiful short film. This is based very loosely. It's inspired by a true story. It talks to a lot of things, It talks to so many socioeconomic issues as well facing South Africa.
Studies released by the World Wildlife Fund showed that the population of black rhinos declined dramatically to fewer than 2,500 worldwide between 1960 and 1995. The international group says persistent conservation efforts across Africa have helped increase the black rhino population to more than 6,000. However, the WWF warns that the wildlife crimes, especially rhino poaching, to sell the horns illegally on the international market continues to plague the species and threaten recovery efforts.
Rhinos are about to become extinct. I think the black rhino is like right on the cusp of extinction. So that is the emergency situation we have right now, because if we don't stop this, we won't have rhinos. And if there are no rhinos, that could affect tourism. And if tourism collapses, South Africa could collapse. I mean, you have to understand the importance. South Africa's biggest source of income is its tourism.
African cinematographers are excited about the international success of The Last Ranger. They say the films are paving way for the world to learn more about Africa and the talent that the continent offers. Lee echoes those sentiments.
The Tunda Choir is a beautiful choir out of Khayelitsha, and they are the vocalists in our film. Now imagine it's a Tunda Choir, nobody knows who they are. Then this film gets onto a platform like the Oscars, and when people, all these Academy voters are going to go, there are 10,000, I think, Academy voters, they're going to go and watch this film. 10,000 people are going to see the actors, producers, writers, directors. 10,000 potential people who are into music hear the Tunda Choir, and they reach out to the Tunda Choir and offer them work, and their lives change, and more people want that to happen, and then the ball starts rolling. So it is, we can change lives one film at a time.
In the 95-year-old history of the Academy Awards, only 3 African movies have won an Oscar in the Best International Films category. The first was Z, an Algerian movie produced in 1969. The second was Black and White in Color, a movie from Ivory Coast produced in 1976. And the last time an African movie won the Golden Statuette was in 2005, after the South African movie Tsotsi received the accolade. Mike Ove, VOA News, Washington.
In a makeshift shelter carved out of a schoolyard in eastern Sudan, 14-year-old Hanim Mohammed is using her rap music to bring comfort to families displaced by the country's ongoing war. Mohammed's love for rap took root for years, but the outbreak of war really brought it home, pushing her to start writing her own lyrics.
At a UN-sponsored space in the shelter, the young rapper known as Nana commanded the stage with electrifying energy. Laughter and claps echoed through the air as women and children swayed and twirled to the beat, defying a war that has gripped the country since April 2023.
I started listening to rap 4 years ago, and a few months after the war erupted, I started composing songs. Most of the songs I composed were for the place I love the most and where I grew up, which is Omdurman. I composed 3 songs about it.
The conflict in Sudan has claimed the lives of tens of thousands, uprooted over 12 million people, and pushed Sudanese to the brink of famine. Nana's fans say her songs resonate deeply.
I like her songs very much. They're all very nice. They make me feel happy. Her songs are very good, and her performance is also really good.
What I like the most is when people start singing, clapping and dancing with me. This makes me very happy. Even when I play songs other than rap, everybody comes. Everybody, young and old, they all come and dance with me. It's something wonderful, and it boosts my self-confidence.
When the war erupted, Mohammed fled her hometown of Omdurman, the twin city of the capital Khartoum, with her family. Now residing in a secondary school in Port Sudan, she uses rap to articulate her grief and preserve cherished memories of home.
What inspired me the most to compose songs is listening to Sudanese rappers. I liked it. When the war erupted, this gave me an even greater drive. So I started composing rap songs, and now I have 9 songs that I composed myself. Of course, the biggest wish I hope for is for the war to stop, for me to be able to complete my studies and become a skilled surgeon and a famous rapper, to have a balance between the two, to be a surgeon and a rapper. It is difficult, I know, but I think I'll be able to do both. It's not a problem. I like the challenge.
Plastic waste accounts for 10 to 12% of all solid waste in Kenya. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, a Kenyan tech company is using plastic waste to print 3D models that help college students with their learning while reducing damage to the environment. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
These 3D models are made from recycled plastic waste. A 3D image is designed and uploaded into a machine, which then prints the desired model. EcoPrints Generation, a company in Mombasa, produces the models. They start with plastic pellets, which are heated at a steady temperature to produce filaments. The filaments are then fed into the 3D printer to produce various models. The demand for these models is growing, especially in the education sector.
Most of the people who have needed the use of the filament and the 3D printing products use them to teach and educate learners. It's a visual aid which is better as compared to just drawing a diagram on a blackboard or a whiteboard. And another industry which I've seen is people who do in manufacturing. They tend to test out their prototypes. So that is another use which we've been leveraging on as well.
Kenya generates nearly 1 million metric tons of plastic waste each year, according to the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which the UN Trade and Development Organization, UNCTAD, helps to implement. Less than 10% of the waste is recycled. with the rest ending in giant trash heaps in the ocean or burned up, releasing harmful emissions into the atmosphere. GIL Industries is one of the few companies in Kenya that recycle plastic. The company processes the waste by breaking it into small pieces, then cleaning and sorting it by color and quality. Some of that plastic is then melted and turned into the pellets used for 3D printing. One of the EcoPrint's key customers is Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, a college in Mombasa. Architectural students there use 3D models made from recycled plastic to showcase house structures and surrounding features like trees, cars and people. These 3D models have made teaching easier for lecturers and improved students' understanding of their coursework.
The 3D models, it has really helped us, as every time it comes in exam, it is really easy for you to remember what to do and what you have been taught by the teacher.
For now, EcoPrint Generation prints only small and medium-sized objects, but they have ambitions to print bigger ones, such as a house that architecture students can use for their studies. Mohammed Yusuf, VOA News, Mombasa, Kenya.
Japanese adventurer Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town at the end of a more than 6,000 kilometers journey across Africa while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki began his African Odyssey last summer in Kenya and has a large following on social media where he has shared regular updates of his adventures.
34-year-old Japanese Yuji Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town to end a more than 6,000-kilometer journey from Kenya to South Africa on foot while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki said it was a very good experience, despite some hairy moments like seeing a lion and a truck hitting his rickshaw.
So the lion on the road, we just came back village. Yeah, and then, so yeah, we are running together, so with any children in Tanzania. And then, so I broke my rickshaw so by hitting a truck. Yeah, 2 times, but I'm still alive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, so when I was crossing like Namibia, nothing everywhere. That's why it's very difficult to get the water, to get the food.
Yeah.
I sleep out.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari, in for Jackson Mvunganyi. Here's what's on tap this week. Somalia's first female Christian, Shuki Osman Muse, is turning heads on the streets of Mogadishu, exploring Namibia's Herero tribe through fashion designer McBride Kavari's mission to preserve their traditional attire. The Niger Market in Calgary, Canada celebrates the culture of African immigrants. And finally, a Kenyan company is transforming waste into art. Let's get started. But first, the 97th Oscars are just a few months away and nominations are in. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences announced Emilia Perez, the Spanish-language story of a Mexican drug lord who transitions to a woman and starts a new life, has earned 13 nominations. While The Brutalist, which is about a Holocaust survivor and architect chasing the American dream, and The Wizard of Oz, prequel Wicked, picked up 10 each. African cinema is also being recognized at this year's 2025 Academy Awards. South Africa's The Last Ranger has been nominated in the Best Live Action Short Film category. Directed by Cindy Lee, the film delves into the challenges of rhino poaching and conservation efforts within South Africa's Amakhala Game Reserve. This year's Oscars take place on March 2nd in Los Angeles, California. Stay tuned for the winners. 25-year-old equestrian Shukri Osman Muse has been turning heads on the streets of Somalia's capital, Mogadishu, since taking up riding just last year. She has now become, according to her trainer, the conservative East African country's first female equestrian.
A strange sight appears on the streets of Mogadishu. A figure dressed all in black, including a cowboy hat, riding a horse through the beeping traffic of tuk-tuks and motorbikes. Stranger still in conservative Somalia, the writer is a woman, Shukri Usman Musem.
I am delighted to be the first female equestrian in the country. It was a dream of mine for many years. During that time, I faced numerous difficulties and challenges. There were no women in Mogadishu who had dared to.
The sight of seeing this young woman riding a horse demonstrates that Mogadishu is now more peaceful and secure. I returned from abroad because the city is safe again. Seeing a woman riding a horse in the capital is a testament to this newfound peace.
Muse said she persevered and overcame many obstacles to achieve her dream despite societal and gender barriers in the predominantly Muslim country.
The Niger market in Calgary, Canada, showcases the cultures of African immigrants and serves as a place for communities to connect. Azuma Compaore has more.
In Calgary, Canada, the culture of the African diaspora is seen at the Niger market. Here, Nigerian and other African cultures and cuisines make up this vibrant indoor market. Olaide Fashola is one of the vendors. She shares soul food from Nigeria.
I have fufu. This is fufu, fresh and frozen from Nigeria. So I have zobo. This is zobo tea. It is made. It has a lot of ingredients, 100% organic. You come here, you network with, I meet a lot of people, a lot of African and Nigerian market look like.
In its 2023 annual report, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada highlighted a record of about 438,000 permanent residents admitted in 2022, with over 20,000 from Nigeria. However, the numbers only tell part of the story. Titilola Akinro, a community member, says the market is a venue where diaspora communities connect.
When you move abroad, one of the things that people struggle with is loneliness. If an event like this is in your city and you come, you meet people, you network, you're looking for a job, you're looking to start a business.
Bridges two worlds.
Namibian fashion designer McBride Kavari. Namibian fashion designer McBride Kavari is on a mission preserving the traditional attire of his ethnic Herero tribe, a small group of less than 6% of the population, by combining its distinctive style with some modern twists, which he says also represents who they are and where they come from.
From his humble windhoek workshop, McBride Kavari, Namibia's leading fashion designer, is keeping alive the love for the Herero people's traditional dress. Kavari's sewing room is piled high with seemingly ordinary fabric that he transforms with labor and skill into elegant and voluminous dresses called ohorokova.
I feel they fell in love with the dress. They are more in love with the dress. I know for sure every young youth, Namibian youth, or a Herero young lady is owning one or two dresses in their closet.
Kavari's designs may introduce modern twists, but they maintain the distinctive and conservative character of a garment believed to have its roots in the arrival of German missionaries in this arid southwestern African land in the early 19th century.
I felt like, you know, in order to keep the dress alive, it's when I definitely have to think outside the box and modify it and make it lovable for the youth and the young generation. Yeah.
People to hold on that Herero traditional way, because it's our life and it's our tribe. We can't change it.
It is not certain how Herero women came to adopt the ohorokova, replacing the long hide aprons that they wore before, but the dress has endured despite the passage of time and its links to German colonization.
Basically, what you keep is the length of the dress, and then the chest, not too much revealing, not, you know, showing off, and then the sleeves. The sleeves should be long.
Perhaps the most striking piece of the outfit is the headdress called oshikaiva, which resembles the horns of a cow, reflecting the Herero roots as cattle herders.
What makes a Herero dress be a Herero dress is actually the headgear. Yeah, it's called oshikaiva. It represents the cow horns. Hereros, we are people that are known for cattle. You know, so that is one thing also that tells more about who we are, yes, and where we come from, yes.
A Kenyan company is using the age-old art of glass blowing to recycle waste into sculptures, goblets, beads, and more. Juma Majanga reports from Kajiado, Kenya.
At Kitengela Hot Glass on the edge of Nairobi National Park, James Gashuki and other artisans are busy recycling glass waste into these colorful products using the traditional art of glass blowing.
We have wine glasses, we have tumblers, we have assorted vases, we have jugs, we have sculptures also. And for custom items, we have dolls, which we use in making the furnitures and the panels.
Glass constitutes 2% of the country's waste, according to Kenya's National Environment Management Authority. Kitengela Hot Glass owner Anselm Cruz says the company recycles about half a ton of glass per day and more than 4,200 tons since it was founded over 3 decades ago.
Our mission was to place glass on the craft map of Kenya, and now we're working on doing that further afield.
The process begins with the collection of scrap glass, which is then sorted by color, cleaned, and left to dry. The dried glass is fed into a furnace and left to melt overnight at nearly 1,200 degrees Celsius.
In the morning we have a big bath of molten glass that's like a bowl of soup, and from that we will gather and pull out the glass that we need, and the same honey principle, if you stick a spoon into honey and turn it and it pulls out a bit of honey, that's exactly what we're doing with the glass, except hotter and bigger. Then when you have that lump of stuff on the end of your blowpipe, that's when you start shaping and tooling and pulling and controlling it into whatever the object is that you want to make.
The results are these glittering glass products that attract local and international clients. South African-based Kenyan sculptor Stanislaw Trebinski has exhibited in the United States and elsewhere. He worked with Kitengela artisans on pieces for a new exhibition.
I mean, I think it allows people access to a very high-end product at a very affordable price. I mean, if you understand what goes into it. I certainly have benefited greatly from it.
And Kitengela Hot Glass says the environment benefits as they turn waste into something beautiful. Juma Majanga, VOA News, Kajiado, Kenya.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host for today, Sunday Shomari. For more entertainment news, visit voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next week, goodbye, everyone.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia, It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the Lapa Lapa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem till after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have. I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come-out video. You get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk, I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members rather, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get, some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig. And nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the North, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if you talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, they go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to Cancer Watch, a life-changing platform powered by the Common Cancer Foundation in proud partnership with ARCON and proudly sponsored by Plus TV Africa. Today we will be focusing on neck and head cancer, the silent killer, and how to fight back. Together we fight, together we win. I am Denise Ejo, the CEO of Common Cancer Foundation, and today's episode could be a conversation that saves a life, maybe even yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. B. Olutunde Olusegun. I'm the co-anchor and the representative from ARCON, and today we will turn our lens on a quiet but very deadly disease, which is a threat to people globally. And we're talking about head and neck cancers, the silent killer. And most importantly today, we're going to focus on how you can fight back.
This isn't just a show. It's a movement for awareness, survival, and hope. And so before we dive in, take a moment, share this broadcast, follow us, and subscribe to Common Cancer Foundation, ARCON, and Plus TV Africa, because every share could lead someone to early detection and a second chance.
And it's my pleasure today to introduce the person that will be joining us, who is a leading voice in cancer care and a man whose works speaks volumes in the fight for life. It's our honor to have with us and to welcome Dr. Godwin Uwagba, who is a consultant, radiation and clinical oncologist, and the head and neck unit at the NSIA North Cancer Center right there in Lagos, Idiaraba. He's not only a specialist, he's a game changer from treating complex cases to shaping the future of oncology. This man has been busy saving lives and focusing on head and neck cancers for a while, as well as the diverse other things that he has really been up to. Dr. Uwagba is with us here today.
Thank you very much, Dr. B. Thank you, Dr. Dennis, for inviting me. And I want to also say thank you to the management of the Plus TV. Thank you, everyone. I hope we'll have a wonderful time as we share in this head and neck cancer topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Uwagba. It's a pleasure to have you here on Cancer Watch. Today, thank you for being part of this vital conversation as we shine light on the most overlooked form of cancer in one of the most overlooked in our environment. And so let's begin this conversation. Please don't forget, share, follow, and subscribe to the Common Cancer Foundation, Plus TV, and ARCON. Question time. Sit back, relax, and let's enjoy this conversation.
Yes, thank you so much, Dennis. We're going to spend some time educating people. Dr. Uwagba, I would just like to jump right in and ask you the question of why is head and neck cancer, why are they collectively referred to as the silent killer, especially in our environment? What's the issue here with your wide experience with managing head and neck cancers? What's the reason why? Dr. Uwagba, please.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. B. Of course, you're also a doctor and also a renowned oncologist in Nigeria. First and foremost, before I answer that question in terms of trying to talk about why is it called a silent killer, first, I just want to also let us give a brief what is head and neck cancer, because sometimes we try to assume that people know what head and neck cancer is. So basically, head and neck cancer, just the way it's been stated, where you have cancers that arise within what we call the aerodigestive. What do we mean by aerodigestive? That is where air and food passes through. That means that you are talking about cancers around the head, around the neck. We are talking about cancer of the nose, cancer of the nasopharynx, just behind the nose, cancer in the mouth, everything in the mouth, around the mouth, cancer in the neck, around inside and outside the neck. That means we're talking about the vocal cords, the vocal box, what we call the vocal box, that's the laryngeal. Then we have the cancer. So from anything around, from the nose, inside to the ear, to the mouth, inside the throat, that is esophagus, larynx, that is what we mean by head and neck cancer. So to now answer your question, why is it a silent killer? It's a silent killer because, one, most of the symptoms that you tend to have with head and neck tends to be similar to symptoms that you have with other kinds of diseases. Like, for instance, now a patient that is having change of voice, we think maybe he just have small hoarseness of voice, or maybe because he's having something scratching him, and he will just say, okay, well, he will just be silent about it. These subtle kind of symptoms, subtle that is not defined. Sometimes you just see some patients that say, okay, maybe it's just a swelling on their neck. So they won't really take it as anything. They'll just think maybe it's a kind of a swelling, it's an infection. Maybe they're having the nasal congestion, what we call nasal congestion, maybe in common language, catarrh. So you think that, and it has been there. So they will just see it as a common thing. And before you know it, that's the progress increased, and the mass of the disease now increased. So before you know it, it becomes a silent killer that's at the early stage would have been treated, but now become late. So basically, that is the reason why it means said that it's a silent killer. The subtle symptoms that people don't normally will want to take care of at the early case.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so based on what you're saying, because what I would have said is, what are the early signs and symptoms? Can you give us one by one what they are? Because, like for someone like me that lives with cancer, it's cancer. I always say to people, cancer doesn't give you warning, and cancer is an everyday sickness. So because I look at it from the perspective of being an everyday sickness, head and neck makes me ask the question, what exactly would therefore be the symptoms? Because you've said, you've given some examples, but are those the basic, are those the common, or are there general ones that we need to be aware of so we don't get ourselves in a...
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. So sometimes, even for us oncologists, we also wonder how that can, head and neck, if it's a breast cancer, maybe abdominal cancer, sorry, I'm digressing a little bit. You expect for that kind of a late presentation, but for head and neck that is obvious, everybody can see. So why are we having it late? Why do people present late? Which we'll see come to that. But the question is this. Some of these symptoms, which I will mention in terms of the early cases, are symptoms that occur with other diseases. Like, for instance, somebody that has what we call upper respiratory tract infection. We know we just have irritation, they'll be coughing, so he doesn't really take note of it. So other, like maybe bleeding from the nose, if I think, okay, maybe it's just a common, maybe due to hypertension, due to traumas. Those are the kind of early, but because all these early cases, they are similar to what we have with other kind of disease like infection. So what do we mean? What are the early symptoms a patient can present? Number one, it might not have any symptoms. They might not have any symptoms. But the early, we can, just like every other cancer, you will not have any symptoms before you know it. The second one is that you might have a patient that will just come with a neck swelling, and that might just give it a neck swelling from the lymph nodes. Might be a nasopharyngeal cancer. It might have a change of voice for maybe a laryngeal cancer, what we call the voice box just have a change. What we call it the hoarseness of voice, that the voice have changed for a long time. You just have that hoarseness of voice. You see that your voice is just changing and it's just like cracking kind of coarse kind of voice. Sometimes you might have a patient bleeding from the nose. Of course, by the time the patient starts bleeding from the nose, we know it's to some extent. Sometimes you might have some swellings, abnormal swellings that you will not even, you will just look at it and see it can be swelling in the tongue, it can be swelling around the mouth, it can be swelling around any part of your face. And so these are very common symptoms that are early, that we always advise that once you see your doctor, maybe your general practitioners, when they look at it, you should do an investigation to further determine what they are, so that it will be that at the late stage, they are presented at the late stage. So these are common symptoms. Like what I said, sometimes you have those symptoms, you don't even know. You don't even know that these symptoms, they are there. You are there. Like, for instance, you have somebody that has a nasal congestion. Maybe for a long time he has been having this nasal congestion that has been there for chronic, and he will just be saying, okay, everything is fine. Let me take a nose drop. Let me take an antibiotics. And before you know it might just be a cancer around the nasal cavity, or a cancer, what we call the paranasal sinus, that within the bones of the skull. So these are early symptoms that the patient can have with head and neck cancer.
Oh, wow. See, I'm not a medical doctor, and I'm not.
Oh, wow. Oh, thank you. That's really interesting, yes. Absolutely interesting. Thank you so much, Dr. Wagba. I gathered that, I like how you were pointing out to people that head and neck cancers can be tricky to detect, you know. You might already imagine someone who has had previous symptoms of catarrh, you know, it comes and it goes. They tend to mistake a lot of these symptoms and think it's part of an ongoing illness. So I'm guessing here that something people need to pay attention to will be how long these symptoms are lasting for, or if there are sudden changes. I think you also mentioned, if I'm correct, that a lot of times it's not sinister. So there might not be pain at the onset, and this, I think, also misleads a lot of people and lets them think it's nothing serious. Neck lump is not paining you, or maybe it's just a bug, maybe we just go away. So I'll just like to add that the absence of pain doesn't mean that this isn't sinister. I'm sure our expert with me, but while you respond to that, I would also like you to just quickly help us to understand what are the risk factors, Dr. Wagba? What are the things that make people susceptible to developing cancers of the head and neck, whether on the tongue, whether in the oropharynx, whether in the voice box, like you said? You know, what are these risk factors?
Okay, so thank you, Dr. D, for that question. And of course, thank God you used the word risk factors. Because when we talk about the cause of cancer generally, we don't know the cause of cancer. And we won't say this is what we're going to point to, that say this is what is causing cancer. So what we use as oncology and as doctors is that we try to talk about the risk factors that, based on studies, have shown that when people tend to have these risk factors, maybe in terms of their lifestyle, in terms of the way they live, the area they live, what they expose themselves to, they tend to have this. This might be things that will make them have this head and neck cancer. First and foremost, one thing we should understand is head and neck cancer is a complex kind of cancer, because it's not just one cancer, like when you have it in a breast cancer, you have it like that, or maybe a stomach cancer or rectal cancer. A head and neck cancer is complex there because there's a lot of structures in the head and neck, and these structures on their own stand on their own, like what Dr. B was trying to point out in terms of you can have a nose cancer, you can have a nasopharyngeal cancer, you can have oral, what we call the oropharyngeal cancer, the oral cavity cancer, we can have the voice box or the laryngeal cancer, we can have the thyroid cancer, because that has also been added to thyroid cancer. Is now a cancer that they've been added to head and neck management now. So makes it a little bit complex. And if you look at the head and neck structure, or the way God has done the anatomy, they are very close to each other. So when we talk about the risk factors, we can now talk about in terms of, yes, we can talk in generalized risk factors for all of them, and we can now talk about specific risk factors for each of the anatomy. So, but I will first of all just talk about the general one for the head and neck, then maybe highlight some of them that are specific. One is the lifestyle. Of course, the lifestyle is very, very important. It has been noted that smoking is a strong risk factor for head and neck cancer. Apart from that, alcohol intake has been noted to also people that are taking alcohol can also have that susceptible to have head and neck cancer. Now, when you now have the two coming together, the effect of smoking and alcohol, that has been said that can cause two increased fold of someone smoking and taking alcohol can have head and neck cancer. So the thing is that a lifestyle of smoking, drinking of alcohol makes the person susceptible to have any kind of head and neck cancer. The second one is, yes, we have some, although not common in this part of the world, in the Asian part, where they have what they call the beta nuts. Chewing of beta nuts is very common in the Asian and in South Americans, where they have these beta nuts, has been noted to cause head and neck cancer. We have when you have the salty intakes of some of our food. Yes, I'm sure people will be afraid. There was salt intake, but that has also been implicated to cause head and neck cancers. Then again, when we now talk about the specific in terms of the type of cancers, we have some cancers that can be caused due to some infection like the viral infection. One of them is what we have, the human papillomavirus virus, is what the HPV, we call it, is a short form of HPV. It's called human papillomavirus. That's HPV, and is a type 16. Some type 18 has also been implicated, and they are implicated in what we call the oropharyngeal cancer. Also, just to note this, that the human papillomavirus, we have, there's a type that also causes cervical cancer. So it's almost the same thing. So we now have this HPV causing human papillomavirus, which is common with the Western world. For studies here in the Africa and in Nigeria, we're trying to still bring out studies for us to know how far we are with the virus. Another virus we have is what we call the Epstein-Barr virus. The Epstein-Barr virus has been noted to cause what we call the nasopharyngeal cancer. A nasopharyngeal cancer, like what we say, is a cancer that arises just behind the nose, in front of the ear, and that is like a space in front of the ear behind the nose, and cancer can arise from there. So it's been noted that Epstein-Barr virus, what we call the EBV, can also cause lead to a nasopharyngeal cancer. So we have a variety. Genetic is not that genetic has not been noted, but of course we can still have some genetic exposure to radiation. Also has also been implicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wagba. Thank you so much. Dennis.
Yeah, let's take a quick break now, and we'll be back in a few minutes to continue. And thank you all. Stay with us, please, and we'll see you soon.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Let's continue this conversation with Dr. Wagwa as we finish up on this head and neck cancer topic. And I've got a question for you. So how does late diagnosis affect survival rates? And based on what you're saying to us now, it's quite important that we remember it is very key. So can you go and why do so many Nigerians get diagnosed late? And I think you've actually covered that a lot.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dennis. It's so sad. And of course, every one of us, especially when you're living in this part of the world, you would know that most of all our cancer cases, Dr. B will bear witness, because I know he also deals a lot with that and he sees them every day. And is that most of our cases that we see, they present late, and we've tried to mention one or two reasons why they present late. And I think it's generally for most of all our cancers that they present late. Ditto cancer. Like what I said before, one would be surprised to see that something that is so obvious that you will see in your face that is glaring, you're looking at your mirror every day, the next thing that people come very late. So early presentation of cases, we can guarantee or achieve what we call cure. Late presentation, of course, just like in every cancers, they present late. When they present late, curative intent is out of it. Then you begin to ask yourself, why are this patient present late? Some might be because they are ignorant of it. Some might be the fact that maybe financial constraint, because of the parts of the world where we have is a lot of financial constraint.
Absolutely.
Some might be in the sense of the facility. Yes, because if you're looking at this part of our world in Nigeria, yes, the government is trying, some of the private sectors are trying, but the truth is that the facility is not enough. Because the truth is, when you come to the treatment of cancer, of head and neck cancer, it's not just that you are giving chemo. Radiotherapy is like, after surgery, radiotherapy is like the second. So most times we even have radiotherapy coming first. And radiotherapy, if you're talking about, is a facility that we know one person cannot just get unless that person is really a billionaire or the person has that heart. But most times it's still government, and we give it to government is trying. So you see, what we are also facing is that sometimes when this patient go and they meet with the GPs, the general practitioners, and they talk to them, they tend to take a long time, maybe for diagnosis, maybe we don't just know, but they waste a lot of the patient's time, and you see that the cancer keep growing. Maybe the factor of financial constraint is also there. So you see our patients coming in late, and at the end of the day, it's got that given that best treatment to achieve cure is not, it's something far from us.
Wow, Dr. Wagba, thank you. That's very insightful. I'm hoping that maybe as we hear this, people will be more inclined towards quickly going to get medical care for whatever symptoms is persisting, because it could be cancer and you need to just move faster. And if you feel like your time is being wasted while you're with one setting or one physician, perhaps getting a second opinion as quickly as you can might be the life-saving step. You'll please quickly answer for me in a few, are the treatment options available? Do people get well when they are treated with for head and neck cancers? Is there something to give us hope, that what we have locally can be compared to treatments globally? Just wrap this up for me and let's move on. Thank you, Dr. Wagwa.
Thank you, Dr. B. Just to list it, of course, I can say it confidently now, both in terms of the surgery, which is one of the treatments, radiotherapy, other types of usage of drugs, types of injection, what we call immunotherapy, targeted therapy. They are all available in Nigeria. And they are all available. Yes, you might say they're expensive, but they are all available. And we can say by fact that when a patient presents early, with most of all the head and neck cancer, we can achieve cure today. In Lagos, in the north, in the east, we have the machines, we have the radiotherapy to treat. So to list out the treatments, we have surgery, where we have the oral maxillofacial surgeons and the what we call the ENT surgeons. We have radiotherapy, which is what we do to treat cancer. Then we have the chemotherapies. Then we have the immunotherapy and targeted therapy, which are available, and they are very, very much available in the country.
Perhaps affordability will be another issue that we would like to delve into. But Dennis, I'm sure you have something to ask our guest today.
I think as we're rounding up now, I'm going to ask you to give me one sentence, please. One sentence so we can close. And that sentence is, what message do you have for Nigerians watching right now, especially those who may be afraid or unsure about seeking help? One sentence as we round up.
Please, one statement I'll make is, see your doctor if you have any of the symptoms. If you're having any abnormal swelling, if you're having any bleeding, if you're having any pain, try and see your doctor. Look at your face in the mirror every day. If you see any changes, please visit your doctor, because early presentation, you can have cure.
Thank you very much. It's been very nice listening and talking to you. I think we will be saying a big thank you. Dr. B.
Yes, Dennis. Thank you, Dr. Wagba. Thank you, everyone, for following us on this topic today. Kindly share and let other people see these videos so that they can be helped. If there's one message we hope stays with you after this presentation, it's that head and neck may be silent, but together we will speak louder, we will educate louder, and we will fight louder so that everyone can get a chance to fight. In the face of fear, ignorance, and delay, our voices are the difference between life and death and loss. So please, let's make sure that we're speaking up every day. Thank you.
So too many lives have been lost simply because they didn't know the signs or didn't know where to turn. But you now know. So with that knowledge comes power. The power to ask questions, the power to seek help, the power to save a life, maybe even your own. I live with cancer. I can tell you, please do the right thing. And as we round up.
Okay then, so please, we're challenging you. Please don't keep this conversation to yourself. Talk about it, share it, pass it on, and follow the Common Cancer Foundation, please, so that you can get more information, because together we fight and together we win. Common Cancer Foundation is this video. We're hoping that you will go on and share it. Thank you, everybody. And our big thanks to Plus TV Africa for hosting this program.
And thank you for staying with us and sharing with us. We really appreciate you. Have a fantastic week, everyone, and see you again next week. Have a lovely week.
Bye. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent.
On the button, send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Good evening.
How's your holiday going?
I'm working, no. It's not holiday. Oh.
That's you fine. That's you fresh.
It's just say you could come back to this country, guys.
No, as far as our partners in Nigeria should come back.
Eh?
I beg, Niger for life.
Oh. Oh, your partner in Nigeria?
Yeah.
My partner is empowering me.
She won't hear your mouth.
And my partner is empowering me to do things.
Exactly.
You get where I was coming from.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Okay, so today, tonight on the show, we're looking or discussing men as allies, and we're saying supporting empowerment in relationships. Told me. You know, I picked the topics that I picked these topics because you now.
Answer you first, I beg, Jerry.
No. You now, your story is, you will tell us a story about it. But yeah, you know, Precious, what is this thing about men empowering women and being allies to women?
It's a beautiful thing when a man supports his woman in becoming the best version of herself.
Okay.
So it doesn't always have to be financial support. It can be just helping her achieve her dreams. Because as women grow in relationships, sometimes we can shell our dreams and aspirations just because probably kids, or you want to support the man, you want him to go places. So you can imagine when a man will not say, no, babe, what is it that you want to do? I heard you talking about this. Is there something we can do about it? How about that shop you told me about? What about that business or that school or something? It's always a beautiful thing. I wish more men would do it. It's not a competition. You're actually supporting the woman you love.
Okay, so I want to ask a question. Is this not supposed to be empowerment? When a man makes the woman feel like, you know what, I don't have all the rights in this relationship. You have your rights. You have rights. If I do wrong, you call me to order. Shouldn't that be part of empowerment?
It is empowerment.
It is empowerment.
That goes without saying. That even goes without saying.
Yes, because it's not about you, my dream, because most times, the problems we have most times is, it's not that men do not want their wives to, you understand, do what they need to do. They do it. I've heard someone complain that her husband was helping her, but guess what? He was helping her to tie her down. He was, you know, he didn't want her to leave her comfort zone, you know, her comfort area. So he wanted her to just be close where he could tame her and all, and, you know, he could really tame her. And later she realized that, yes, he's giving me money. He's doing everything I asked for. But he's not actually empowering me. He's actually putting me in a situation where he would always be in control. That's how she saw it.
Putting her in a situation where he always be in control.
Yes, you know.
But was he empowering her?
But but in his head. But I'm doing everything for you. I'm giving you money. Yeah. I'm saying you should do this. You say you want to open your shop. I gave you money. You say you want to do this. I give you money. But guess what? No.
There's a clause there.
What's the clause?
Has she forever, for once, asked him to do something for her that he refused?
You don't get my point. For everything that she would ask for, he would do it.
Exactly.
But guess what? But that was not what she wanted. So initially, she was trying to discover so many things. And by the time she now wanted to be this person, and the man knew it was going to take her out there, he had the problem with it.
So did he pull back? Or?
So you see, so it's like they are selective of
what to do.
What you should do.
Kind of empowerment, yes.
Yes. They're selective of what you should do. Now, you're doing this, it gives you time to not, so in their head, you're doing this, it gives you time to raise the kids, it gives you time to come home, you can attend to me when you want to, when I need you to attend to me, blah, blah, blah. You're not dealing with men, you're dealing with only women, you know. But then she now realizes that, you know what, this is not where I want to be. I want to do this. And then you now find the man complaining to say, but why are you leaving this? Is this not okay? So you find out that sometimes empowerment is not really empowerment. Empowerment is what favors them as men. Precious, do you agree?
Empowerment is not really empowerment.
Their definition of empowerment.
Yes, I agree.
Some
there are situations that have come up like that.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
If a man really wants to empower a woman, he tells you that if I do wrong, I get the same punishment that you will get if you do wrong. 50-50. Nobody is more important or higher than the other in this relationship. We have same value, same relevance. That's you telling the woman, I got you all way out. Do you understand? Not selectively. You still want to be the man. No. And guess what? You will still earn your respect. You will earn it. Yes. So you see, that's why I wanted Precious. So I'm coming back to what I actually want to say is, Precious, what exactly is empowerment? Let's be clear on what empowerment is.
So, empowerment is, you know, I don't know whether I would put it this way. There are some women who actually don't want to do it. They don't have dreams. They don't. In fact, their aspiration in life is to be with the man that they are with. So the men have the woman of their dreams and vice versa. Now, for women who want to do other things, who have, you know, their dreams and their aspirations, I understand the part where you're talking about what goes for the man has to go for the woman, as it has to do with character, behavior, and all of that. Empowerment for the woman is, babe, I support you in what you're doing. Remember that what she's doing has to tally with, so we'll always come back to, you must have a communication, you must have a discussion about what your personal dreams are, your personal goals are, and what your goals are together as a couple. So is it academic goals? Is it business goals? Is it work goals? I've seen women refuse to take promotions because the promotion would transfer them out of that town. And you hear things like, I have to take permission from my husband.
Okay.
To get a promotion?
And
yeah, at work.
To accept the promotion.
So the promotion takes you out of town. But guess what?
Absurd as it sounds.
But guess what? A man will take that promotion and then come back and tell the wife that I have been promoted, but I need to go out of town. Baby, hope you understand.
I'm leaving in 2 weeks.
Can your wife try that?
So she can take that.
No, so
but she still comes back to discuss.
I need us to be honest here. And why I say I need us to be honest, I know you. And I know that you encourage your wife to do what she wants to do. But you know there are boundaries.
Of course.
Good.
And
those boundaries are you, not her.
Of course.
I'm not, don't get me wrong.
And I stand fine by that again.
It's okay. Do you understand? But my point is, if you expect your wife to trust you to a certain level, why don't you let her, why would you put those boundaries?
Was that a question?
Yes, to you, yes.
Now, in this case, my wife would take that job. Okay? But she will come back and have that discussion with me. Babe, what do you feel about this? Is still a decision? I'm okay to what you want, but guess what? She knows what's okay for the family. And by extension, she will make that decision. I won't be the one to make that decision for her. Because I'm always ready to support what she wants. But of course, I expect her to know what is also good for her and what's also good for the family. Like you said, 50-50. We decide together.
No, but to me, I know that...
It's made it's what's good for the family.
It's not about her.
It's not about her.
Did you listen to me very well?
Yes, we did.
I said...
But you added that one inside.
I won't know. So, personally, I will not say it because I'm saying she knows what's good for the family. But now, if she chooses otherwise, oh well, I'm here to support. But I know she knows what's good.
But you know you won't support to me. Why are you lying?
She shouldn't take
now
the
what?
job.
That she travel.
When you know that it's not something that is... If she does something that is about her, not the family at that point, you won't support.
I beg to differ. My wife has traveled for weeks.
Not travel. Okay. It's not about traveling.
No, work related.
No, it's not about traveling. It's taking a decision.
Okay, so go to another location.
No,
and start working.
It's about taking a decision that might not favor the family, but it will help her as a person.
Okay.
And then it would affect the family, but for a short period of time. Would you be happy about that decision?
I can allow her to go.
It's not about going. It's not about traveling.
Okay.
It's taking a decision.
I can allow her to make that decision by herself. Come on.
Yes. But will you be happy about that decision?
So, it depends.
Okay.
Honestly, it really depends. I don't think it's going to dampen my feelings or anything. As long as she's happy about it. Really. As long as she's happy about it. I'm not like that I would say don't travel, no. It's her decision. When she decides to go, fine. We'll look at how we can work around it, at least to make everybody comfortable. And if she chooses not to go, I won't influence her to go.
They demand his reinstatement. I don't know how far that would go, though. I don't know how that far will go. So, hundreds of supporters of the suspended governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, took to the streets in protest demanding his reinstatement. Clad in black and carrying placards with inscriptions such as "Together we stand for Governor Sim Fubara." We want our governor. We want back our governor. We all voted. We want back our governor. We all voted for. Governor Fubara is the pride of Rivers people. The protesters kicked off the march from Agre Road, Old Port Harcourt Township, and they then of course went to the what's that his name? The what do they call him? The person that is in charge now. So this is the latest in a series of anti and pro protests that have rocked the state since 18th of March, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had declared the emergency in the state and suspended the governor and his deputy. Now, again, I saw another report where they say that some of these pro-Fubara supporters, they've also, what's the word now? They've also gone spiritual. So there's going to be some spiritual, approach to the situation. That's very interesting. I'll take another story before I move on to my final story. I don't know if you've been following the U.S. and Donald Trump, and Harvard. So Harvard has sued Donald Trump over the U.S. Federal funding cuts. So the administration on Monday, in a sharp escalation of the fight between the prestigious university and Republican who has threatened its funding and sought to impose outside political supervision, Trump had sought to bring several prestigious universities to heels over claims that they tolerated campus anti-Semitism, threatening their budget and tax-exempt status and the enrollment of foreign students, but Harvard has refused to bow. This case involves the government's efforts to use the withholding of federal funding as leverage to gain control over the academic decision-making at Harvard. The Ivy League University said in a lawsuit that they filed in the Massachusetts federal court, that named several other institutions targeted by Trump. The government's action flouts not just the First Amendment, but also federal laws and regulations, said the complainant. And they also called Trump's action arbitrary and capricious when you're dealing with Harvard professors. Trump is furious at Harvard for rejecting government supervision of its administration, hiring practices and political slant, and last week ordered the freezing of $2.2 billion in federal funding to the storied institution. And the lawsuit calls for the freezing of the funds and condition imposed on the federal grants to be declared unlawful, as well as for the Trump administration to pay Harvard's cost. So this is a back and forth. This is a show of, okay, let's see who is going to bow. So between Harvard and the President Donald Trump's administration. I don't know if I have anything to say about this, honestly speaking, because there's just a lot that is going on in the U.S. right now, and it seems like President Donald Trump, you know, has kind of like had certain things that probably he bottled up for a bit, and he's trying to just correct some of those things, you know, or, you know, just take them head on. So I don't know how this is going to pan out, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Honestly speaking, I just thought to mention it, that the problem is not only in Nigeria. So Pastor Poju Oyemade is my final story for the day. Do we have a video? I don't know if we do. Okay, you know what? Let's just listen to that audio.
I now found a group of people, and people have been programmed on social media to hate their country, which is self-hatred. I was in America. I sat down with some Nigerians, and they started. I told them, I said, listen, before you continue, Nigeria, a person will graduate as a medical doctor and spend 500,000 throughout to become a doctor. Throughout. I said in America, and they're working in Johns Hopkins. Go and ask them how much. You graduate from Johns Hopkins, you graduate from Harvard as a doctor, and you spend $2,000. Are you okay? Do you know how much money you spend? Nigerians are ungrateful. They will go through everything, education. How much do they spend there? Go there. I said, look, you see a Nigerian, if they tell him in Nigeria to do 2 jobs, he will cost your life out. He will come to America, wake up in the morning, do first job, do second job, do Uber, and do everything he's doing. I said, if they put the fraction of this energy they put here in their country, they will have blown. They kept quiet. He told me, he said, listen, what's the unemployment rate in Nigeria? I said, we don't calculate unemployment rate. He said, no, you must give me a figure. I said, there's no figure. Nigeria, there's nothing like that. Let me tell you why. Yaba did a trade, just for church members to sell things. I thought they just put out tents like this, 1, 2, 3, in the car park. I thought, I wasn't saying this thing is a waste of time. One day they said,
video, so you can go and watch it. But the National Association of Resident Doctors defaulted this remark by the senior pastor and the founder of the Covenant Nation Church, saying that, you know, according to them, contrary to his claim, the estimate right now that doctors spend, you know, in getting trained is between $21,000 to about $51,000, right? And this includes the tuition, living expenses, and other associated costs. Despite this investment, they say that the average Nigerian doctor earns about 250,000 naira, roughly about $170, right? A very stark contrast to their counterparts in the U.S., where training costs around $275,000 and the average monthly salary is about $16,000. So, in addition, the National Association of Resident Doctors highlighted the financial burden of emigrating, noting that a typical Nigerian family spends over $10,000 to support a doctor to qualify and practice in the U.S. So I just thought to mention this because I don't know where Pastor Pojoyimade was driving at, but 500K in what century? Because even when I was going to university, I know that and this was in 2002, I know a lot of medical students, that did not spend 500K, to get their medical certification. So I don't know what century he's at. I understand where he's coming from, that yes, training as a medical doctor in Nigeria, I mean, we've heard it several times. Even the former Minister for Labor had said it, that it is the cheapest, education you can get, but not 500,000 from first year to final year. That's not possible. I just thought to mention that, please, let's not mislead people. I get it that you're trying to make people a bit positive and all of that, but let us call what our realities are and just say it as it is. I have more things to say about Pastor Pojoyimade's thoughts, but I'll hold on to it, because when he talked about how it is easy for you to be able to take 4 jobs and all of that, and here in Nigeria it's not easy, go and check when you want to compare apples and apples, not apples and lemons, right? Because the truth is, the conditions there also helps. I know some people that in the comfort of their home, they have 5 jobs that they are doing because they are able to juggle it just by on their laptop. A lot of Nigerians are collecting multiple jobs now just by the mere fact that now technology has helped them and they have digital skills that they are they're using to get multiple jobs. But how many people can really do that? And how many opportunities are there in those spaces? So before you compare anything, Pastor, please, let us be very guided, and let's compare our own realities with other parts of the world. Let's be intentional. I know Nigerians too that are doing both normal job and in the night they go and do Uber too. But it's still not adding up to what they would have been able to earn if they went abroad. I'll leave it here. Let me take a break. When we come back, let's discuss another pastor. Pastor Tunde Bakare, stay with me.
Life is made up of moments, some that fill us with joy, others that test our strength. Welcome to Heartlines. This is our space to explore the highs and lows of human connection, the love, the heartbreak, and resilience that shapes our life. From relationships to friendships, parenting to partnerships, and so much more. Every week, we share stories and conversations that define us, navigating love, separations, the struggles of parenting, dealing with anxiety and managing the pressures and stress of life. Real conversations that bring us closer, helping us heal, grow, and connect. So join me Mondays through Fridays at 10 p.m. for Heartlines, the show where we'll connect hearts, have real conversations with real people, one story at a time.
All right, today's topic provides an opportunity to analyze the intersection of religion, politics, and governance in Nigeria as we analyze what was said, who said it, and to whom it was addressed to. Now, quoting Pastor Tunde Bakare, he said, and I quote, "Mr. President, it is through your influence that the Nigerian National Assembly has become a haven for legislative rascality." He said, thanks to your political machinations, Nigeria is now bedeviled by a captured National Assembly, the most ineffective in its checks and balances role since the start of the Fourth Republic. It then goes on to tell us, fellow citizens, at the center of this political banditry, it is the he said at the center of this political banditry is the motor park brand of politics, Jesus Christ, nurtured by the old brigade politician and in recent times by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It says, let's spare So he went on, and right? And of course, and when I just saw it, I said, yeah, Basbos. Because it's been a long time we saw a clergyman, right, speak up against power or speak up against leadership. Do we want to listen in a bit on that speech? Then I'll now come back.
And that unless certain pragmatic steps are taken with immediate effect, the rage of the poor may engineer social, economic, and political worst-case scenarios. To avert the full-blown breakdown of law and order in our fragile democracy and the intervention of our already battle-weary armed forces, I offer timely counsel to the Nigerian government and led prayers for the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Sunday, January 12, 2025. It is for this reason that I'm compelled to present the truth about and a pathway out of Nigeria's economic dire straits. I'm now proceeding to the economic challenge before President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As we may recall, the renewed hope upon which the president rode to power began to dwindle from day one, with the mishandling of such sensitive transactions as the fuel subsidy and exchange rate regimes, and even the coup in Niger. Within a year and a half of this administration, the implementation of the otherwise audacious economic policies triggered an avalanche of economic hardships for the Nigerian people. It led to excruciating food inflation, with over 1 million additional Nigerians thrown into severe food insecurity. It further led to an over 430% increase in fuel price as of October 2024. At the same time, Nigeria experienced the highest ever rate of currency depreciation and the lowest foreign direct investment record, going by data traced back to 2013, even as multinationals began to exit the country. To capture in data the despondency experienced by Nigerians as a result of the reforms, my attention was drawn to the misery index, which is the sum of unemployment and inflation rates. According to the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, Nigeria has one of the world's highest misery indexes, with many Nigerians experiencing a cost of living crisis and weak purchasing power due to rising inflation. Furthermore, a July 2024 report by the Financial Times describes the conundrum in these words. In the nearly 15 months since Bola Tinubu became president, he has forced his 220 million fellow Nigerians to swallow some bitter medicine. He removed the generous fuel subsidy, one of the few benefits citizens receive from their inefficient and corrupt state. He allowed the country currency, the naira, to enter free fall, fueling imported inflation and triggering the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. These measures have pushed tens of millions of already impoverished people deeper into misery. The stampede deaths.
All right, so let's strip his points one after the other. So he talked on economic hardship, right? Pastor Tunde Bakare highlighted the struggles Nigerians face, citing a significant increase in food prices, fuel hikes over, of course, if you know the percentage right now, it's over 430%, the fuel hike, and also the deepening cost of living crisis. Like he rightly put, you know, there's a lot of crisis right now. People are unable to just, you know, afford basic things, right? Then he then moved on to touching on the leadership style of our president. He accused President Tinubu of promoting a motor park brand of politics that has led to legislative disorder and erosion of constitutional governance. So when we see the kind of transactions that go on or that goes on within our National Assembly, it then gives us very high cause for worry. It seems like there is no challenge at all. We saw what had happened in River State, as let's just put that as, because that's the obvious case in point, where the president declared, a state of emergency, and not only that, he also went further to suspend the governor, his deputy, and the members of the State House of Assembly. And, based on all the consultations and, legalities, that people had come up with to say that these things were not, constitutionally right, yet the National Assembly just went on and stamped it. So that's why Pastor Tunde Bakare then accused the National Assembly of being something that we have all said, here. It's just that now it's coming from a more prominent person that is still saying the same thing, because he's called them a rubber stamp. He said they are motor park brand of politics that they are operating that has led to a legislative disorder that, there's complete erosion of constitutional governance. He then went on to talk about abuse of power. Bakare also warned against the dangers of unlimited power, like I had quoted earlier, that, he urged Tinubu to stop playing God, emphasizing that the need for humility and empathy in leadership. I mean, for us to be able to govern a country like Nigeria, there has to be some level of empathy. There has to be some level of, I think, I need my people to blossom, just like the way probably I am succeeding. I want everybody in Nigeria to succeed. And that's an example you would see with the African leader called Traoré, right? Everybody that has spoken about that man in Burkina Faso, they've said so many amazing things, and you can tell that he is a pro-African leader, is a leader that wants the success and the prosperity of his people. I mean, those are the kinds of things that shows that that leader is empathetic, right? So, Pastor Tunde Bakare asking President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to stop playing God, it then emphasizes, the fact that we all have seen that he has somewhat put on this leadership style that says you cannot question me, right? I cannot be questioned, and it is only God that cannot be questioned. You are a human being, and you are also prone to errors as a leader, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So it is okay if you are criticized, and if we ask you what are the things that are happening. But you see, every single time the federal government tries to respond, to criticism or whatever, you just see it that there's lack of empathy, there's no form of humility, and it seems like somebody's just there trying to play God. And which is why the clergyman, it's not the word that said it, has called him out to say he should stop playing God. He also touched on governance, where he criticized the weakening of the democratic institutions, particularly the legislature. So we're going back again to the National Assembly under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, and he also called for more responsible and accountable approach to governance. Remember, he made reference that imagine if it was this National Assembly that was present when then President Olusegun Obasanjo wanted a third term. What do you think would have happened? I'll leave that to you to answer, right? But that is what we're saying, that there's no form of accountability, right? There's no responsible approach to governance, and that is what Pastor Tunde Bakare, kind of highlighted in his speech. He then moved on to touch on the National Assembly's independence. So we're back again to the legislature, because the reason we're back again to the legislature is because everybody that understands, when I was a lot younger, I was a bit naive. I didn't understand how the structure of governance worked until I became older, and with so many years of talking about these things every day, in and out, live shows every day, and reading and learning, I now understood the importance of the National Assembly. They are supposed to be the checkmate of every executive. They are supposed to be their watchdog. So when the National Assembly does not have independence, there's problem. And Pastor Tunde Bakare accused President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of undermining the National Assembly's independence, claiming that it has become the 48th member of his cabinet. Can you imagine? So it means that you're supposed to have your own role as the National Assembly, you completely pushed that thing all aside, and you're just waiting to get instructions from the government, which is not supposed to be. The state houses of assembly and the National Assembly, they are supposed to be checkmates or watchdogs, or whatever you want to call it, for the executives, be it the governor or the presidency. But we are not seeing those kinds of things playing out. Instead, what we're just seeing is a National Assembly that just, is almost like another arm of the executive. What is happening, or what happened rather, in Rivers State? It is because the National Assembly is somehow, there are allegations about them being instigated against the governor, because normally you would never see those kind of things happen where they go against the governor. He say, oh, the ayes have it, and if you are in favor, say aye. If you are not in favor, say nay, and the ayes have it. That's all you hear at the assemblies, be it state or national level. But you see, now, based on what Pastor Tunde Bakare had said in his speech, it's just the obvious reality. So as a government, if you feel like these things are not true, then we need to start to see certain kinds of debates go on when you present bills, when you present different things to the assembly. It should not just be the ayes have it all the time. Now, Tunde Bakare also raised concerns around dictatorship, right? He warned that Tinubu's governance style is sliding into dictatorship, which is what I said before, citing the declaration of the state of emergency in Rivers State as a misstep. I just mentioned that, right? So it tells you that these things are so obvious. It seems like when you then talk about it, you are now the person that the government is now trying to attack. But these are obvious things. If you show that you are a democratic leader, then there are certain steps that would also, there are certain parameters, or there are certain, criteria that would show that you're a democratic leader. Because you are now open to a debate. You're open to questions. Not that this is how it's supposed to be done and that's it. So Tunde Bakare also urged the president to reassess his leadership style, prioritize transparency and accountability, which is what we have just been begging for all these years, across all leaders. And it's not a Tinubu thing. Why can we not get to the point where transparency and accountability becomes our bread and butter in leadership within Africa, right? So the use of power for service, and that he should limit that, and also he should also stop this idea of self-exaltation, right? He should stop the idea of self-exaltation. He even made reference to the part where he talked about, was this his idea when he said it was my turn, Emilokon? Was this his idea of what leadership would look like when he said it was his turn? I mean, the clergyman said a lot of things, right? And I'm so happy that these are conversations. This is what we have said as citizens, right? When the legislative arm of government has failed, then the church has to rise up, our religious institution, because that's another powerful arm, right, that can actually swing things into better or direct.
Tell us you're a Nigerian without saying a word.
Hey,
Energy security is one of the most pressing issues for many developing countries like Nigeria. And if there's going to be any meaningful progress, addressing our energy issues is non-negotiable.
I need to see light for my house. Make them do something.
Band A is expensive. I literally have to turn off all my appliances just to reduce costs.
We need light.
Introducing the Energy Outlook, your go-to show for everything energy. Every week, we will bring you the latest insights, innovation, and in-depth analysis of Nigeria energy sector. From policy discussions to regulatory insights, we will analyze the key decisions influencing growth and sustainability in the energy sector. We'll bring you the human stories behind the headlines, giving you a personal perspective on the broader energy challenges. Join me every Friday at 6 p.m. for the Energy Outlook, your guide to the future of energy, where energy means business.
All right, thanks for staying tuned. Please, we need to apologize again. Plus TV, they will be back up, hopefully by God's grace, tomorrow. We apologize for any inconvenience. You can just share the YouTube link as you're watching it, you know, to the people that are supposed to be watching. Now, if you just tuned in, we are reviewing Pastor Tunde Bakare's opinion on President Tinubu's presidency. That's a mouthful. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also send us an add me on WhatsApp. We'll add you via video to be part of the live conversation. Now, please, the phone lines are open. Hopefully, we can get some calls in. Please call us on 07025007749 or 07014242420. Let's hear what you have to say. Now, before we just, you know, let me take a breather. Pastor Tunde Bakare said a lot, right? And honestly speaking, if you really want to be honest, I like honest feedback. I like honest feedback. It can be hard to take honest well on what Pastor Tunde Bakare said. Let's even try to recommend, right? Based on some of the concerns that Pastor Tunde Bakare raised. Let's even try to recommend, because these are things like, even this recommendation I'm about to recommend, I know that the government knows, but let us just keep talking. Let's keep saying it like they do not know. So, based on what he said, I think a good solution would be to reassess our economic policies. You know, Tinubu's administration should actually reconsider some of his economic policies. I love what they've done with the Dangote refinery, ensuring that they keep the price, you know, sale of crude to Dangote at Naira. Beyond that, let us revive all other refineries, because again, we risk we risk that monopoly bring down the costs. That is how you show that you are an empathetic leader, right? You have to keep on probing. Is this the best I can get for my people? Is this the best I can get for my people? If the answer is no, you go back to the drawing board. And that's how you continue to fine-tune it until you're able to give people a bit more decency in their living. We must also address the rising cost of living. Fuel hikes, food prices, electricity tariffs, all of those things, they all have to be addressed. One of the challenges of food prices that we're having or we're seeing is the security challenge. It's a ripple effect. Once there's insecurity, people are unable to go to their farmlands, it means automatic food shortage. And that is what happens. So all of these things, if you really are a leader that cares about the welfare of your people, then you actually know where to target. It's a simple thing. You know where to go and hit that, strike that iron, right? So that you can get the best results. Electricity tariff. Aso Rock has said, I did a video this evening, Aso Rock said that they are solarizing Aso Rock. You know, they want to put solar in Aso Rock. I said beyond Aso Rock, a lot of businesses, a lot of companies, a lot of homes, right? We might just need to be intentional about ensuring that when the people are shipping in some of the materials or whatever it is that makes up a complete inverter solar system, electricity system in the homes or in the offices or wherever, what is the best cost? Can we start to take out the way you took off, tariffs from drugs? Can we take off tariffs from those kinds of products so that it comes at a cheaper price? Nigerians are able to afford it and they can start to power their businesses. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria said that they spent over $1 trillion just to power. And this is the ones that is recorded. These are the people that belong to the association that is recorded. What about those people that do not belong to Manufacturers Association of Nigeria? That they are manufacturing different things and they are spending money on diesel, on generators and all of that. The cost is crazy and automatically that cost is translated in the cost of living. Transportation will go up, food prices will go up, everything would go up. So we need to be very intentional, right? So that would be one solution. We must go back and review those policies. Are these policies going to make my people better? Would the welfare of my people be taken care of? If the answer is no, you go back to the drawing board. Another thing I would recommend to the government, right, would be to foster transparency and accountability. You have to force it out. As a government, if you are not ready to be transparent, then you are not ready as a government. You are not ready. The government should promote transparency in decision-making and ensure accountability in governance. You must uphold the principles of good governance and democratic values. Without that, we go nowhere. We have to be very clear. And the kinds of values that we're asking, it shouldn't be the value, we uphold it when it comes to A. Then when it comes to B, we start to tweak the values, which is what we see all the time. We start to change laws, shift goalposts, so that it favors. So we cannot function effectively without that independence. So we must take out that undue influence on these institutions that are supposed to serve as checks and balances. We must also prioritize inclusive governance. The government should adopt an inclusive approach to governance, listening to diverse perspectives. You must be open. You cannot say as a government you are a dictator. You must be open to people telling you, oh, this is how things are supposed to be done. Then you go back. You can fight back and forth, no problem. But you go back and say, okay, based on these things, this is how we're solving the problem. We must continue to address the needs and the concerns of all Nigerians. And that way, it is the only way you can do that, it is also when you're ready to listen to every Nigerian. Right? Tinubu's administration should also focus on fighting corruption. And this is not lip service, particularly amongst individuals and corporations that have plundered Nigeria's resources, and ensure that those responsible are held accountable. Unfortunately, the people that have put their fangs deep into, the national coffers, they are high and mighty people in the society. Unfortunately, how we are going to solve this problem, I don't know. But it takes willpower for the government to say enough is enough. Even me, I chop, but you know what? No more eating. Because the way we're going, it is only just going to lead to destruction if we're not ready to curb or nip this in the bud. We must also promote servant leadership. This is one thing that is really hard to find in Nigeria. Servant leadership. Leaders should prioritize servant leadership, focusing on the welfare and well-being of Nigerians and demonstrating humility and empathy in every decision that they are making. Very important. It is not about you at this point. The fact that you are the president, or you are the governor, or you are the Senate president, or whatever it is that you are, it is beyond you at that point. It stopped when you were elected. It stopped being about you. Empathetic leadership, servant leadership, you must learn to understand that you are here to serve people's interests. We can't keep doing this all the time that you think it is all about you. It's not about you. There are over 200 million lives at stake. We must also uphold the rule of law. Government should respect the rule of law and the Constitution, ensuring that actions are lawful and just, and avoiding any actions that could be seen as dictatorial. I've said this thing, I'll repeat it again. We're not in a dictatorship, we're in a democracy. And if we must move under the laws of democracy, except if you tell us that you know they do democracy again. Then we all go back and sit down and say, okay, you know what? Democracy is not serving us. Dictatorship is not serving us. What can we do? Maybe we'll find a middle ground. But if you have called your country a democratic nation, then you must abide by the laws of democracy. I mean, that's the only decent thing to do. Okay. I'm going to take some comments. Okay. Okay. Yes, I've apologized about Plus TV. Do we have more comments here? Okay, so let me take a WhatsApp comment, then I'll come back to wrap up this conversation. I like to calm down. Whenever I'm getting to that stage, I will just calm down. Somebody says, the burden of calling the government with this level of warped priorities is enormous. For a few, almost like the lone voice of John the Baptist crying in the wilderness. Many more advocates of good governance need to rise up, else we all sink as a nation. pray for many more voices to join you in this. Thank you so much. You didn't leave your name. Thank you. The reality is, this is our country. I've said this several times for those that care to listen. I have the opportunity to leave this country in a heartbeat. I don't think God has given me that freedom to leave. Some of us might never leave Nigeria. We can just go on holidays and come back. Because this is my home, right? And I really want to see that Nigeria that would be prosperous, that would give room for people to just blossom and grow. And it can only happen when we start to have leaders that look beyond self and they start to think collective. They start to think national. They start to think, you know what? There are over 200 million people's lives at stake. So, Pastor Tunde Bakare's critic of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency is only just another highlight, right? He's just only highlighting some of the concerns that we have all talked about around our economy, you know, the economic hardship, leadership style, the democratic governance and accountability. All of these things are not new. Like, literally, we shout about this every single day. Just go on social media, you will see all of it, right? His statement emphasizes the need for servant leadership. That's all I saw when I saw Pastor Tunde Bakare's speech. He was emphasizing on servant leadership, empathetic leadership. He was also emphasizing on transparency and inclusive governance. You know, people, of course, the presidency replied, and of course they would always come out to want to debunk and everything, but that's not the point. When somebody comes with things like this, as a leader, what you should do is to go back and say, you know what? What have they said that is true? Forget about everything. Just pick the things that have said, okay, do we have economic hardship? Yes. Are people struggling to live by the day, to feed? Yes. I just took a story of an IDP camp having issues around food shortages, water, shelter, and all. These are realities, and it is no fault of theirs. They were in their homes. Some people came, invaded their homes, and displaced them. Now there are over 4,000, 6,000 people just there. They don't know where to go. So, whilst President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency, right, whilst a lot of opinions vary around his, because some will tell you that he's the best president. I mean, his son said it, that he's the best president Nigeria have. Some people will tell you that Tinubu is the best thing that happened since sliced bread. That's their opinion. I mean, people's opinion vary, and I'm not here to either agree or not disagree. I'm here to just point out the things that I see on a daily basis. Pastor Tunde Bakare's perspective, right, offers valuable insight into the challenges that Nigeria is faced with and the importance of responsible leadership. At least he's not a TikTok person insulting the president. He has not called the person, he has not called him names, right? So at least to some extent, it would be decent enough for the president to go back and re-watch this video, right? And listen keenly with the intention to want to solve the problem. His criticism, right, or his critique of the president encourages the president's administration to prioritize the welfare of Nigerians and to also uphold democratic values. Uphold democratic values. Those are the things he's asking for. Give us better welfare, that we are living and we feel like we are citizens, that is being taken care of. And uphold some of the democratic values. If we say we are a democracy, then let there be independence within the INEC, within the legislative arm, within the judicial arm, even our law enforcement agencies. Let it not be that you have people that are just doing your bidding. We should end all of those. Democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. If you are a democratically elected leader, everything you should eat, sleep, breathe the people. I listened to Professor Dora Quinley, God rest her soul, Nigerian Info on radio. Which day was it? Was it on Saturday? I can't remember now. They did a fantastic documentary on her. Was it Saturday or Monday? I can't remember. And she was saying it, that the moment they gave her that role as DG of NAFDAC, she had a sense of duty. That not under her watch again will people, because before that time, They were placebo drugs. People were just, they were just unaliving people with fake drugs everywhere. There were no standards. But she held it and said, you know what, for the fact that she was given this role, under her watch, things will be better. And she did an amazing job. She did a fantastic job. But guess what it took? Will. And that is what we lack today. Where is that leader that is willing to look away from all the corruption? Where is that leader that is willing to look away? We are looking for that leader. So, Pastor Tunde Bakare's critic encourages Tinubu's administration to prioritize the welfare of Nigerians and to also uphold democratic values. He must uphold it. Stop these rhetorics. And it is not all about you. It is not all about you. We should end this Nigeria that is all about every 4 years election. We should stop it. We need governance in this country. And we need good governance. All right, thank you so much for watching. Yes, good talk, sister. Thank you so much on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching. Please remember to keep sharing the links. When you share those links, it helps us to grow, and we'll continue to spread, the message. We will continue to contribute our quota. We are not going to stop talking. Me, I won't stop talking, right? Until Jesus comes. Before I go, ensure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's at Official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us further. Drop your comment, and most importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Remember to like, share, invite your families and friends to watch, and follow the conversation. If you missed our quotes from today, not from me, from Pastor Tunde Bakare himself. It says, no man is wise enough nor good enough to be trusted with unlimited power. And I think this is just a perfect quote. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So we need to be able to put some checks and balances to the kinds of leaders that we have in this country. And that can only be done when our institutions become independent. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Nigeria, by extension Africa, battles a growing youthful population, and with little or no meaningful engagement, leaves a ticking time bomb on our hands. We are a blessed continent with great wealth, both in people and material. Our focus on ways remains driving conversations that affects us all. Topics in the news, social concerns, politics, leadership, governance, empowerment, resource management, conflict management, finance, SME sustainability, technological innovation, food security, health, education, brain drain, our well-being, citizenship, and
Welcome to My Period Stories with me, Funke Treasure. This is a video podcast series where we talk about menstruation and issues surrounding menstruation. We hope that we can swing in our favor, the favor of girls and women all over the world, a change in legislation, a change in attitude to normalize the period conversation. Today we're going to be talking about endometriosis. This is one of the health conditions that plague women who menstruate, and girls as well. So today we'll be talking this particular condition, and joining me on the show, on the podcast, is Dr. Abayomi Ajayi is the Chief Executive Officer of Nordica Fertility Center with offices in Abuja, Lagos, and Asaba. He is the founder of the Endometriosis Support Group and co-founder of the African Endometriosis Awareness and Support Group. His bias for endometriosis runs deep and has been on this for 18 years, doing research, training, and advocating. And it's my pleasure, almost pleasure, to have him join us on My Period Stories today. Dr. Ajayi, welcome.
Thank you so very much, Funke. It's really my pleasure to be here today.
What a win for us. We've been talking My Period Stories for a while now. And, you know, endometriosis isn't much known in Nigeria, I dare say the world, you know. And now that we have you here, I see that you've done this for 18 years and counting. And you have tentacles across West Africa, Africa, and the world. I know you run a global conference on endometriosis here as well. But talk to us about the statistics in Nigeria, for starters.
When we talk about statistics in Nigeria, we know that they're not best of friends because we, like most parts of Africa, we have to rely on other parts of the world to talk about statistics. And that's one of the things that is so gladdening to me when I heard what you've been doing unconsciously in this space, because that might just also give us the idea to have local statistics. But we're relying mainly on things that are imported, okay, where stats are good. We believe that about 1 in 10 of women have endometriosis, okay. I'm also very cautious anytime anybody asks me about statistics because my own stats are skewed. I only see people who present to me. They're not community-based. So I think these are one of the things that we might be able to get out of here, be able to have community-based data coming from you. And also I have stats about infertility, a lot about talking about our story in endometriosis.
Nike Oshinowo.
Oshinowo, yeah. And so how does endometriosis present? I think that's one of the problems why it's difficult to diagnose it. Most of the symptoms are things that women consider to be personal, and therefore they're not free discussing it with people, especially when most of the doctors are men, you know, and so because it has to do with menstruation, just like you said. And one of the things I'm sure you're going to achieve or try to achieve is to see how women can talk more about menstruation. What I tell them is that you should not be ashamed of seeing your menses. It's when you don't see it that you actually should be alarmed. And so the common thing is pain, or the commonest symptom of endometriosis is pain. But this pain now can be varied. It can come whether when you're menstruating, or it can even come when you're not menstruating. And then this pain also can be associated with having sex. You know, it can be associated with going to pass feces, stooling. It can be associated with when you're passing urine. And this pain can be very intense sometimes. Because most of the time, what this pain is associated with are things that everybody we do on a daily basis. And that's why sometimes some people just tend to want to either normalize the symptoms in their head, okay, or also is not helped by the fact that when they present to doctors sometimes, because you can be purely, there might be no signs, the doctor might examine you and not find anything. And so some of the patients have been told that the problem is in their heads. Some have been referred to psychiatrists, you know. So it's been this. So pain is one thing. The second thing now is sometimes you can bleed abnormally from either your menses is prolonged, either it's irregular, or either you can even bleed from abnormal places. Some people bleed from...
Really?
Yes. Some people bleed from their navels. Yeah, and we have quite a number of people who do that. Some people actually also bleed from the nose. So, because endometriosis, that's the thing. Maybe we should start with the definition.
Right.
That it is the deposit of the tissue that lines the uterus, which is what we call the endometrium. when it occurs anywhere apart from where it's supposed to be lining the uterus, it's called endometriosis. So, and this can go anywhere, but the commonest places where it is usually below the umbilicus. That's the commonest places. But it can go into the chest, but it can go into even the brain. So,
oh, wow.
So because it's misplaced endometrium, So this, and those are part of the reasons why it's so difficult for doctors to make the diagnosis, because it's not as if, like in malaria, you have a headache, you have fever, it's malaria until it's not 2 + 2 don't add up to 4.
So I've often wondered, I've heard stories of sufferers of endometriosis saying that it has to do with the heart as well. How does this even happen? How does it migrate to that place? I know you've talked about the fact that you can even bleed from the navel, but how does it get into the heart?
Yeah, it's the covering of the chest, the covering of the lungs where it can go to. And this is the theory of how endometriosis actually forms in the first place. There's still a lot of argument about that, but we know that it can pass through the blood, because don't forget what we're talking about is displaced endometrium. So it can pass through the blood, it can pass through the lymphatic flow. So, and sometimes some people believe it can even start on its own, grow on its own from there. But we know that it can go to the covering of the lungs, and then that's why you see some people cough out blood. But usually it's related to when they are menstruating.
So if they're menstruating, they can also cough out blood?
So it's like they're menstruating where the deposit also is. Don't forget that it's the endometrium. It's a deposit in the wrong place. So if it's in the lungs, you can be coughing out blood at the same time that you're menstruating.
So it doesn't mean that you're dying now. It just means that something is wrong somewhere.
Exactly. It's for, and the good thing again is that if it is that, you probably don't need surgery for that,
But do you always need surgery for endometriosis?
No. You know that most of the time, people are afraid when you start coughing out blood. Okay.
I'll be.
Yeah, and then you've done, the first thing in this environment is we think about tuberculosis. And you've seen this person has been on tuberculosis therapy for about 1 year. Because we have seen that about 40 to 50% of these women might end up being infertile.
Okay, before we get into the woman issue, let's talk about, because I hear there is something called adolescent endometriosis. So they're not even talking fertility here, yet they have endometriosis. How do we know that, okay, this girl child in my house may be suffering from endometriosis?
I think that's actually one of the most pressing thing now that people are trying to look at that. Look, because we've seen that about 60% of the women who have endometriosis, their symptoms started before they were 20. They were having this pain, which either their parents, typically you have 2-3 girls, and it's only one that the whole world seems to stop when she's menstruating. So the tendency to say, look, what's your problem? I mean, why are you different?
Which is actually what happens, because then people shame you about your pain and say, what's wrong with you? We're all menstruating here. How is your own different? We have pains too.
Yeah.
So you don't want to talk because you're wondering, okay, maybe the pain, as you said, is in my head.
Yeah, exactly. So those are some of the things that happen to these young girls. And we've seen also that some of them, because of this problem, they might not be able to achieve their life goals. Imagine a girl who every month is away from school for 2, 3, 4 to 5 days every month. So she's bound to miss a school test, she's bound to miss. After a while also she starts living with this, and then she's also already readily labeled. Right. That she's not serious. Even the parents, even the teachers, and imagine you're in the office with such a person. So these are some of the things that these people go through, and that's why people are now looking at, look, since we now know that about 60% of these girls or women will have started having their symptoms when they are below 20, pay attention to making the diagnosis at this point. One, if they know what is wrong with them, their life course is likely to be different.
So how would they know this girl's adolescent endometriosis?
Doctors, parents, the girls themselves. So this is where this is important, trying to raise the awareness about endometriosis. So sometimes the girl herself can say, Mom, don't you think I have endometriosis? Do you understand? So the thing is that we need to continue to pass this knowledge to anybody and everybody.
So if you have unusual pain, don't just wish it away. Don't just think, oh, it's normal.
Any menstrual pain that disturbs your chores, you must see a doctor.
Yeah, but there's also fibroid pains. I mean, if you have fibroid,
it's the doctor's responsibility. And if you're not getting the right response from this doctor, please change and see another one.
So how do we care for sufferers? Okay, this person has been diagnosed with endometriosis. How do we, those in the immediate environment, begin to care for such a person?
The problem starts with the healthcare to start with, making the diagnosis. Because like we said now, your needs, we might have endometriosis, your needs might be different from mine. Mine might be that I have pain. It's only 40 to 50% of them that have infertility. So I might be able to have a baby if I belong to the other group. Okay. And you, it might be that having a baby is your problem. So the thing is to look at this. First thing is to see what is the problem. And sometimes it's the two together. I have pain, I can't have children. So the thing is that we must know where the problem, but one thing that everybody who has endometriosis have in common is quality of life, decreased quality of life. Okay. When you don't know when you're going to menstruate, so sometimes you can't know when you're going to menstruate, so sometimes you can't put on white. If you cannot have intercourse, even when you're married, so many marriages have been wrecked by endometriosis. Men quickly jump to the conclusion that,
he must be seeing somebody
he must
somewhere.
be seeing somebody else.
You're getting it from somewhere.
Exactly. But you know what? This guy can't get it from nowhere because he has pain. I remember one of the earliest conferences that I had. One day I was just talking about endometriosis at the Civic Center, and I saw this man. This must be 2005, 2006. Every word I said or was saying, the man was absorbing it. So I was ready that this guy, if nobody asked me any question today, this man is going to, because he wasn't only a young man. And when I finished, and he said, Doctor, I've never heard anybody speak about, no doctor has ever spoken about endometriosis in Nigeria before. I just came back with my wife from the UK, and we're coming to see you. And we've been friends ever since then. It was so bad that it was a second marriage. The lady was younger, and it was a hell to have intercourse. It was a hell to do it. That one day, this lady told me later that there was a day her own daughter went to meet the dad and said, Dad, why don't we go and live in the UK and leave Mommy in Nigeria?
Oh, wow.
And so the dad said, oh, why do you want us to go and live in the UK? He said, because Mom is always in pain.
And then she wanted Daddy to leave her in Nigeria.
No, that was what she could just think about.
As a solution.
Yes. That, look, this woman is giving us a lot of problems. That is her own daughter. Are you going to say that she does not love her mom?
In other words, it's difficult to care for a sufferer.
Very difficult.
You have to just live with the pain.
Exactly.
Is it not curable?
Unfortunately, right now it's not curable, but it can be managed. The pain can be managed.
How?
Oh, there are many drugs now that we can use to manage the pain. And that's why I keep saying that you have to choose what you are going after. That's why you need to see a doctor who knows about this condition. So sometimes some people are fighting the pain, and the drugs that they are given will also not make this woman to get pregnant. Meanwhile, she's desirous of both getting rid of the pain and getting pregnant. So it's important that you know who you are talking to, and then hopefully over time also there will be more centers of excellence for endometriosis in Nigeria.
Right. So you've done this for 18 years and still counting. That's a lot of work you've put into this awareness of endometriosis, and now you're involved in the conference about endometriosis. I heard about it last year, and I saw a massive assemblage of speakers from across the world. I was so excited. So what informed this conference? And I know that there's an essay competition. I'll come back to that shortly. But talk to me about this conference and what you've been able to achieve with that conference.
Yes, thank you. Endometriosis is a worldwide problem. And the same problem about awareness is all over the world. It takes about, in the UK, US, it takes between 8 to 11 years for diagnosis to be made. So when the person you spoke to said 7 years, she must be very lucky. She must have seen the right doctor, you know.
For her to have had the diagnosis in 7 years.
Is record. In Africa, it's great. Because many people went to their graves with endometriosis because the doctors were not just looking at. Because what we were taught 30 years ago was that endometriosis was not in blacks. So, and therefore you can sit in front of the doctor and you're talking to him about endometriosis because he's not thinking about it. He's telling you something different. Now, a lot of people are interested in endometriosis. People are talking more about endometriosis, but there's still much more to be done about this, you know.
There's still much more to be done about this. Let's take a break at this juncture. Welcome back to My Period Stories. This is where we have amazing stories about menstruation and issues regarding menstruation. We've been talking about endometriosis, and with us here is Dr. Abayomi Ajayi. He's had 18 years experience talking endometriosis, researching and advocating for awareness around endometriosis. Dr. Ajayi, before we left off, we were going to start talking about the conference. Huge, assemblage of really quality speakers across the world. I'm told about the Botswana lady who came and anchored. I'm told about how vibrant the awareness is in Kenya, and tell us your Nigerian vision for endometriosis.
Yes, you know that you can't, there's no point in trying to reinvent the wheel. There's some people that have gone through what we're going through now, and they also are lucky. Maybe there is more funding towards research. So it's always good to bring such people to your country, share their experiences. Nobody can be using the analog telephone now and saying that because we don't manufacture cell phones in Nigeria. So what we're trying to do is catch up the years by bringing people from America, from the UK, from other African countries to share this knowledge and see how we can make it better for both our caregivers and even patients as well by telling them for example, what we discuss now about adolescent endometriosis. Unless somebody, either a parent or a doctor, understands this, what we're talking about. Imagine that you're taking your 16-year-old girl to the doctor and he's saying that, you know what, I've done all these tests, we might have to do a laparoscopy. You say, what? My girl is 16.
Young girl?
You want to do a laparoscopy on her? So those are some of the things. Though I'm not saying that, the ESHRE guidelines that came out last year, ESHRE is the European Society for Reproductive Health and Embryology, is putting laparoscopy no longer as the gold standard for diagnosis of endometriosis, that we should try to do some clinical stuff before we get to the point of laparoscopy. But sometimes you have to do laparoscopy. So the example I even have, the experience I've had, is to say that you are prescribing oral contraceptive for a 15-year-old girl, and the mother looks at you and says, are you for real? But that's what she needs at that point in time. So those are some of the things that we need to bring parents, we need to bring doctors up to speed on things like that, look, this is happening and we need these are things that we can
So
do.
that's what the conference is about?
Yes, yeah.
So what's the success rate? Is it something you can gauge? What's the attendance of that conference like?
Yeah, I think, For me, I think it's been gratifying, it's been satisfying in the sense that I remember when we started, many people could not even pronounce the word endometriosis.
Endo something.
Yeah, they used to tell me that's your endo something something. But now everybody can pronounce endometriosis. And then I remember the first few cases. There was one that I will never forget. Two doctors were talking, and one of them happens to be a surgeon. And I was just going past, and I heard him talking about putting a chest tube. So when you put a chest tube on a young girl, I'm interested. Okay.
Right.
And and they were talking about the girl having tuberculosis, and they were putting a chest tube. So after their discussion, I said, I hope you don't mind. And they said, no. So I said, have you thought about endometriosis? That this girl, tell me the color of the fluid that came out. We said it was bloody. They were screening for cancer. I said, no, hold on a minute. What's the age? 20-something. Go back. Ask her whether it's related to her menstrual period. And the guy called me a few hours after to say, Doc, you're right, it's endometriosis. Right. So such things have left indelible marks.
And then you introduced the essay competition. Talk to me about that one. I mean, that excites me because now you've brought in the girl child. It's as if you're telling them to own this because there's something that pertains to you here. And so I'd like to hear, what's your experience like with the essay competition and the girls writing about endometriosis?
Well, I think we've made wonderful discoveries. My belief in Nigeria is strengthened on a daily basis by the kind of people you come across in Nigeria. And these girls are so wonderful. Some of them are just, and the level of support that they get, some of them get. And for me, I think there's a lot of hope in Nigeria. I think we're doing the 6th edition of the essay. Why did we do this? Because
the right people in the right places, we're not doing anything yet. On that note, we'd like to thank you for joining us on the podcast, My Period Stories. We'll be back again.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing the fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things, and then there's a secretory phase, which is the painful. Imagine your fist very tight, okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is, very small and tight, compact. Now within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help them.
There are a few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, things what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the dispute.
A change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical. Things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvine has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intense.
Good evening and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news now. The All Progressives Congress, APC, in Edo has gained a significant majority in the House of Assembly due to recent political events. Legislators from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are gaining influence, and the governor has reaffirmed his commitment to using resources for the state's development and making life comfortable for the people. The recent campaign of Honorable Nicholas Sonsere, a member representing Ikpobauka constituency, has further boosted the APC's presence in the assembly.
My idea is very clear for Edo State development. I have that focus and we'll continue to do it. As far as at the end of the month, we'll get something like probably from internal generated revenue, we'll get from the little one that will come from the federal allocation. We'll continue to work with it. There will be no diversion of Edo State Fund.
I'm here this afternoon to be part of the progress. I was not approached by anybody.
They urged the administrator to work with the House Committee, not act outside the law.
As far as we are concerned, the governor of Rivers State have not lost his immunity. And as far as we are concerned, the sole administrator does not have any immunity. And so, the democratic setting in Rivers State should be respected to the latter. It should be respected. And so we are calling on Mr. President to make sure that the sole administrator does not go against the tenets of rule of law, the tenets of democracy, and the tenets of the words in our constitution. We call on Mr. President to expeditiously call the sole administrator of Rivers State to order and compel him to stop this probe or any probe as being noticed in town against him.
Has urged youths to avoid being used as agents of destabilization. Speaking at a gathering with the president of the Northern Youth Association of Nigeria, NYAN, Comrade Godiya Adams Bogoro, and 10 other Northern youth leaders, Opebolo stressed the need for all Nigerians to unite to combat insecurity. The Northern delegation has been working to promote peace and understanding among communities. The coalition of concerned young Nigerians has strongly criticized the recent decision by the PDP Governors Forum to withdraw from coalition talks with other opposition parties ahead of the 2027 general elections. The group warned that the move could give President Bola Tinubu an easy path to re-election. Speaking at a press conference in Kaduna, the lead convener of the coalition, Dr. Adam Umar, described the PDP Governors Forum's decision as disappointing and that opposition leaders must rise above ego and division, emphasizing that young Nigerians will reject any leader who puts personal ambition above the national interest.
Forming a unified opposition coalition is not just a strategy, it is a necessity and a compulsory for any compatriot Nigeria irrespective of his political affiliation. Neither His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Peter Obi of Labour Party, nor Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of NNPP has the individual capacity and political weight or national spirit now to defeat or unseat President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration alone. Yet, combined, the three major parties secured 2 times votes of President Bola Tinubu in the 2022.
Holders and opposition figures to intensify efforts towards building a broad and united front capable of rescuing the country from what they described as a
will find leaders who prioritize their interests and defend their rights in the upcoming 2027 election, as we are now wiser than ever. Unity is strength. Coalition building is key. Strategic alliance can help the opposition to tap into new power base, build a broadened coalition, and increase its chances of winning the 2027 general election. Nigerians' future is at stake. The 2027 general election presents an opportunity for Nigerians to chart a new course.
The Social Democratic Party has officially announced its candidate for the position of chairman of the Abuja Municipal.
I have decided to join the race for AMA chairman under the platform of the Social Democratic Party. As a former member of the All Progressive Congress, APC, I was deeply committed to the party's ideals. However, over time, I came to realize that the party and deviated from its original mission and was no longer prioritizing the welfare and progress of the Nigerian people.
Tagwaye addressed supporters and press, highlighting the shortcomings of the current AMAC leadership and calling for a change. He emphasized the need for AMAC to improve infrastructure, roads and schools, and proposed a blueprint for economic revitalization and social inclusion, urging AMAC residents to support and vote.
I aim to leverage my unique blend of skills and experience to drive positive change and ensure that our council becomes a model for effective governance in Nigeria. I plan to establish programs that will equip your prayers.
As 2025 local government elections are sanctioned, the demolition of properties related to kidnappers in line with the recent Kidnappings Prohibition Amendment Law in the state.
You could remember a few weeks ago that we came to Uromi and Ekoma to demolish houses. There is a new law. It doesn't end in demolition. It also ends in a way that we will recover that property. We will seize it. And we will not stop there. Those people, we are going to bring them to the public and execute them. That is the law. You could remember a few weeks ago that we came to Uromi and Ekoma to demolish houses.
The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, representing the 19 northern states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has urged Nigerians and security agencies to resist betraying the nation for personal gain at the expense of over 200 million citizens. Instead, they were called to uphold patriotism as a critical pillar for fostering peace, unity, and national development. The chairman of
is because of the compromise that is existing in their system. So people keep betraying one another. What do you stand to gain by betraying your country, by betraying the armed forces, by betraying the citizens, by betraying people? Judas Iscariot, who chose the path of betrayal, all of us saw how he ended. And I want to plead to Nigerians that if there's anything
in Benue, Plateau, and other states, calling for urgent national issues that require immediate attention, while commending the efforts of security personnel in safeguarding lives and maintaining order, he urged the federal government and security agencies to intensify their efforts in securing all communities by bringing criminals and enemies of peace to justice.
Appeal to the Security Rights Center. SS are after him, police are after him, soldiers are after him, navies are after him. Rights Center, SS are after him, police are after him, soldiers are after him, navies are after him, air force are after him. Give them room to continue to gather. And I ask myself, where is it in this country that one bandit and his team, whether they are 100 or 200, that will gather 30 people, 40 people in their camp for weeks, for months? We're supposed to go after them and show them that we own this country. And that's why I challenge the federal government. We must go after the criminals.
To rules and challenges, and challenge the federal government to rise up to its responsibility.